Recently, Earth's been throwing tantrums, volcanoes rage, lightning raves, floods crash, parties in a Chinese city get slow cooked after a mountain explodes. Realizing doom's at the door, people scramble to pack up and flee, chasing the rumor of safety. On a rolling bus, passengers buzz like a conspiracy forum, swapping fresh apocalypse gossip. One guy curses about quakes and Fushi erupting, while a curvy girl frets she forgot supplies and plans to shop in Jiangnan. A window seat watcher drops a bomb. Jiangnan's Alicniarma warehouse is wiped clean. Others add Hu Dongming's stock in Shenzhen, and Durendong's goods are gone too. A cold voice corrects them. Forget billions, we're talking tens of trillions in vanished supplies. He concludes grimly, open your eyes, the apocalypse RSVP'd already. The speaker, Su Chen, gets laughed at as others joke about equality at the end of the world. So Chen inwardly scoffs equality, even doomsday a VIP section. After all, has personally survived that nightmare once. Memories from his past life flood back, packed with horrors no one would currently buy as believable. In that life, he was just a humble food delivery guy. Then the sun glitched, Earth's core wobbled, temperature spiked, the crust quaked, and underground creatures clocked in. From that moment, the world rebooted into hardcore mode. Supplies became rarer than common sense. Even instant noodles or a sausage cost lives, and Su Chen darkly jokes, ever bitten a sausage that bites back? He calmly declares has a reborn survivor sent back 1 month before the end. The girl beside him grabs his hand, rattled by his spine-chilling story. She inches closer, breath shaky, asking him to, but future-forged Su Chen brushes her off, saying sorry, he has bigger apocalyptic fish to fry. Getting off at the next stop, Su Chen heads straight for the warehouse of Hama Xiansheng, his old grind spot. Staring at the massive storage space, he asks himself calmly, with doomsday looming, what truly matters? The answer pops up instantly: supplies, obviously. Last time he wasted precious hours chasing resources and still died miserably. This round, no reruns. Entering the warehouse, he meets the Yodi manager, who finds him half a day's pay for being 21 seconds late, and he slips inside with an awkward grin. As he scans the piled goods, he recalls how the boss fled first in the apocalypse and his year's wages vanished, so he'll call this compensation. He moves deeper in, counting stock while preparing to activate his post-rebirth special ability. Raising his hand, he whispers, space open, and a bizarre portal tears open before him. A notification flashes: rice cooking oil and meat detected, auto-collecting. Su Chen's space ability flexes its absurd power the moment it's triggered, vacuuming every last supply nearby without leaving so much as a crumb. Inside lies his personal 10,000 by 10,000 meter dimensional space, and he beams finally a cheat code for survival. With it, he could strip an entire collapsing city bare, his drained lakes and emptied supermarkets before. Because in the apocalypse, even instant noodles were luxury loot and fresh food was metier. Luckily, time freezes in this space, so everything stays factory fresh. Overwhelmed, Su Chen tears up, thrilled he'll never starve like before. He brushes off his hands, then checks the system panel: 2,052 bottles of oil, 155 kg of fuel, 220 bottles of water, 375 boxes of instant food, 95 boxes of seasoning, 186 bottles of liquor. The stat screen soothes him like a security blanket made of groceries. Suddenly, the warehouse door bangs open as the manager and 2 movers shout for help shifting goods. They take one more step and freeze. The once-a-crammed warehouse is now emptier than their thoughts, and the manager stammers, am I hallucinating? Where's the stuff? His shock flips to rage as he points at Su Chen, demanding to know where everything went. Calm as ever, Su Chen opens a tiny space rift behind him and smirks, the goods. I took it all, leaving the trio's brains officially offline. Sensing trouble, the manager roars for his men to grab Su Chen, and 2 burly workers charge in. A new space gate pops open. Su Chen slips inside and waves cheekily, promising he'll never be late again. One worker dies but grabs thin air as the portal snaps shut without a trace. The trio stand frozen, brains buffering. Did he seriously just vanish? Outside the warehouse, another spatial rift suddenly splits open. Su Chen bursts out, spins midair, and lands like he's auditioning for an action blockbuster. He closes the gate. Resolved, this second ability, spatial teleportation, lets him blink 3 meters instantly. In the apocalypse, that blink will be clutch for looting danger zones and escaping even mutant creatures. He strips off his uniform, tosses it away, and declares the $0 shopping spree officially complete. Just as he's about to leave, his phone rings. A government alert claims geological activity is under control and life won't be affected. Su Chen scoffs at the world's most obvious foreshadowing. He moves to hang up, then another call flashes in. The name alone wipes his calm away, anger flooding in. It's Jiang Xiaoqian, the woman he once protected through doomsday, now just a cold scar in his heart. After a pause, he answers with a curt hello. Jiang Xiaoqian immediately snaps, accusing him of disappearing and listing the house for sale, mocking his chances with other women. While applying lipstick, she whines that without him gifting her the house, how could she possibly feel secure enough to stay? Su Chen's voice turns icy. She demands he transfer the house to her or forget about marriage. He hangs up without hesitation, muttering that he's heading back to Shangdu and they'll talk then. As the screen goes dark, bitter memories surge. 5 years surviving together, him risking his life for supplies and securing her safety, saving her again and again. He clenches the phone, eyes sharp as old cruelties replay vividly. In that memory, Wang Haoyu, Jiang Xiaoqian's partner, strangled him, and as betrayal crushed his breath, one question echoed why. As Su Chen's breath faded in that past life, Jiang Xiaoqian settled up to Wang Haoyu, coolly noting that since brother Chen was dead, it was their turn now. Her fake innocence drops, replaced by shameless flirting as she hints Wang Haoyu should perform tonight. No grief, no hesitation, just raw calculation as she cozies up to Wang Haoyu like Su Chen never existed. So Chen bitterly admits he was an absolute fool to trust those 2 snakes. His fist trembles, then loosens. This time, Jiang Xiaoqian and Wang Haoyu will pay. Not just die, but suffer first. Hell return his pain 100-fold. He immediately calls Director Liu, the agent handling his house sale. Once connected, Su Chen bluntly says he'll sell the house at half price. Cash only, and he needs it now. After hanging up, he heads to the real estate office, only to see Jiang Xiaoqian and Wang Haoyu already waiting outside. Jiang Xiaoqian pouts, whining about how long she's been waiting. Su Chen walks past her without a glance, telling her to move. Both are stunned by his icy indifference. Wang Houyu blocks his path, threatening him for daring to sell his uncle's house and warning he might not see tomorrow's sun. So Chen says nothing, he simply reaches out. In a blink, he grabs Wang Houyu by the collar and lifts him effortlessly like a weightless prop. He slams him to the ground, blood spilling, screams echoing, and coldly states that his property is his to handle. Jiang Xiaoqian panics, tugging at him and shrieking for help, crying murder. This time her damsel act fails. Su Chen slaps her hard, sending her sprawling. Dazed and clutching her cheek, she stares at him in disbelief. Meanwhile, Wang Houyu, nearly strangled out, hovers at death's door, rasping for release. Su Chen sneers, assuring him he won't die that easily. When released, Wang Houyu coughs violently and scrambles back, staring at Su Chen like he's seen a demon. Ignoring them, Su Chen strides into the real estate office to continue his plan, while Jiang Xiaoqian rushes to fuss over Wang Houyu. Still playing devoted, she shouts after Su Chen to kneel and apologize or forget ever marrying her. Su Chen turns back silently, his icy gaze radiating pressure so heavy that Wang Houyu and Jiang Xiaoqian stiffen on instinct. Their bravado evaporates, they bolt, with Wang Houyu yelling threats and Su Chen smirks, useless. Later, at the real estate office, Director Liu pours tea with a warm smile hiding sharp calculations. Keeping it polite, Director Liu offers to personally buy Su Chen's house. In his head, his flipping a million yuan property for 700,000 and pocketing the sweet difference. Su Chen calmly agrees, full payment today, and Director Liu eagerly suggests signing now and paying next week. Contract in hand, Su Chen accepts, thinking the house is his to choose if the man dares live in it. The money transfers instantly, 700,000 yuan hits Su Chen's account. Deal done, he leaves, reflecting that Shangdu sits safely on the plains, far from quakes and volcanoes. Government reassurances keep the city deceptively calm. Passing loan ads plastered on a utility pole, Su Chen pauses. What he needs most now is cash, an opportunity just knocked. He calls immediately, asking if his property certificate can be used as collateral. After arranging terms, he heads to Hanhai International Building. Inside Dehai Loan Company, Wang Dehai, a hefty man, politely downplays the house's value. Su Chen frowns, asking how much he can borrow, recognizing Wang Dehai as Wang Houyu's big brother. In his past life, this man died a mutant beast. Now he smokes and offers 500,000 yuan max, keeping the deed. Unwilling to waste time, Su Chen demands 600,000 and promises full repayment within a week. Wang Dehai smugly assumes he's dealing with a desperate gambler and agrees, scheming as long as the deed stays. The deal closes and 600,000 yuan quickly lands in Su Chen's account. Elsewhere, Jiang Xiaoqian touches her bruised face, muttering she only wanted what was hers, while Wang Houyu clutches his sore neck, vowing to have his brother make Su Chen pay. Right then, Su Chen walks by Jiang Xiaoqian, freezes and asks Wang Houyu if that's him. Clutching his sore neck, Wang Houyu nods angrily, wondering what Su Chen's doing here. Fuming, Jiang Xiaoqian suggests tailing him, and they follow as Su Chen heads to Luqing Hotel, one of the few buildings that survives doomsday in his memories. He strolls in, thinking the presidential suite with full amenities and even a pool would make a perfect long-term bunker. Though stocked with supplies, he still lacks hot meals and fresh veggies, key for a proper survival base. At the entrance, the poised and pretty Lu Xinyi FB manager greets him professionally and offers assistance. Su Chen's request stuns her. He wants to book 1,000 banquet tables. Yes, 1,000. Regaining composure, Lu Xinyi lists packages from 5,000 to 50,000 yuan per table, eyeing Su Chen as no ordinary man. Calmly, Su Chen picks the 10,000 yuan option, 10 million total, 500,000 upfront and the rest in a week. Lu Xinyi beams at the hefty deposit and guides him to pay, thinking that securing such a client is worth the ingredient costs. On the way, she asks his name. He replies simply Su Chen. Curious, she wonders if it's for a wedding. He nods and casually asks her to book a presidential suite too. With everything arranged, Su Chen leaves Luqing Hotel satisfied, mind still crunching apocalypse math. He notes that a 10 million banquet secured with just 500,000 down is a bargain, especially when money's about to mean nothing. Lu Xinyi marvels at such lavish honeymoon plans, while outside Jiang Xiaoqian and Wang Houyu spy quietly. After Su Chen leaves, Jiang Xiaoqian approaches the desk, asking what he came for, claiming to be connected to him. Without hesitation, she declares Su Chen is her boyfriend. Lu Xinyi politely reveals he just booked 1,000 tables and paid a $500 in yuan deposit, adding that Jiang Xiaoqian is lucky. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoqian and Wang Houyu are dumbfounded. Where on earth did he get that kind of money? Lu Xinyi reopens the transaction record, noting that truly wealthy people often keep a low profile even from those close to them. Wang Houyu grows suspicious, wondering if Su Chen is secretly loaded. Lu Xinyi shows them the screen, 500,000 yuan successfully transferred. Outside, Wang Houyu smokes and questions who Su Chen plans to invite to 1,000 five-star tables, while Jiang Xiaoqian smugly assumes it's to introduce her to high society. Wang Houyu grins slyly and asks what they should do. Jiang Xiaoqian waves him off, vowing to expose Su Chen's true colors herself. In her mind, lavish fantasies unfold like a personal luxury trailer. She's never dreamed of such extravagance, yet now imagines reaching it through Su Chen. Meanwhile, Su Chen reviews his finances, 700k from selling the house, 600k borrowed, 550k spent on banquets despite cheap prior looting, funds are tight and retreat remains the safest plan. Then inspiration strikes, he smirks, deciding it'd be a waste not to max out online loans now. He downloads over 80 loan apps, borrowing from each and speedrunning the self-verification circus. He relaxes as a bank alert chimes 9777,000 yuan credited today. Leaning back, he savors the relief, nearly 10 million in loans secured. But he quickly snaps upright, times ticking and prep waits for no one. With cash in hand, he raids e-commerce platforms for wall repair materials, ice machines, ice blocks, and anthracite coal, rare in city, but fast delivery saves the day. He recalls post-apocalypse chaos, temperatures soaring, then plunging survival hinges on preparation. Calling a coal supplier, he orders 2,000 tons at 2,500 per ton, wiring 500,000 upfront and paying the rest on delivery. He then contacts an ice factory to arrange a bulk order in person. Stepping outside, he runs into Jiang Xiaoqian and Lena, who greets him sweetly after hearing the drama. Lena claims Jiang Xiaoqian often mentions him, but Su Chen recalls this bestie trash-talking him and Jiang Xiaoqian taking his house. Hearing that, Su Chen replied coldly, miss what my house? Seeing his frosty vibe, Li Na panicked and babbled that Jiang Xiaoqian was just testing him and had been miserably sad. Blushing sweetly, Jiang Xiaoqian tugged Su Chen's hand, asking him out for a bit and begging him not to stay mad. Having seen her true colors in the apocalypse, Su Chen coolly kept his distance and said he was busy. He told her to stroll alone and left Jiang Xiaoqian and Li Na stunned, with Li Na noting Su Chen had already driven off. Li Na suddenly suspected this was a test from him and urged Jiang Xiaoqian to chase after him. Meanwhile, at the Vinho Ice Factory, Boss Wu was already waiting at the gate. As Su Chen stepped out, Boss Wu warmly greeted him, and Su Chen got straight to business. When can 2,000 tons of edible ice be done? Boss Wu bragged they're unmatched in speed, 3 days for 2,000 tons at 400 yuan per ton, total 800,000 deal. Su Chen didn't haggle, prepaid 100,000 by phone, and set delivery in 3 days, leaving Boss Wu grinning at the QR code. After payment, Boss Wu grew nosy and sly, asking why Su Chen needed so much ice and hinting at future discounts. Calmly heading to his car, Su Chen said he planned to donate it to the Ansha Federation, instantly deflating Boss Wu. Watching the car leave, Boss Wu figured the 800,000 deal was sealed and admired the young man's efficiency. Soon, Li Na and Jiang Xiaoqian's car arrived, and Boss Wu was surprised by these unannounced guests. Jiang Xiaoqian shyly claimed Su Chen was her fiancé and asked what they had discussed. Boss Wu froze at fiancé but still explained that Su Chen had just ordered 800,000 yuan worth of ice. The confirmation shocked both women. Who spends 800 just on ice unless is seriously rich. Still reeling, Li Na pressed Boss Wu about what Su Chen planned to do. Stroking his chin, Boss Wu recalled that Su Chen said he'd donate it to the Ansha Federation. The answer hit the two women like another thunderbolt, stacking shock upon shock. Su Chen then drove to a luxury restaurant, reviewed his orders, and relaxed under the sun, calmly savoring the pre-apocalypse peace. In his past life, Su Chen was a workaholic who barely saw cafes, let alone fancy restaurants, until a waiter politely snapped him back with a menu. Flipping through foie gras and fancy duck tongues, he noted the 4-digit prices. Yep, definitely high society. He paused at a dish marked only with a question mark costing 17,000 yuan and curiously asked what mystery cost that much. The waiter explained it was Chef Yalin's ever-changing creation, and intrigued, Su Chen ordered the pricey surprise. Afterward, he browsed a copy of Shanhai Jing, his thoughts drifting to the catastrophe that twisted countless creatures. The mythical beasts in the book eerily matched what had seemed like ancestral traits rebooting with tails, fur, and other bizarre upgrades. As he pondered, a pink-haired girl in bold attire approached with the dish. She introduced herself as Yalin, the head chef, saying the dish was inspired by his aura. Su Chen looked up and suddenly recognized her, a memory flashing like a warning siren. Wasn't she the infamous hell chef from his past life? In the apocalypse, Yalin earned that title by turning rotten mutant beast meat into delicacies, though no diner survived the experience. Noticing his odd expression, Yalin smiled and described the dish: 5 layered flavors, 2 sides of life, same beef, double temptation. Su Chen tasted it and approved the 17,000 yuan bite, yet secretly mused that having her cook in the apocalypse could be a lethal gamble. Outside, Li Na and Jiang Xiaoqian lurked, swatting mosquitoes and gossiping that Su Chen must be a filthy rich hare, while Jiang Xiaoqian vowed to become a wealthy lady herself. After dining at Yalin's place, Su Chen headed to the Baba Century Club. At the entrance, he recalled it as Shangda's ultimate money furnace, where people burned millions in a single night, abalone included. Once the apocalypse hit, such luxury would vanish, and in his past life, his biggest regret was never stepping inside. As Su Chen sipped and reminisced, a flock of girls surrounded him, urging the handsome guy to drink up, and he awkwardly agreed. Amid the chaos, one girl beside him stayed quiet, looking shy and hesitant. Noticing his glance, she poured him more wine and explained that Yun Yun was dumped and dragged here to cheer up. With a sour face, Yun Yun ranted that her ex ditched her for an old lady just because she wouldn't sleep with him, asking if all men were that obsessed, and Su Chen calmly said it's practically in their DNA. His blunt answer made her gloomier, and she downed the strong liquor in one gulp, startling Su Chen, who warned it wasn't juice. Slamming the glass down, Yun Yun suddenly asked if he was single, and Su Chen, caught off guard, admitted he was. Blushing, she leaned closer and shyly hinted at something more, while her friends cheered her on to ditch the loser ex. Just then, Li Na and Jiang Xiaoqian entered, scanning the room, and Xiaoqian quickly spotted Su Chen. She shouted at Su Chen, demanding what he was doing, while Li Na accused him of cheating. Seeing them, Su Chen pulled Yun Yun into his arms and decisively led her outside, leaving her oddly impressed by his boldness. He helped her up and headed upstairs, saying they go up there. Li Na and Jiang Xiaoqian chased after them, yelling for Su Chen to stop. Su Chen brought Yun Yun into an upstairs room and casually locked the door. Turning to her, he began to apologize for earlier, but Yun Yun blushed and stammered it was her first time, making Su Chen rethink the situation. He flicked her forehead, making her yelp, and told her to sober up. He then warned her to stay home for the next few days and stock up on food, and she nodded in confusion. Opening the door to leave, he added that if she wanted a boyfriend, this wasn't the place, and there might not even be a later. As the door shut, he briefly regretted letting such a rare chance slip away. Outside, reality hit as Li Na banged on the door, yelling he couldn't betray Jiang Xiaoqian, while Xiaoqian kicked and threatened, and Su Chen's side piece tonight was clearly doomed. At the suburban warehouse Su Chen chose, morning orders arrived, and when drivers questioned the lack of refrigeration, he calmly directed heaters and ice machines inside and had giant ice blocks seal the entrance. Wang Haoyi reported to Li Na and Jiang Xiaoqian that Su Chen had rented a huge suburban warehouse and was hauling in mysterious equipment, leaving Xiaoqian baffled about his plan. Li Na spotted staff from Luqing Hotel moving bank of gear and excitedly nudged Xiaoqian, guessing something big was up. Seeing a red carpet laid out, she wildly speculated Su Chen might be staging a surprise proposal. Swept into fantasy, Jiang Xiaoqian smugly claimed she might not even say yes and marched over to inspect. She approached Su Chen and demanded to know why he bought so much stuff. While removing his coat, Su Chen coolly asked if she came to help move things, saying he'd explain after it was done. Xiaoqian instantly felt insulted at the thought of doing manual labor. Li Na whispered that it might be a test of her worth, pushing her to comply. Half convinced, Xiaoqian reluctantly rolled up her sleeves and agreed to help, insisting she wasn't snobbish. Dressed to impress yet lugging boxes, she panted and sweated, consoling herself that today's hardship would pay off. Li Na also jumped in, sweetly calling Su Chen gauge while secretly calculating her own angle. Watching them work, Su Chen quietly approved free labor acquired, since even with hotel and factory staff the job was massive. By the time everything was inside, night fell, and he stretched, declaring it finally done. Exhausted and drenched, Zhang Xiaoqian complained he worked her all day without even a meal, vowing revenge when she got rich. Li Na, equally worn out, grumbled that those ice blocks weighed over 50 jin each. Despite her resentment, Xiaoqian kept fantasizing that an announcement and wealthy guests were imminent, unfazed even if the food had gone cold. Meanwhile, Su Chen handed thick envelopes to the drivers and workers, promising the remaining payment within a week per contract. The crew erupted in excitement, estimating each envelope held around 10,000 yuan and praising the boss' generosity. Dragging her tired body over, Zhang Xiaoqian asked Su Chen with hopeful exhaustion if he had anything important to tell her. Su Chen casually went back into the warehouse and thanked Zhang Xiaoqian for helping. No reward, she could leave now. She froze, insisting he must be joking and urging him to bring everyone out for their surprise wedding. He turned with a smirk, saying he'd love to marry but had sold his house and was drowning in debt, so was she still in. Li Na exploded in disbelief, arguing that the lavish banquet and pricey meals couldn't possibly be fake money. Patting the supplies, Su Chen calmly said they were donations for Alishan and he was just lending a hand. Hearing that, Zhang Xiaoqian's face twisted as she charged forward to make a scene, screaming that he dared to trick her. Su Chen sidestepped smoothly and asked indifferently how exactly had deceived her. Missing him, she stumbled and fell, raging that he wasn't some rich hare and she wouldn't marry him anyway. Su Chen's gaze turned icy as he mocked that no one needed a gold digger like her. The jab hit hard, fueling her glare with pure resentment. She and Li Na stormed off, threatening revenge, while Li Na pointed and declared he was finished. Unbothered, Su Chen shrugged it off and returned inside to finish up. To avoid attention, he locked the warehouse tight and walked toward the neatly stacked supplies. Everything was ready now, he just had to wait for the right moment. Raising his hand, Su Chen activated his special ability and opened his private space. Batch after batch of goods vanished into the hidden storage dimension. That night in a luxury building in Shangdu, Wang Dehai warmly told Zhang Xiaoqian that sticking with Wang Haoyu meant a life lacking nothing, since his name carried weight in Shangdu. Wang Haoyu wrapped an arm around her, whispering she should have left Su Chen long ago and stay with him instead, and she coyly replied she'd see how he performed. Brimming with confidence, Wang Haoyu promised his big brother would handle everything, while Zhang Xiaoqian silently calculated the more profitable choice. As she pondered, a voice sneered that this woman really wasn't picky, and she spun around in shock to see Su Chen, wondering how he got there. Wang Haoyu immediately pointed at Su Chen and shouted to his brother that this was the guy who messed with him before. Wang Dehai glared viciously at Su Chen, calling him a brat, growling that had planned to find him anyway and daring him for touching his brother, while Wang Haoyu asked if they knew each other. Wang Dehai revealed Su Chen owed him 600,000 yuan with his house as collateral, due tomorrow, and Wang Haoyu laughed, saying they'd settle old and new scores together. Zhang Xiaoqian crossed her arms and sneered that anyone daring to owe Hage would never repay it, glad she dumped Su Chen early, while Lina mocked him for overreaching. Having finished his meal, Su Chen calmly wiped his mouth, remarking that even dinner couldn't be peaceful. Wang Dehai leaned in, demanding the 600,000 yuan by tomorrow and scoffing that Su Chen couldn't possibly earn it overnight. Behind him, Wang Haoyu and the gang jeered that it was impossible and urged their boss to beat Su Chen for touching Haoyu. Seeing tensions spike, Lu Xinyi hurried out to mediate, urging everyone to calm down. Wang Dehai smirked and said they could talk if Su Chen knelt and kowtowed to the brothers. Lu Xinyi awkwardly asked what happened, and Su Chen brushed it off as a few pests causing trouble. That reply enraged Wang Dehai, who slammed the table and threatened no mercy, even with Miss Lu present. Suddenly, a commanding voice boomed from behind, demanding to know what was going on. A displeased man arrived with subordinates, scanning the room before questioning who allowed trouble here. Wang Dehai's face changed instantly and Su Chen recognized the newcomer as Gao Qiong. Wang Dehai's arrogance vanished as he forced a smile at Qiong, who coldly warned that anyone causing issues tonight would regret it. Intimidated by Gao Qiong's status, Wang Dehai backed down respectfully and offered to toast him later. Su Chen recalled that after the apocalypse, Zhao Qiong rose as a major power in Shangdu, even commanding the infamous Hell Chef. He also remembered that Lucheng Hotel was the first site of mutation, hinting Gao Qiong's rise began there, prompting Su Chen to make a quiet decision. Zhao Qiong turned and noticed Su Chen's steady gaze fixed on him. A thought flashed through Su Chen's mind, this was his chance. Zhao Qiong, intrigued by Su Chen's unusual calm and unwavering aura, found himself curious. Later, Gao Qiong led Ya Lin into a lavish private room, presenting her to a powerful man inside, saying, "President Sun, I've brought Duan Ya." Duan Ya remained expressionless and coolly asked President Sun why she was summoned. President Sun took a glass of wine and chuckled that he'd long heard of Miss Duan's fame, and was pleased to finally meet her. With a suggestive grin and impolite gaze, he offered Ya Lin the wine and urged her to drink. As the wine glass neared, Ya Lin felt uneasy, suspecting something shady inside and plotting a graceful escape. Elsewhere below, Su Chen gently swirled a glass of red wine, sipping slowly while Xiao Qian hid in the basement to dodge the coming heat and disaster. Unexpectedly, after being dumped, she had wandered here on her own. Su Chen's icy gaze dropped to the pool where Wang Hoya's crew gathered, perfect timing to settle old and new debts together. By the pool, Wang Dehai sweated under the stifling night, complaining it felt hotter than daytime, while Wang Haoyu and a duck float joked about cooling off and swimsuit perks. Snickering, Wang Haoyu teased his brother about the view, earning a gleeful laugh and a shoulder slap from Wang Dehai. Inside, Li Na and Zhang Xiaoqian emerged in swimsuits, puzzled that the moon above shone and burned like the sun. As they reached the pool, Wang Haoyu grabbed Zhang Xiaoqian's hand and dramatically declared that his love blazed as brightly as tonight's moon. Embarrassed and overheated, Zhang Xiaoqian urged him to stop talking and get her into the water. Upstairs, Su Chen sipped his wine with disdain. Such fiery love wouldn't last long. He raised his glass to the window in a mock toast. Welcome back, apocalypse. Outside, the moon drew terrifyingly closer to Earth and temperatures skyrocketed. The group by the pool froze, unable to grasp what was happening. As the heat became unbearable, they screamed that the moonlight was burning them and fled inside, Wang Haoyu dragging Zhang Xiaoqian while Wang Dehai lumbered behind, gasping to wait up. Indoors, Wang Dehai's men were playing cards, idly wondering why it suddenly looked so bright outside and shrugging it off as boss flirting routine. Suddenly, the door burst open as Wang Haoyu and the two girls stormed in like prey escaping a predator. Their skin was scorched red, shocking the room, though one indifferent player merely urged the game to continue. Collapsing inside, Wang Haoyu and the girls writhed and screamed that it was too hot, begging for water and help before they burned alive. Still clutching his duck float, he stared at the lake like a dying man spotting an oasis and yelled, "Water at last." Without a second thought, the trio sprinted to the pool like it was their final boss battle. The moment they hit the water, Wang Haoyu gasped saved, while the two girls bickered over territory like splashy warlords. The lackeys stopped utterly baffled and asked what on earth was wrong and where Hage had vanished to. At the mention of his brother, Wang Haoyu froze in horror, suddenly realizing their fearless leader was missing. The door burst open as Wang Dehai stumbled in, scorched and steaming like overcooked meat. Croaking for help, Wang Haoyu and the crew rushed over in panic, scrambling for burn meds while Dehai accused his brother of ditching him, prompting tearful vows of eternal loyalty. Upstairs in Gao Qiang and Ya Lin's room, seeing the delay drag on, President Sun coolly prodded Miss Duan about her untouched drink. Sensing the tension, Gao Qiang hurriedly tried to smooth things over by suggesting they start the banquet instead. President Sun shot him a look sharp enough to slice the sentence in half. Ya Lin still hadn't touched the wine, silently plotting her elegant escape. Suddenly a blinding light exploded outside, forcing Gao Qiang and President Sun to yelp in pain and confusion. Zhao Qiang immediately barked orders to draw the curtains. Heat flooded the room like a sauna gone rogue, and a shaken Gao Qiang suggested something was very wrong. President Sun grimly ordered them downstairs to investigate. The sudden chaos accidentally rescued Ya Lin from danger and she quietly exhaled in relief. In the lobby, Lu Siner blocked the exit, urging calm and saying rescue teams were contacted, but impatient guests protested that time was money and they weren't about to waste it. Coming downstairs, Zhao Qing asked Lao Miu what happened. Lao Miu explained the moon had flared abnormally, temperatures shot past 70 C, and nearly 100 people were already affected. Nearby, President Sun urgently called Minister Zhao for evacuation from Lucheng Hotel, only to receive a less-than-ideal response. Zhao Qiang asked for updates, and President Sun grimly replied that authorities were struggling to stabilize power and had no manpower to spare. Trouble indeed. In Wang Haoyu's room, the lackeys treated Wang Dehai's burns as he wailed dramatically. Someone urged a hospital trip, but Wang Haoyu panicked at the idea of stepping into the blazing inferno outside. Gritting his teeth, Wang Dehai insisted he'd call Xiao Jiao to drive over. He signaled a lackey to contact him, and in the underground parking lot Xiao Jiao answered, complaining it was scorching hot and something felt seriously wrong. Xiao Jiao quickly started the car, promising to arrive in a flash. As he drove out, he glanced at the blazing sky and muttered in confusion about the eerie brightness. Before he could finish, a series of bangs erupted as all four tires gave up under the heat and went flat in unison. The car immediately stalled mid-road like it hit an invisible wall. Annoyed, Xiao Jiao got out and kicked the tire, ranting about weather hot enough to literally blow tires. With no options left, he ran back toward the hotel while calling Wang Dehai, yelling that all four tires were gone. The moment he stepped into direct sunlight, his shoe soles began melting and sticking to the ground. Losing balance, he face-planted forward in a spectacularly unlucky move. The crash left him dazed, but he quickly realized something far worse. Corpses were scattered everywhere, burned and twisted into a nightmarish scene. Horrified, Xiao Jiao blurted out in shock at the hellish sight. He tried to get up and run, but one side of his face had fused to the scorching ground. He let out a blood-curdling scream that echoed all the way to Wang Dehai's group, terrifying everyone. One lackey trembled so hard he dropped his phone as Xiao Jiao's screams faded into silence. In the end, only static buzzed from the phone before it too went dead. Meanwhile, in Su Chen's room, Prior Prep kept the A16C maintaining a comfy 25.5C, basically a private oasis. The air inside was calm and blissfully cool, enough for Su Chen to fully and drift peacefully into sleep like the apocalypse wasn't his problem. A teaser reveals Su Chen's room becomes a heatwave sanctuary, with desperate people knocking and pleading to be let in. Instead of kindness, Su Chen coldly pulls a gun and shuts them down, saying they're not qualified to enter. Soon after, the government issues an emergency alert. The moon is blasting extreme heat, pushing air temps to 75 C and ground temps to 100 C, causing mass casualties and warning everyone to stay indoors. At the city power center, extreme pushes multiple stations beyond safe limits. Power lines overload and start short-circuiting like stressed-out noodles. A major substation explodes, triggering cascading failures and plunging large parts of the city into blackout. Wang Dehai's phone rings with Xiao Jiao's call, but only broken signals reply that the number is unreachable. His face darkens as he concludes Xiao Jiao is gone, while a lackey reports all rooms are packed, leaving them stuck cramming together. Zhang Xiaoqin and Lina immediately protest, refusing to share space with men and demanding private rooms. Right then, the lights cut out, plunging the room into darkness as the heat worsens, prompting Wang Dehai to curse the absurd situation. Others start stripping layers to survive the heat, with one noting it's over 40 C inside and overcrowding will cook them alive soon. Gritting his teeth, Wang Dehai ordered a new plan, and Zhang Xiaoqian suggested seizing Su Chen's presidential suite with a pool. Meanwhile, Su Chen lounged in the water, reminiscing about the city's notoriously shaky power grid. Despite past repair efforts, the grid had ultimately collapsed anyway, leaving everyone dependent on it sitting in the dark. That's why this time Su Chen wisely picked a suite with a private pool and stocked it with an independent AC system and a massive backup power supply. He even hoarded ice to keep the room perfectly chilled. Now reclining on the sofa with wine in hand, he savored the cool comfort. After some exercise, hunger kicked in, and he chuckled at the timing. Before him lay a feast: fresh veggies, flan, seafood, steak, fried chicken, baozi, and mantou. Picking up his chopsticks, Su Chen grinned, calling it a perfectly decent simple breakfast for Doomsday Day 1. While eating, he mused with a faint smile about when Gao Qiang's chance would come, those scheming really shult mixed with mealtime. Peace didn't last. Furious knocking resumed, and a familiar voice shouted for Su Chen to open up. He calmly opened the door, and a wave of cool air spilled out, stunning the crowd outside. Wang Dehai stared wide-eyed, stammering in disbelief at the cold air. Blocking the doorway, Su Chen asked Esli what they wanted. Wang Houyu peeked inside and exploded, shouting about real ice, electricity, AC, a pool, and gourmet food. Lina Zhang Xiaoqian and Wang Houyu angrily demanded to know why Su Chen enjoyed paradise alone and threatened force. Wang Dehai barged in resentfully, demanding the room as interest on his money. He threatened to toss Su Chen outside, yet the moment he stepped in, Su Chen expressionlessly drew his gun and fired, the bullet slamming into Wang Dehai's ribs. Wang Dehai froze, staring at the spreading blood as his face drained of color. Su Chen kept the gun trained on the rest, coldly warning that one more step meant death. The group stood petrified, finally realizing in horror that he actually had a gun. Clutching his wound, Wang Dehai conceded shakily that he lost. Yet stubbornly he edged forward another step. Su Chen pulled the trigger again. The second shot pierced his leg, and as the gunshot echoed, Wang Dehai screamed about his ruined leg. Raising the gun once more, Su Chen coolly told them to leave if they valued their lives. He began counting to 3, ordering them to disappear immediately. 1, 2. Down in the lobby, Zhao Qiang's furious voice rang out. What do you mean the hotel has no food? Lu Xiner bowed apologetically, explaining that over 1,000 banquet tables were booked days ago and supplies were nearly gone, with restocking planned for today. President Sun, overheated and irritated, splashed water on himself and ordered all remaining food and water brought upstairs. The crowd exploded in protest, accusing him of hoarding, while Gao Qiang's men barked threats at anyone daring to argue. Just then, the elevator opened and Wang Dehai's group staggered out, shouting that Su Chen had killed someone. Zhao Qiang inspected the bleeding gunshot wound on Wang Dehai's ribs, instantly recognizing it as firearm damage and realizing the man upstairs wasn't ordinary. Zhang Xiaoqian blurted out that Su Chen's room had electricity, air conditioning, and even a pool. The crowd swarmed her for confirmation, and she angrily swore she'd seen ice, tons of food, fried chicken, and wine, basically a paradise bubble. Instantly riled up, the mob surged towards Su Chen's room, furious that one man lived in comfort while they roasted, as Gao Qiang coldly ordered his men to monitor the chaos. When they began pounding on the door, it suddenly opened, and Su Chen appeared, calm as ever, asking what they wanted. A wave of cool air drifted out, stunning the crowd with blissful relief. A young man cautiously proposed sharing the AC space, appealing to unity in tough times. Meanwhile, a child peeked inside and innocently asked about the fried chicken. Spotting the food basket, the kid squealed with excitement. Unable to resist, the child dashed inside yelling for mom and chicken. But the moment he crossed the threshold, a powerful force flung him backward. He hit the ground hard, leaving visible marks, and his mother screamed in panic. Still blocking the doorway, Su Chen coldly warned them to control their child or he would. The crowd grew even angrier, accusing him of cruelty over just a child. A few hotheads charged forward, shouting that someone like him didn't deserve to stay and should get out. Nothing, he simply pulled the trigger, sending a bullet straight into the lead attacker. The man dropped instantly, freezing everyone behind him in shock. As the body lay still, the other two turned pale and stumbled back, staring at the still-raised gun. Su Chen coldly reminded them that while he stood alone, each of them only had one life too. Inside the hotel, Wang Houyu saw Wang Dehai's corpse left outside and burst into a howl. The lackeys restrained him, helplessly explaining that Dehai's wounds in the heat made survival impossible without medicine. Eyes bloodshot, Wang Houyu roared in fury, blaming Su Chen for everything. Upstairs, Zhang Xiaoqian and Lina stood before Su Chen's camera, sweet-talking him and invoking old feelings, hoping he would hurt them. They lowered their voices further, hinting they'd agree to anything if he just let them in. Su Chen opened the door with a faint smirk, mocking their sisterhood, and told them to come in. The two lit up with joy, praising him as a good man who wouldn't abandon them. But before the moment could last, Wang Houyu lunged forward viciously, shouting that it'd kill Su Chen. As Wang Hai's hand neared, Su Chen calmly warned that anyone crossing the door would pay. The next second, he swung his baton into Wang Haoyu's face, sending him flying backward. In the chaos, Wang Houyu crashed into Zhang Xiaoqian and Lina, and all three cried out. Su Chen slammed the baton to the floor, eyes icy, daring anyone else to try. Intimidated by his aura, the two women paled and quickly retreated, insisting they'd stay outside. Su Chen glanced at them and curtly told them to get lost. Without waiting twice, Zhang Xiaoqian and Lina fled, with Wang Houyu scrambling after them, calling out pitifully. Su Chen dropped his expression and looked up at the ceiling. There, a mounted machine gun with recognition system waited. Anyone who lingered would meet a clear fate. Soon after, a massive vehicle with metal tracks rolled up to Lucheng Hotel. Seeing it, the trapped guests erupted in hope, cheering that it must be a rescue truck with heat-proof glass. "We're saved," they cried as the vehicle stopped at the entrance. Heat-resistant armed personnel stepped out one by one. A soldier called out clearly, asking everyone to clear the way and inquiring if Academician Lu Zhengguo was present. Academician Lu stepped forward, and the soldier handed him protective gear, explaining they were there specifically to extract him, prompting the crowd to protest at being left behind. A rescue member reassured them that the government had a plan at midnight. When temperatures drop, they should move to Silicon Valley Square, the nearest aid station. Hearing that, many people sighed in relief, hopeful that rescue would truly arrive by morning. President's son, however, shoved forward arrogantly, offering 100 million for the heat suit and demanding immediate evacuation. He was swiftly restrained by rescue personnel, who sternly reminded him that priority targets were pre-signed, while he angrily yelled at Gao Qiang to act. But under armed watch, everyone was equal. Zhao Qiang's men stayed silent as the rescue team escorted Lu Zhengguo out and prepared to withdraw. As they were leaving, Jiang Xiaoqian rushed up, grabbing a soldier and warning that a killer was upstairs. Lena chimed in frantically, claiming the madmen had a gun and nearly killed them, insisting he must not be spared. A soldier named Xiaofeng removed his helmet and decided to stay behind, ignoring a comrade's warning that this was no time for recklessness. Disregarding objections, Xiaofeng left the protective gear, gripped his weapon, and headed upstairs, muttering about seeing what kind of monster he was dealing with. Behind him, Jiang Xiaoqian's calculating smile revealed she was already picturing Su Chen defeated and herself safely rescued. The corridor to Su Chen's presidential suite was eerily silent. Xiaofeng pressed against the wall, steadying his breath as his eyes scanned every detail. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto something ahead of camera. Hidden cleverly in a plant pot, Su Chen's surveillance device had captured every move, including Xiaofeng lurking there. At that moment, Su Chen's door slowly creaked open. An arm shot out and hurled something straight toward Xiaofeng. The sudden move caught him off guard, and he cursed instinctively. The object rolled close, then detonated. But instead of a blast, thick smoke erupted. It was a tear gas grenade bursting at his feet. Overwhelmed by the fumes, Xiaofeng coughed violently, eyes burning as he realized it was tear gas. Forced to shut his stinging eyes, he thought retreat was best, yet as he stumbled, Su Chen silently approached from behind with a baseball bat. The bat came down with a decisive thud. Xiaofeng's consciousness plunged into darkness, and when he awoke later in Su Chen's cool room, he groggily wondered where he was and why it felt so refreshingly cold. Su Chen stood before him holding his military ID and calmly reading aloud, inviting him to talk now that he was awake. Feeling the chill air, Xiaofeng glanced around and asked who Su Chen really was and how he had guns and tear gas. Su Chen calmly set down his weapon, claiming he was just a fresh graduate who bought the guns in the Middle East, leaving Xiaofeng utterly unconvinced. He then asked if the government had set a relief point for citizens to reach on their own tomorrow morning. Xiaofeng's face changed instantly. How did Su Chen know? Flashing back to old memories, Su Chen coolly explained that even if dawn cooled things down, anyone exposed to moonlight over 10 minutes would faint, and many would die en route. Xiaofeng lowered his head helplessly, admitting rescue vehicles were hard to modify, so civilians had no choice but to move at dawn. Su Chen stepped closer and suggested that cotton quilts and padded shoes could insulate against the heat and boost survival odds, stunning Xiaofeng. Then Su Chen casually raised his gun to Xiaofeng's head and affirmed it with eerie calm. Tense, Xiaofeng tried to stall, asking to relay the quilt tip through internal comms before being killed, promising not to call for backup. Unexpectedly, Su Chen sheathed his knife and cut Xiaofeng's bindings, freeing him. The sudden reversal left Xiaofeng stunned, while Su Chen still kept the gun trained steadily on him. Su Chen warned that he respected Xiaofeng's duty and spared him once, but any future provocation would not be forgiven. Xiaofeng cautiously asked if Su Chen feared retaliation. Su Chen gestured upward, telling him to look at what hung above. Xiaofeng looked up and paled, a facial recognition machine gun turret aimed down at him. With a faint smile, Su Chen repeated that it was from the Middle East, and once activated, everyone but him would die. He added evenly that in the current chaos, Xiaofeng likely had bigger problems than worrying about him. Xiaofeng steadied himself and nodded in understanding. Returning to his team, Xiaofeng's quiet withdrawal sparked gossip. He only mentioned quilts, said nothing of upstairs, and even lost his gun, proving the man above was formidable. Watching the rescue team leave powerless, President Sun clenched his jaw and cursed furiously. He suddenly punched Gao Qiang, demanding to know why he hadn't acted earlier. As tension thickened, Lao Mi muttered about enduring President Sun, but Gao Qiang suppressed his anger, noting they still needed President Sun's connections once order was restored. Right then, Su Chen stepped from the shadows and coolly told Gao Lauda that chaos had already clocked, and so why dream of order? Spotting a stranger, Lao Mao lunged like a rabid cat, but Gao Qiang raised a hand, blinking at Su Chen in surprise. Zhao Qiang frowned, wondering why Su Chen had suddenly come downstairs. Su Chen casually poured a thermos of ice onto the floor, announcing he was here to make a deal with Gao Lauda. The ice clattered and chilled the sweltering air, instantly hypnotizing Gao Qiang and Lao Miao. Nearly drooling, Lao Miao screamed about ice and suggested killing Su Chen to loot his treasure room. Su Chen's gun pressed to Lao Miao's throat, shut him up fast, hands shooting up in surrender. Zhao Qiang immediately switched to polite mode, laughing awkwardly and suggesting they discuss business instead. Deal done, the two clutched their ice like sacred relics, savoring every frosty cube. Lao Miao sighed in bliss after 3 sweaty days, while Gao Qiang muttered they'd comply now and eliminate Su Chen later to seize his room. Seeing Gao Qiang stash some ice, Sun Zong exploded and kicked it away, furious at the secret hoarding. Sun Zong then stumped Gao Qiang and warned him that next time he hides goodies, he's dead. Zhao Qiang's patience finally snapped, his suppressed rage simmering like a volcano about to pop. Playing with the ice, Sun Zong ogled Ya Lin and groaned about how heavenly it felt after days of instant noodles. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoqin and Lina joined a group heading for the rescue point, dreaming of meat and cola after days of near starvation. Out of nowhere, Lao Miao yanked Zhang Xiaoqin's blanket away, sneering that leaving after taking water wasn't so simple. He roughly grabbed her dress and demanded she serve him first, because apparently promises were flexible. Outside Luqing Hotel, survivors marched into the furnace-like heat, cursing Gao Qiang for cutting off supplies. Staying meant dying of thirst, but heading to the rescue point at least offered a slim hope. Unfortunately, the outside temperature was far worse than anyone imagined. Even with wooden soles, the ground's heat scorched their feet like a live grill. An elderly woman stumbled over a rock and fell, crying out in pain. The moment she hit the ground, the brutal heat seemed to swallow her into the blazing surface. Her desperate cries for help rang out, but the crowd marched on in silence, leaving her behind. One by one, people collapsed from the heat, writhing before going still forever when survival itself was a gamble. That short stretch of road turned into a brutal life-or-death dividing line. Downstairs, Jiang Xiaoqi installed for time, begging Lao Miao to wait and offering to cooperate upstairs instead. Lao Miao laughed crudely at the terrified pair until something crashed in. The mutated Wang Dehai and Sun Dexiao smashed through the door. Their bodies glowed red, eyes eerily twisted, growling like beasts. Zhao Qiang's crew panicked, screaming that zombies had arrived. Upstairs, Su Chen dropped a rare crystal core found in zombie or mutant beast brains into liquor, knowing 1 in 100 even had it. He cleaned it off and swallowed it like a bold appetizer. The chance meant for Gao Qiang was now his as Su Chen downed the drink. His eyes turned crimson, veins bulging ominously. His body swelled and tore his clothes apart, heat raging inside as he roared uncontrollably. His consciousness began slipping away. He lost control and collapsed fully unconscious. Downstairs, after killing the mutated Wang Dehai, Zhao Qiang vented fury on the corpse while Lao Miao lamented that their last water supply was gone. Amid the chaos, Li Na tried to sneak off, but Lao Miao yanked her back, threatening to chop her legs off. In pain, Li Na claimed she had a plan against Su Chen and demanded passage to the rescue point, or they'd all die of thirst. Cornered, Li Na revealed Jiang Xiaoqian was Su Chen's fiancé, humiliated her at his door and had opened an easy ambush. Betrayed and starving, Jiang Xiaoqian offered to cooperate too but demanded meat first, only to learn it had all rotted without power. Zhao Qiang stepped closer, eyeing her darkly and repeating, "You want meat?" He handed her a knife, glanced at Li Na, and coldly suggested she get it herself. Jiang Xiaoqian went pale, trembling as she realized the meat meant Li Na's flesh. Faced with survival or loyalty, Jiang Xiaoqian chose instantly, her icy stare shifting to Li Na. Jiang Xiaoqian's eyes fell on the knife in Zhao Qiang's hand. She snatched it without a second of hesitation. Striding toward the restrained Li Na, she looked utterly resolute as Li Na screamed that they were sisters. Jiang Xiaoqian stopped before her, eyes icy, saying they were never sisters to begin with. After all, Li Na had just suggested letting them humiliate her. With that, Jiang Xiaoqian grabbed Li Na's head and stabbed repeatedly, rasping that Li Na shouldn't blame her. Even the violence-hardened thugs froze at the savage scene. When it was over, Jiang Xiaoqian stared at the corpse and burst into unhinged laughter. She looked up and screamed that when she was full, she had drained Su Chen's blood dry. Zhao Qiang quickly ordered Lao Miao to cook the flesh so they'd have strength to face Su Chen. No water meant death or zombification. Lao Miao clenched his teeth, clearly reluctant. Then he barked at his men to find Duan Ya. In the presidential suite, Su Chen slowly awoke after absorbing the crystal core, sensing immense changes. His speed skyrocketed, he zipped across the room in a blink. Realizing he'd awakened a physical enhancement ability, he felt his power surge. A casual wave shattered a block of ice, proving his muscle strength had leveled up. A knock sounded. Su Chen turned slightly, another visitor. Outside, Duan Ya stood nervously, knowing Gao Qiang's gang had lost control and this was her only lifeline. The door opened to a half-dressed Su Chen, who coolly asked what she wanted. Duan Ya met his sharp gaze, then glanced downward, flushing red and stammering. Su Chen froze too, hastily apologizing for the awkward scene. After changing, Su Chen sat down and bluntly said resources were scarce, he couldn't support her just for being pretty, even recalling she once cooperated with Gao Xiang. Avoiding eye contact, Duan Ya revealed she was not just a chef but a top medical graduate with a license and 3 years of surgical experience, determined to prove her worth. Su Chen admitted her credentials were impressive but survival wasn't guaranteed, panicking. Duan Ya said as long as he didn't send her downstairs, she'd do anything. Hearing that, Su Chen smirked and welcomed Duan Ya in, leaving her instantly regretting her bold words. His smile vanished as he warned coldly, stay obedient, no schemes or else. Duan Ya lowered her gaze, quietly agreeing she never doubted his ruthlessness. Please, Su Chen nodded, then casually told her to take off her clothes. The sudden command stunned her, eyes wide as she stammered in disbelief. Realizing his intent, she hurried to shower, relaxing as cool water washed away the apocalypse stress. Between relief and unease, she saw this place as a rare sanctuary, though Su Chen remained an unreadable mystery. Her thoughts drifted, imagining standing close to Su Chen, his presence almost tangible. Her face flushed, breathing quickened, caught between reality and runaway thoughts. Her imagination grew bolder, picturing Su Chen watching her before Ya Lin shook it off, trying to regain composure. In her mind, Su Chen appeared outside, slyly claiming he wasn't peeking, just preventing mistakes. After cleaning up, Ya Lin stepped out cautiously. Su Chen handed her a tight nurse outfit, claiming he needed care. He openly admired the fit, insisting it suited her perfectly as she shyly questioned it. The mood shattered as Jiang Xiaoji banged on the door, desperately begging Su Chen to save her. Outside, Gao Qiang grabbed Jiang Xiaoji as leverage, threatening to break in if Su Chen didn't come out. As Su Chen moved to respond, Ya Lin stopped him in panic, warning that the people outside had already killed and eaten Li Na. Before hearing it all, Su Chen already got the gist, cannibal mode had been unlocked. He stepped out, calmly warning them not to break his door, unless they wanted serious consequences, while Jiang Xiaoji kept to her helpless act. As Su Chen appeared, Gao Qiang's gang looked feral, red eyes, stiff bodies grinning like things already half gone. Su Chen's cold gaze swept the area, spotting a hidden attacker clutching a knife nearby. The ambusher lunged, shouting die, but Su Chen had already seen it coming via cameras. His reaction was lightning fast, blocking the strike instantly. With a few clean moves, he snapped the attacker's arm, freezing the rest in shock. Jiang Xiaoji kept acting, struggling free and screaming to be released. She rushed toward Su Chen, begging dramatically for help. Su Chen didn't buy it, he grabbed her throat, cutting off her movement and breath. Watching her face twist, he noted calmly that cannibals grow fangs and stop being human. Behind her, Gao Qiang's group snarled that in the apocalypse, survival justified eating people. Jiang Xiaoji's face warped, fangs out, eyes blurred. She laughed, praising human flesh like a gourmet dish. She lunged at Su Chen, eager to taste him next, but reality disagreed. With one strike, Su Chen sent her flying toward the window like a ragdoll. Mutated, she clung to the wall, veins bulging as she screamed revenge. But sunlight hit her and instant agony followed, her body convulsing from the heat. She shrieked as the burning sensation overwhelmed her. Inside, Gao Qiang rallied his crew, charging forward and shouting to stop Su Chen from using his gun. Su Chen scoffed bullets were overkill for trash like them. One thug leapt in, warning him not to underestimate them. Su Chen replied dryly he enjoyed overkill, then shot him dead on the spot. Panic spread as the rest scattered. Lao Miao climbed the ceiling, boasting about their boosted stats. He dived down with a punch, convinced preparation meant victory. But before he landed, Su Chen vanished and reappeared above, grabbing his head and coldly asking, was that really enough? Su Chen slammed Lao Miao's head into the floor with a sickening thud and growled, go to hell. Another thug slashed at his neck, but Su Chen disarmed him and dropped 2 more in a few crisp moves. Watching his men fall, Zhao Qiang lost it and charged with everything he had. He didn't even reach Su Chen before a hand clamped around his throat. Su Chen smashed him into the wall, his body going limp. Suddenly Zhang Xiaoji returned, grotesquely mutated, tail-like appendage dragging as she stormed in. Su Chen eyed her calmly, noting she'd evolved faster than expected. Perhaps her obsession ran so deep it preserved this twisted form. He snapped Gao Qiang's neck mid-sentence and let the corpse drop. Killing intent thickened as Su Chen declared he'd finished this round. Zhang Xiaoji arched back, shrieking that her dinner was right there. From inside, Yahello peeked out, awed that Su Chen alone crushed such a vicious gang. Yet Zhang Xiaoji's monstrous aura unsettled her deeply. In her tight nurse outfit, Yahello lingered behind the door, torn between fear and a desire to stay by Su Chen's side, determined not to be dead weight. Her eyes suddenly fixed on an item in the room, oddly compelling. Steeling herself and grabbing it, Yahello stepped out and called to Su Chen. Su Chen locked onto the monster, paused at her voice and turned. There stood Yahello in the fitted nurse uniform, whip in hand, resolute in joining the fight. Though momentarily stirred, Su Chen kept cool, no need to flee, but she was distracting him. Yahello blinked, glancing at herself in the whip, confused while everyone else knew exactly why he was distracted. Across the room, the creature that was Zhang Xiaoji flickered with remnants of awareness, eyes darting between them. Negative emotions erupted, it snarled, red eyes blazing, unleashing a feral roar. Then it lunged at Su Chen, face twisted like a living nightmare. Distracted for a split second, Su Chen turned too late to dodge. A heavy blow slammed square into his chest. From behind the door, Yahello gasped out his name in horror. To Yalin's shock, Su Chen was unharmed. The hit only triggered his berserk killing ability. Seeing no effect, the monster sprang behind him and bit for his shoulder. Its fangs clanged like biting steel. His defense was absurdly tough. After several failed bites, Su Chen sneered decorative teeth and declared it was time to end this. In a blur, he seized Zhang Xiaoji's arms, flipped behind her, and locked her down completely. Like a war god, he stomped her head and coldly asked if she was ready. Without pause, he tore off both her arms and followed with a crushing kick. The impact hurled her into the ceiling, gravely injured. Blood streamed from her nose as her body convulsed in agony. Su Chen landed smoothly, still holding the torn limbs, and casually tossed them back like trash. He remarked he'd planned to let her suffer slowly in this apocalypse, but now had ended sooner. Shockingly, Zhang Xiaoji crawled to fallen bodies, wrapping them with her tail to absorb them. She opened her maw and devoured the corpses whole. After digesting, new arms rapidly regenerated, she shrieked in exhilaration, veins bulging wildly. She roared, glaring at Su Chen with venomous hatred. Su Chen paused briefly so she could regrow even lost limbs. Watching this, Yahello turned pale, stammering in disbelief. Su Chen, however, curled his lips with interest. Excellent. Regeneration meant she wouldn't die easily, and that meant he could tear her apart many more times. Before she reacted, he blitzed forward at extreme speed. His hand clamped onto her shoulder, locking her in place. Panic flashed in her eyes as he murmured, "Let's see how many times she could recover." He ripped off her left arm first, her scream piercing the air, then the right, another brutal tear, the cycle continuing relentlessly. Next came the rest. Piece by piece he dismantled her, pinning her head and calmly noting this was just the start. Each regeneration left her weaker. Once regrown, she lay gasping. Su Chen remained composed, ready for the next round. Let's begin. He keeps disassembling the creature on repeat, and his expression alone makes Yahello shiver. After countless rounds, the monster crawls away in pure terror, but every time it regenerates, Su Chen coldly announces next round. Between strikes, Su Chen casually notes that everything regenerates, even organs except the head. Zhang Xiaoji is left sobbing, and he icily adds he won't take her eyes because he's not that kind of monster. Zhang Xiaoji lies in a bloody heap, stammering in confusion about why she's being treated like this. Flashbacks of his past life, especially what she and Wang Haoyu did to him, fuel Su Chen's resolve. Without hesitation, he stomps her already ruined face, nearly flattening her head. Behind him, Yahello stands frozen, unease written all over her. She asks if Su Chen is okay. Su Chen doesn't answer, just turns back with eerie red eyes and asks if she's ready. Yahello blinks in confusion, clearly not sure what ready even means. He steps closer and gently touches her face. Things turn intimate fast. Su Chen teasingly asks for a reward, and Yahello, blushing and weakly resisting, whispers here. Elsewhere, a rescue team senses the atmosphere shifting and starts suspecting something big just happened. Lu Xiaofeng appears behind the captain, hesitantly calling out to her. A large crowd is approaching their area and fast. The platinum-haired captain raises her gun, eyes sharp as she studies the moving mass. Seconds later, she tenses. It's not a normal crowd. The figures stagger from the hotel, grotesquely mutated and making spin-chilling noises. One resembles Zhang Xiaoji and gets blasted away. Realizing the danger, the captain orders evacuation, forces Lu Xiaofeng to retreat, and stays behind, firing to hold the line. Back in the room, Su Chen and Yahello enter, his aura still blazing as he tells her she's about to personally experience his power. Overwhelmed by his presence, Yahello clutches the blanket, flustered and panicking at what might happen next. Su Chen closes in possessively, hinting he'll soon leave, but not before giving her unforgettable memories. She nervously asks if she can go with him. He shuts it down coldly, laying out 2 non-negotiable conditions, and an exhausted Yahello can only cling to the bed and whisper, "I understand." Around midnight, when things finally calm down, Su Chen pauses and the world goes quiet again. Noticing the cooler temperature, he pulls out an off-road vehicle and plans to head back before the sea decides to rise like an uninvited guest. Old memories resurface. Mutated creatures once flooded rescue points, turning them into deadly chaos zones. On the road, he passes a gang war zone where armed thugs shoot it out, one grinning like he's already won. Suddenly, several guns aim at Su Chen's car with snarling faces yelling for him to stop. Inside, Su Chen remains unfazed, his cold voice dripping with disdain. Instead of stopping, he floors it, turning the situation into a surprise demolition round. One guy freezes, two try to run, but the car settles the argument instantly permanently. Leaving the mess behind, Su Chen continues his journey without a second glance. Near the subway station, he recalls it once flooded and got overrun by zombies, likely costing countless lives. Engine noise draws the creatures below, seeing their glowing red eyes. He guesses they're sound chesters, but laments not all carry useful loot. He stops at his old university, where the silence feels eerily frozen, noting it's his first time back since leaving. At the entrance, he stores the car and heads inside without hesitation. Right at the door, he spots a chained creature like a very angry guard dog. It growls lowly, red eyes blazing with hostility. A voice calls out behind it sits a long-haired thug boss with two bulky henchmen, smugly demanding Su Chen hand over his backpack as respect. So Chen instantly switches to a shaky act, pretending fear while pulling out a chicken drumstick from his storage and begging for mercy. Food scarcity hits hard. The trio locks eyes on the drumstick like it's treasure, greed practically dripping. Seeing their hunger-fueled stupidity, Su Chen smirks. He casually tosses the drumstick right in front of them and the chained creatures. Chaos erupts as everyone dives in, fighting like wild animals with zero dignity left. Just as the boss nearly grabs it, the chain tightens and yanks the food away, leaving them stunned mid-greed. So Chen dangles the drumstick mockingly, saying they're not worthy of it. Enraged, the thugs snap and charge at him with weapons, ready to turn this into their last bad decision. Before they can get close, Su Chen draws his gun, the sharp motion freezing the air. 3 shots later, it's over, leaving smoking corpses behind. He heads deeper inside, noting the timeline feels off. At the lab door, he breaks the damaged lock, sensing the place has long been abandoned. Inside, a foul stench hits him, with dead snakes scattered everywhere like a failed reptile convention. His gaze lands on a glass cage and he smiles, target acquired. A mutated snake is devouring its own kind, staring out coldly. Su Chen chuckles, knowing its terrifying future identity. Watching it, he recalls the disasters it once caused and understands how dangerous it'll be if allowed to grow. He senses a flicker of awareness in the snake, making him more cautious. Just then, hurried footsteps echo from outside. An armed group appears, tense and threatening. Su Chen narrows his eyes, voice turning icy. From inside, he replies curtly, clearly annoyed at the interruption. Before he finishes, a sudden figure at the door makes him pause. A silver-haired girl bursts in at shocking speed. The group's real target is her, and they immediately charge. She moves first, dropping each opponent in swift, decisive strikes. A final dull thud sounds. The last man falls. As silence returns, Su Chen's gun is already aimed at her, coolly remarking that her skills aren't bad. She reacts instantly, knocking his gun aside and lowering her stance. Using momentum, she tries to subdue him, but twisting his neck feels like grappling steel. Su Chen barely moves, and they end up in an awkward tangle. Flustered, she blurts, "Wait, what are you doing?" But Su Chen flips the situation, ties her up, and coldly demands her identity. Sweaty yet defiant, she declares she's Bai Shuang, captain of the Shanghu Special Unit, and tells him to behave and release her. Hearing Shanghu, Su Chen asks if she knows Lu Xiaofeng. Surprised, Bai Shuang asks if he knows him. Old memories flash. Su Chen states firmly that he once saved Lu Xiaofeng's life. As she explains further, Su Chen calmly prepares food, nodding as the puzzle pieces click together. Cooking the half-raw meat with ease, he concludes another group has taken the school as a base. Bai Shuang explains about hostages and stolen weapons, mentioning Lu Xiaofeng led people away, unaware an outsider had infiltrated them. While eating, Su Chen remarks she can't shoulder all the blame, but Bai Shuang immediately pushes back, clearly unconvinced. Sweat beads on Bai Shuang's face, not just from the ropes, but from watching him casually eat, and she finally snaps, asking how long he plans to keep her tied up. Su Chen teasingly asks if she can promise not to try that stunt again. She gulps at the smell of food and counters with a demand, earning a sarcastic jab from him. A few swift moves later, the ropes fall away and she's free. From his storage, he pulls out a scoped rifle and hands it to Bai Shuang, saying he has other matters but this counts as support. He turns to leave, uninterested in meddling unless provoked, focused instead on timing the snake holding the rifle. Bai Shuang reassesses him and calls out about reclaiming their base. As she hesitates to add more, Su Chen cuts in, catching one word: military supplies. As if struck by inspiration, he turns to his backpack and tells her to wait. In a few smooth motions, he produces a massive sniper rifle from the tiny bag, stunning Bai Shuang, then mentions Lu Xiaofeng and decides to join the operation. The scene shifts to the university's administrative building, his old stomping grounds. A rogue group has seized it, with tied-up students as hostages. Their leader lounges in the center, asking for updates. A subordinate reports nervously that preparations outside are complete and the target is cornered. Satisfied, the leader gives a cruel order, ready to use dissenters as human shields. Mid-discussion, the door is kicked open, freezing everyone in place. So Chen strolls in and casually asks if they're having a meeting. The thugs are stunned. The reporting lackey explodes, demanding how he breached their tight defenses. Hands still in pockets, Su Chen walks forward calmly and replies with effortless cool. He raises a hand like he's aiming a gun, eyes sharpening, hinting exactly how he got through. Before the lackey can finish speaking, his head bursts apart, blood splattering as silence slams the room. Panic erupts, even the leader stammers, unable to process what just happened. Lowering his hand, Su Chen issues a clear warning: don't move. The leader tries to act composed, but tension leaks through every forced word. Moments earlier, from her sniper perch, Bai Shuang pulled the trigger and confirmed the kill. Their plan unfolds. Su Chen is bait. Bai Shuang is long-range support through her scope. She tracks the overwhelming enemy numbers with concern. She reminds him how reckless it is to charge in alone. She recalls him outlining the strategy, telling her to hold position and fire on signal. In hindsight, Bai Shuang can't help thinking agreeing to that plan was dangerously bold. Without hesitation, Bai Shuang abandons her sniper post and rushes down, urgently telling Su Chen to retreat so she can cover him. But an enemy order suddenly rings out, signaling things have spiraled out of control, tightening her nerves. She sprints at full speed, eyes tinged red, cursing under her breath, "Damn it." Fearing Su Chen might already be dead, she blames herself for agreeing to the reckless plan and storms and shouting she's here to avenge him. Instead, she finds every thug sprawled lifeless, while Su Chen calmly holds the unconscious leader aloft, remarking she's late and there's no one left. After clearing the building, Su Chen sweeps all supplies into his storage and coolly declares the loot. This is maybe hell's share if they behave and survive, since life isn't a fairy tale. The dying convict leader dangles in Su Chen's grip, gasping threats that killing him will anger powerful backers. Styling himself a death row boss backfires, Su Chen snaps his neck and coldly promises his allies will join him soon. Back in the moment, Bai Shuang arrives expecting a rescue but sees bodies everywhere and Su Chen finishing the last one, stammering if he did all this. Su Chen downplays it, claiming he just works out, and they were probably starving. Bai Shuang half believes it, but worries who took the supplies and how the students will survive. He stays silent, thinking he might share from his storage depending on their attitude, while recalling his past ties to the school and intel squeezed from the convicts. Turning away, he tells Bai Shuang they're heading to the dorms. Still stunned, she blurts out why the girls' dorm specifically. Keeping pace behind him, she hears his calm reply. Lu Xiaofeng and the other students were taken there. In a newly cleared room, silence hangs heavy as bodies dangle from above. Suddenly, a female figure twitches and emits a strange sound. The woman slowly opens her eyes, gaze deep and knowing, as if she witnessed everything. Outside the admin building, a punk-styled guy with an iron mouth mask Gangyao shows up, grumbling that the kid went off causing trouble again. Stepping inside, he scans the place coldly, wondering if that brat is still alive or already dead. His men soon find a woman hanging from the ceiling. It's their captain, and Gangyao just clicks his tongue, knowing her weird tastes. Unlike him, the subordinates panic and quickly cut her down, carefully lowering her to the ground. Weak but composed, she says she just took a stroll along the line of life and death, then hints she needs attention. Hearing that, Gangyao pulls out a spiked whip, grinning in a rather disturbing way. The crew knows her extreme tendencies as Gangyao lashes her repeatedly. She reacts with twisted pleasure instead of pain. When he stops, Gangyao asks if she's satisfied yet. Clearly pleased, she says she feels much better, and he follows up by asking if she saw the culprit. Letting her lean on him, he presses for who dared steal all his supplies. Half-dazed, she mutters that it was someone like a demon. Fully regaining clarity, her eyes turn cold as she names him Su Chen. Scene shifts to the girls' dorm, where Su Chen and Bai Shuang reunite with Lu Xiaofeng and the students. Seeing him injured, Bai Shuang worries, but Lu Xiaofeng reassures her, then questions why Su Chen is there. She explains he claims to be his savior. Ignoring that, Su Chen focuses on the wound and offers to examine it. Lu Xiaofeng says it was just a scratch but got worse seeing the decaying skin. Su Chen explains it's from monster claws carrying toxins and viruses. Lu Xiaofeng stays calm, noting medicine is scarce and dying like this would be frustrating. Before he can hesitate, Su Chen pulls out medicine boxes from storage and hands them over. Both Lu Xiaofeng and Bai Shuang are stunned, questioning how he has so much medicine. Su Chen casually repeats he's the guy's lifesaver, while thinking this investment could pay off if Lu Xiaofeng becomes that powerful figure from his memories. Betting on Lu Xiaofeng's righteous nature, Su Chen calls this a worthy gamble, grateful yet wary. Lu Xiaofeng asks what Su Chen really wants. Expression blank, Su Chen drops a warning: the Great Flood is coming. He urges evacuation, explaining melting ice and rising waters will drown the campus, leaving everyone half believing, while Bai Shuang questions the timing. Fang Qing, Su Chen's former classmate, steps out accusing him of scheming to hog resources, dismissing the flood as nonsense. Su Chen recognizes Fang Qing, the rich, radical girl from school, and his gaze turns icy. Ignoring his stare, Fang Qing fixates on his backpack, demanding to know if there's food inside. Before he can respond, she lunges to snatch it, shouting for him to hand it over. The old Su Chen might have yielded, but not now. He slaps her without hesitation. The blow swells her face and knocks out a tooth, trembling. She can't believe he dared hit her. Instead of backlash, the crowd cheers. Clearly no one liked her, and Su Chen dryly notes she's unpopular. Furious, Fang Qing rants that she'll call her father to deal with them all. She storms off amid snickers. Bai Shuang worries, but Su Chen shrugs. She chose to leave. As she walks away, Fang Qing keeps ranting that local men, especially Su Chen, are inferior compared to her imagined elites. Unaware, she is tailed by Gangyao, who clamps a hand over her mouth and demands sweetly where Su Chen is. After finishing talks with Lu Xiaofeng and Bai Shuang, Su Chen departs, leaving evacuation to them while he pursues his own plans. He checks the photo of Wang Jinshi, calmly planning to wait for the beast's evolution and wondering if this time he'll unlock water manipulation. Lost in thought, a faint noise from a nearby car snaps him back to reality. He looks over and instantly sizes up the situation. Fang Qing is tied and dangling from a crane, screaming for Su Chen's help, while Gangyao from the evolution base stands on a car roof bragging like a budget villain. Squinting, Gangyao threatens Su Chen for stealing their resources, unimpressed by the legend he expected. Su Chen stares back coolly, confirming they're from the evolution base. Gangyao slaps the truck proudly, saying he even brought a gift for their first meeting. He unlocks the container, unleashing a swarm of redayed mutant creatures ready to maul. From above, Gangyao taunts, asking if Su Chen is ready to die. The clash echoes loudly, alerting Bai Kang and Lu Xiaofeng in the dorm, with Bai Kang realizing it's where Su Chen went. Worried yet decisive, Bai Kang moves out while injured Lu Xiaofeng insists on going too. Outside, Gangyao watches with delight as the mutants swarm towards Su Chen. Using Fang Qing as bait, Gangyao mocks Su Chen, offering to free her if he kneels and begs like a hero. Su Chen pretends to consider rescuing her, sparking Fang Qing's desperate hope. He then coldly adds that there's just one tiny problem. Fang Qing freezes, confused about what problem could possibly exist. Realizing she's being toyed with, she explodes in anger, questioning his manhood. So Chen sarcastically recalls her past insults, suggesting she asked those superior foreign gentlemen she once praised. Trembling with rage, Fang Qing accuses him of overreacting to a single comment. She furiously refuses to apologize or beg, calling him a pathetic excuse for a man. So Chen smirks and tells her to remember those bold words in a moment. Hung as obvious bait, her body draws the mutants, who pile up and begin tearing into her. In agony, she screams for forgiveness and rescue, while Gang Ya laughs that even if Su Chen won't save her, he'll die with her anyway. Gang Ya loudly brags, smearing a mysterious liquid on his face and claiming it makes the mutants obedient evolution-based tech, apparently. Su Chen mocks him, suggesting the goo might just make the monsters think he's one of them. The comment rattles Gang Ya, who panics and stares at the stuff like he just applied regret. Disgusted, he frantically spits and then angrily orders the creatures to attack. The mutants roar and charge straight at Su Chen. Facing the onslaught, Su Chen stands firm, arms crossed like he's about to start a boss fight. The air shifts as sharp blade-like weapons form from his hands. In a flash, he dives into the horde, slicing with precision so fast it's basically After Images doing the work. He finishes and lands lightly like it was just a warm-up. On the car, Gang Yo assumes he's dead and mocks him mid-victory speech. Then realizes Su Chen is suddenly right in front of him and panics at the teleport surprise. Right then, Bai Kang and Lu Xiaofeng arrive at the scene. Seeing the chaos, Bai Kang mutters that things look bad. Her gaze locks onto Gang Ya, tension rising as he's still standing. Enraged, Gang Ya loses control and keeps screaming for the mutants to attack. So Chen casually dusts himself off, saying it's pointless, the damage is just delayed. The creatures collapse one by one as if they were already cut apart earlier. Gang Ya is left stunned, unable to process the instant defeat. Don't playing, Su Chen teleports behind him, coldly saying he never planned to deal with their base. He grabs Gang Ya's head, locking him in place as panic sets in. Tightening his grip, he declares there's no reason to spare him now. Gang Ya struggles in terror, begging him to stop. So Chen smiles coldly and crushes down without hesitation. A sickening sound ends all resistance, game over. Bai Kang watches in stunned silence, realizing Su Chen is far beyond normal human limits, more like an anomaly than a man. Holding Gang Ya's head, Su Chen calmly reflects that enemies like this don't even require full power, though backup might be convenient. The scene shifts to Lucheng Hotel, where the air feels oddly calm and humid. In the presidential suite, Yahello is still caught in the lingering haze of last night, breathing unevenly like stuck in a dream loop. She suddenly wakes, flushed and sweaty, softly calling out Su Chen's name. Sitting up, still shaken, she blurts, "Don't leave me," wondering why he hasn't returned while looking both alluring and exhausted. A sudden loud bang outside startles Yahello, and she snaps her head toward the noise. So Chen's parting words echo in her mind, pushing her to grit her teeth and refuse to be dead weight. Fully alert now, Yahello grabs the gun beside her, eyes hardening with resolve to be useful. Another noise from the next room shatters the silence, and she steps out in her nightgown, tense but focused. She opens the door and scans carefully, frowning when nothing seems out of place. Suddenly, a sound erupts behind her, making her whirl around instantly. A chill creeps in as she senses something very wrong at her back. A redayed mutant reveals itself before her, growling low, and Yahello freezes, sweat pouring as her mind blanks. With no one to call for help, she retreats step by step, heartbeat pounding, forcing herself to stay calm. Backing up, she accidentally bumps into the edge of a table. Realizing she's cornered with danger ahead and no escape behind, she quickly judges the situation as dire. Then her eyes land on the gun in her hand, and a spark of hope ignites. In her haste, she fumbles, hits a chair, and the gun slips onto the table with a loud clatter. The sudden noise enrages the mutant, which lunges toward the sound. Yahello squeezes her eyes shut, bracing for death, only for the creature to crash into a chair instead. Discovering it bit the wrong target, the monster retreats and sniffs around her blindly, realizing it can't see. She awkwardly shifts back, enduring its probing while knowing she's not safe yet. Even the slightest sound could doom her, so she strains to think of a silent solution. Desperate, she remembers the dropped gun. Hope lies just within reach. Twisting around, she stretches for it, whispering internally that she's almost there. But the movement makes noise, and the mutant instantly roars and swipes at her. Yahello turns to face it, one grim thought flashing, it's over. The distance is so close she can feel its breath, the growl exploding right behind her. In that critical instant, Su Chen's words about limited resources and useless people being discarded jolt her pride awake. Clenching her teeth, eyes blazing, she declares him not useless. Pouring all her strength into it, Yahello kicks the mutant square in the head, her heels sinking in and stunning it. She follows up mercilessly, striking vital spots with Icus in zero hesitation. Suddenly, the creature grabs her leg. Panic flickers across her face, but she refuses to retreat. Using the close range, she unleashes a fierce counterattack, hammering its remaining weak point. Unable to endure, the mutant finally collapses. Yahello props herself up, watching the body fall as her breathing slowly steadies. Her eyes land on a nearby axe, picking it up. She mutters that it's a pity Su Chen isn't here to see this, then pins the corpse and prepares to check its brain for loot. At the university campus, Bai Kang and Lu Xiaofeng organize the students' evacuation while Bai Kang contacts her brother Bai Ming for backup. In the snake research lab, Wang Jinshi begins transforming as Su Chen walks in, calmly observing how far it can evolve. He sets a prepared bucket of water before it, waiting for the show to start. Now sentient, Wang Jinshi silently slides toward the water, and Su Chen notes that it knows water is key to completing the mutation, saving him the trouble. The moment it touches the water, its body expands violently, outgrowing the plastic bucket until it cracks under the pressure. So Chen pauses, surprised by how drastically its size changes in mere seconds. Entering its first mutation stage, the snake grows massive wings and towers above, red eyes locked on Su Chen, who remarks that it's lucky he used only a small bucket or a lake would meant chaos. One hand in his pocket and a sword in the other, Su Chen offers it a deal: submit now and maybe it can be his pet. Sensing danger, Wang Jinshi chooses flight over loyalty and heads for the window, prompting Su Chen to note it's already thinking ahead. With brute force, the massive serpent smashes through the glass and escapes outside. So Chen immediately pursues, stabbing at its back and mocking its escape skills only for his blade to snap against its unbreakable scales. Staring at the broken sword, he frowns at just how absurdly tough its armor is. Realizing its defense holds, Wang Jinshi turns to counterattack. Unfazed, Su Chen leaps up, declaring that if swords won't work, he'll just punch it to death. His fist slams onto its head, smashing the upper body hard into the ground. Still defiant, the serpent coils tightly around Su Chen, constricting him, and he admits it's smarter than he gave it credit for. Eyes turning icy, Su Chen deduces the last strike was merely a distraction. The real aim was to restrain him, though the snake obviously offers no witty reply. Instead, it opens its jaws wide, aiming to swallow Su Chen whole. Just as tension peaks, the scene cuts to Bai Kang's group, where Bai Ming teasingly asks if she's reluctant to leave Su Chen, earning a sharp retort. Bai Ming probes if she truly likes Su Chen and doubts his survival, but Bai Kang firmly insists he won't die. With a complicated gaze, Bai Kang admits she sensed from their first meeting that Su Chen is not just strong, but terrifyingly deep, and she believes they'll meet again. Back to the fight, as Wang Jinshi lunges to devour him, Su Chen suddenly grabs its neck midair, crushing its head in an iron grip and coldly asking if it really thought it could control him. Meeting the serpent's panicked eyes, he mocks that even if snakes can fight after decapitation, it won't matter here. With overwhelming force, Su Chen flips the massive body one-handed and slams it into the ground, then pins its jaw under his foot. Calm yet decisive, he tears Wang Jinshi's colossal body clean in half. Afterward, he quickly finds its crystal core, feeling its energy pulse and wondering what new ability it will grant him. Suddenly, the city's climate flips. Scorching heat gives way to torrential rain that engulfs everything. If the extreme heat drained humanity, the storm and floods or the execution blow waters swallowing streets and even Shangdu, leaving only a few tall buildings above the submerged university district. After absorbing Wang Jinshi's core, Su Chen dives into the rising flood, moving with uncanny agility as he glides across water, realizing his body is adapting to new aquatic power. Upon contact with water, Su Chen's skin forms reptile-like armor patches, his strength and speed surge, his vision sharpens in darkness, and a thin membrane shields his eyes underwater. Su Chen notices his breathing has changed despite the bubbles. He feels fine, as if he's gained a water snake-style oxygen system. Surfacing from the administrative zone, he reflects that while he can't control water yet, surviving in it is a huge perk, then worries about Duanya at Lucheng Hotel as deadly debris-filled currents rage upstream. Looking at the sky, he concludes the volcanic activity is near its peak. Once ash covers Shangdu, the apocalyptic winter will crash in fast. His face darkens as he muses that human civilization is laughably fragile, only strength keeps you from being erased. Memories of his past life surface after the Great Flood. Terrifying forces seized Shangdu, with the low southern district ruled by water snakes and the Iron Queen. Further south lay a cannibal tribe's brutal territory packed with extremists. The west belonged to giant rats led by Rat King. The east was controlled by a powerful headhunter, and in his past life Gao Qiong and Duanya took Lucheng Hotel, nearly killing Su Shen more than once. Back to the present, he notes has already arranged for Duanya and Gao Qiong to be dealt with. Now he must gather all remaining crystal cores fast to grow stronger. Sitting atop a building, Su Chen strategizes. The cannibal tribe is numerous and scattered, the Iron Queen elusive and the Rat King. A memory clicks. An outbreak once erupted at the University of Science and Technology that must be its lair, and if he moves early he can grab the core with minimal effort. While he plans, the water below begins to stir. Spotting aquatic creatures gathering, he calmly remarks that he must have looked too idle as they close in around him. The scene shifts to a signal tower still above water, where two young men cling to the top, panicking about the perfectly timed flood. The younger notices movement below and points out someone swimming toward them, but the older scoffs that anyone still down there should be dead. Even so, he looks, and upon seeing the figure clearly, he stammers in shock. They recognize Su Chen gliding across the water at insane speed, baffled that he hasn't been swept away. Annoyed, the older grits his teeth, blaming the base for forcing them to spy on Su Chen and vowing to kick him back into the flood if he comes closer. The younger brother squints at Su Chen, noting his absurd speed and that something nasty seems to be chasing him. The older follows his gaze and freezes at the sight of water gulls tailing Su Chen, both baffled at how he's speeding upstream like it's a pool party. As Su Chen closes in terrifyingly fast, they panic and warn him they're from the evolution base, ordering him not to come closer. Su Chen smirks. Regular folks might pass, but evolution base lackeys. Perfect, and decides to see what they're plotting. Decision made, he stomps the water and launches himself skyward toward them. The brothers are stunned. Jumping like that on land is crazy enough, doing it mid-flood is pure nightmare fuel. Su Chen lands squarely on the younger brother's face, warping it on impact and using him as a very unwilling springboard. Unable to withstand the force, the younger slips and falls toward the raging water, screaming while looking to his brother for help. At the last second, the older grabs him, clinging to the pole with one hand and holding his dangling brother with the other, urging him to grab on, but he can't reach. Feeling the weight drag him down, the older knows he won't last long yet still insists he'll pull him up. The younger, seeing reality, tells him to let go or they'll both die, but the older refuses. Live or die, they face it together. From above, Su Chen watches their brotherly drama with mild sarcasm and asks what they know about the evolution base, but they refuse to yield. The older grits his teeth, declaring he'll reveal nothing. Even if killed, someone will avenge them. Glancing at the water gulls rising below, Su Chen remarks they've got guts but won't blame him for what happens next. Before he even acts, a creature shoots up, grabs the younger's ankle, and yanks him into the flood. Despite bracing himself, he screams as panic hits. Su Chen watches coldly, saying it's not his doing, while the older lets go of the pole and dives after his brother without hesitation, both vanishing into the icy water. Opening his eyes underwater, the older brother finds a red-eyed, razor-toothed nightmare in his face and zero clue how to survive before even finding his sibling. In sheer despair, the younger brother can only blurt out a tragic "Welp, we're done." As the beast lunges, the older brother shuts his eyes and raises his hands, deciding dying with his brother beats being fish food. At the last second, Su Chen swoops in, slicing the creature in half and casually carving through the water ghosts like it's light cardio, leaving the brothers stunned. Back from death's doorstep, the older brother gasps and wonders if Su Chen is even human because that power is downright terrifying. Once safe atop the signal tower, the older brother admits they owe Su Chen their lives and reveals the evolution base at the University of Science and Technology, run by Liu and his research team, sent them to spy but kept them clueless. Hearing the location, Su Chen links it to the past rat plague and suspects the Rat King is involved, then asks about any mutated rat experiments. The older brother shakes his head, saying only the core researchers know, and grunts like him aren't cleared for secrets. Even with scraps of info, Su Chen decides to move first and scout the place before the rat plague erupts again. The scene shifts to Lucheng Hotel, now nearly swallowed whole by floodwaters. Duanyo stands before the rising water, uneasy yet composed, having absorbed a crystal core per Su Chen's advice and now trying to sense any internal upgrade. But everything feels eerily quiet, leaving her soaked and wondering if the power-up actually worked. As the water reaches her feet and ominous ripples stir below, she lifts a leg and mutters that the flood has gotten way too real. The great deluge devours the city without mercy, waves battering even Lucheng Hotel's upper floors like nature's reset button. Inside, Duanya hears more than crashing water. Strange sounds creep around as she recalls killing an old acquaintance for the crystal core, absorbing it to avoid being dead weight, only to trigger bizarre changes. Her eyes slowly glow red as if some inner force just clocked in for work. Her body overheats in spasms with uncontrollable reactions before the chaos finally settles, leaving her dazed and clueless about what just happened. Duanya stares at the ceiling, exhausted but steadier in breath, though something unreadable now lingers deep in her gaze. Sweat still steaming off her body, Duanya wonders if she's actually survived the upgrade. The flood reaches her floor, icy water snapping her awake while below, something nasty quietly spreads. As Duanya looks up, her body shifts oddly, and before she can react, a creature bursts from the water and coils tightly around her, making her yelp in shock. The thing squeezes harder, slimy goo smothering her as she struggles and groans in disgust at the slippery nightmare. Before she can steady herself, the creature's terrifying head pops up right in her face. Its mouth brims with dense, creepy fangs as the serpent sways, sizes her up, then suddenly strikes. Thinking fast, Duanya twists aside and instinctively grabs the snake's head with both hands. The creature isn't playing fair, its tail instantly coils around her arms, locking her down as she blurts out a doomed "Great, this is it." More coils wrap around her, squeezing tighter until she's nearly immobilized, and worse, several more of the same creatures appear. Their threatening forms loom large, and Duanya can't help but gasp at the sheer number of them. Seriously, she hasn't even figured out her new powers yet. In the crisis, Su Chen's words resurface: find a crystal core, absorb it, gain ability, but ordinary monsters won't drop one. She recalls standing in tattered clothes, hesitating as she asked Su Chen how to use a power she didn't even understand. Back then, Su Chen calmly told her to feel herself, sense her surroundings, focus on the change, and try guiding it through her hands. Back to the present, Duanya curls her lips slightly. She finally gets it. Once activated, her vision shifts, revealing key control points glowing on the creature's body, so that's their weak spot. Her eyes blaze as she commands firmly, stop. Instantly, every coil gripping her freezes stiff as if remotely unplugged. The pressure eases and she grimaces at her slime-covered body. This is revolting. Grabbing a nearby axe and hoisting it onto her shoulder, Duanya glares coldly at the monsters and declares she'll finish them all. She swings the axe in rapid succession, attacking fiercely from every angle. In moments, the area runs red, and every creature around her is thoroughly wiped out. After tidying her clothes, she mutters about finding a place to wash up, only for a voice behind her to cheekily ask if they can bathe together. Duanya spins around instantly, weapon clenched tight, eyes sharp with suspicion. Before her stands Su Chen, naked and glowing faint blue, casually praising her for knowing how to use a weapon to protect herself. Su Chen's arrival instantly calms Duanya, her tension melting as she stares in disbelief. Is it really him? Overwhelmed, Duanya hugs Su Chen tightly, rambling in relief, though their overly close contact sparks some awkward physical reactions. She suddenly pauses, confused, asking what weird thing is pressing against her. Realizing the situation, Duanya blushes hard and flails, scolding Su Chen for being naked, while he sheepishly tells her to hurry and bathe. Under the shower, Su Chen relaxes completely, enjoying the comfort, while Duanya still stands awkwardly, recovering from the reunion. Su Chen casually asks what ability she awakened. Standing behind him, Duanya shyly massages his shoulders, asking if he already noticed, and he teases that he guessed from her lips. Flustered, Duanya questions what's special about her lips while wrapped neatly in a towel as Su Chen presses for details. She answers that her power is likely a form of mind control, and Su Chen wonders if it works on objects like food. She pauses, then suggests testing it on him instead. Su Chen immediately turns wary, asking what exactly she means by test. What he sees next makes him freeze. Duanya appears in a striking red fantasy-like form and softly calls him master, turning on full charm. Her mental power grips Su Chen, stirring his internal energy, and she's shocked, sensing just how strong his Dusun spiritual power is. Without his consent, touching his mind might have ended very differently. Su Chen laughs excitedly, impressed by her ability, and boldly declares he'll train her until she can't even stand. Outside Lucheng Hotel, the floodwaters keep rising relentlessly. After a night of training, morning arrives with water nearly reaching the rooftop. Explosions echo across the rooftop. Water snakes are swiftly taken down one after another. Dressed in a white bunny outfit, Duanya stands beside Su Chen as he teaches her to shoot, instructing her to focus, steady her will, and pull the trigger, while she wonders why he still has time before heading to the University of Science and Technology. Su Chen walks inside, explaining he'll spend half a day training her with guns, and casually brings up that she studied at medical university, surprising Duanya. So Chen dodges the question and signals Duanya to follow time to actually use her powers. Soon after, Su Chen takes Duanya away from Lucheng Hotel on a conveniently acquired yacht. Feeling awkward in her outfit, Duanya asks if it's okay and Su Chen jokes no one would dare touch her anyway while casually sipping wine as she steers and asks if they're heading straight to the university. Su Chen's tone lowers as he says yes is looking for a brother, though he's unsure if the guy's still alive. At the helm, Duanya reassures him that good people survive somehow, joking she herself must be pretty favored by fate. After some travel, the yacht finally arrives at the University of Science and Technology. Scanning the area, Duanya signals Su Chen they've reached the place. The entrance looks wrecked and blocked, with strange guard structures and a heavy, unsettling atmosphere. Su Chen's instincts warn him of danger at the main gate, his gaze sharpening as he scans to the right. Suddenly, someone from above opens fire on the yacht, bullets raining down. Instantly, Su Chen shields Duanya as the shots skim past, hitting the boat more warning than precision. A scruffy guard peeks out, demanding to know who they are and what they want. Su Chen recalls this place as the origin of the mutant rat faction in his past life. He calmly states they want to join the base and asks to be let in. The guard scoffs at Su Chen but leers at Duanya, proposing she stay the night with him while Su Chen gets lost. Unbothered, Su Chen stays silent as Duanya steps forward with a steaming plate of food, sweetly offering it in exchange for opening the gate. In the apocalypse, the sight of braised pork stuns the guard speechless. He immediately orders the gate opened, desperate after so long without meat. The university gates slowly creak open, allowing their yacht inside. A pockmarked man rushes down, arrogantly demanding the boat stop and the food be handed over, while Lo Tao tries to warn him but gets shut down. What he doesn't realize is that Duanya has already activated her mind control ability. In his mind, the delicious meat is actually just a chunk of a water creature, but under illusion, he happily accepts it and grants them entry, ordering someone escort them to the lab. Lu Tao ignores the hallucinating fool and leads Su Chen and Duanya onward, saying they should help each other if they'll be basemates. He explains the lower floors house the weak, promising to take them upstairs for better rooms. Mid-sentence, Lu Tao bumps into a staggering child and snaps angrily, knocking the kid down as it apologizes weakly from dizziness. Duanya's medical instincts kick in as she helps the child up, realizing it's starving and gently asking about its family. She hands over a bag of bread, telling the child to eat for now. The child hesitates, worried she'll go hungry too, timidly calling her Miss Bunny. Slightly embarrassed, Duanya watches as Su Chen reassures the kid she won't starve. Still clutching its stomach, the child doubts him, saying everyone's hungry these days. To prove it, Su Chen pulls out a steaming hot pot from his storage, shocking Lu Tao. The starving child stares wide-eyed, asking if it's real hot pot and innocently says it wants to stay with Su Chen, leaving Duanya speechless. Duanya's expression shifts as she quickly stuffs the bread into the child's hands, telling it not to talk nonsense and eat. While they focus on the child, hurried footsteps approach from behind. An arrogant voice mocks them for cooking, as 3 lackeys storm in, shouting about rules everything must be turned in for contribution points. Their leader, high, slick-haired and aggressive, scans the crowd and growls that no one recently exchanged points for food, demanding who broke the rules. Startled, Duanya instinctively pulls the child close as it trembles in fear, and she gently reassures it shall make them behave. She glances at Su Chen, who understands immediately and nods. Duanya then quietly activates her mind control, warping the lackey's perception into a grand illusionary feast. Smiling faintly, she calmly tempts them, saying they must be tired talking and should enjoy the delicious food prepared just for them. Her eyes flash red as her mental control power spreads stronger. In their eyes, the scene turns into a lavish banquet, and the lackeys go wild, grabbing at illusions and shouting greedily, completely lost to reality. Oblivious to everything else, the 3 gorge themselves in a daze, with the slick-haired guy even praising Duanya mid-bite. Chuckling, he says she's pretty sensible and decides to go easy on her today. Turning to Su Chen, his tone hardens, declaring the newcomer must be punished for breaking the rules, while Su Chen calmly raises a brow. The leader lowers his voice, annoyed, and orders his men to bring them out. 2 chained figures are dragged forward, bodies tense and veins bulging unnaturally, as the leader declares Su Chen must fight them to the death. Su Chen recognizes them as the brothers from the flood and wonders what twisted changes they've gone through. The little girl beside Duanya stares blankly while chewing bread, confused by the sight. Realizing they're her brothers, she cries and rushes forward in panic. She screams for their release, but Duanya stops her, warning that something is seriously wrong with them. Still lost in illusion, the lackeys mockingly explain the brothers failed their mission and were sentenced to death, now kept as entertainment. Hai, still eating in hallucination, smirks that things got interesting and threatens to throw the girl and her brothers to water ghosts if Su Chen loses. So Chen studies the brothers, sensing their minds are disturbed, as if tampered with or mentally broken. Meanwhile, a one-eyed thug busy feasting suddenly orders the brothers to be unchained and released. At his signal, the lackeys unlock their restraints. Freed but mindless, the brothers charge Su Chen like feral beasts, fatal for anyone else, but unfortunately for them, this is Su Chen. As a twice-enhanced Esper, Su Chen casually raises one hand to meet them, which others mistake for panic. In a flash, he strikes one precise blow to the older brother's neck, then seamlessly pivots to smack the younger across the face. In an instant, both collapse unconscious, their minds completely shut down. Watching her brothers collapse, the little girl panics and cries out, struggling as Duanya holds her and reassures her they're only unconscious. Hai watches it all, annoyed and surprised, cursing the brothers as useless before turning his attention back to Su Chen. Smirking slyly, he says since he's in a good mood, they can hand over all supplies and he'll pretend nothing happened. Su Chen stays calm and cold, asking why he should hand anything over. A lackey snarls that everyone here follows Bosslius rules, earn contribution points or don't survive, while others boast the same system. Su Chen quickly deduces contribution points are just a power-controlled currency, then coolly replies they have nothing left since it was all eaten. As tension rises, a new voice offers them work for points, and a burly, oddly dressed man appears revealed as Captain Guo, making the lackeys bow instantly. Suchen and Duanya both glance at the fat man, visibly surprised. Beside him stands a man with his mouth gagged by a wooden block, showing signs of brutal torture. The scene grows grotesque. A slave-like group carries Gu on a crude seat and chair, with a nearly naked girl beside him, evoking a twisted ancient slavery setup. Suddenly, one of the carriers stumbles and collapses forward. The fat man frowns, irritation flashing into cold killing intent. Without warning, he hurls a spear that pierces the fallen man clean through, killing him instantly in a brutal display. Seeing that brutal scene, Suchen and Duanya froze. Killing to survive was one thing, but here even a tiny slip meant instant nor fun death. After offing the guy, the fat man lounged back and eyed Suchen's group like spare tools, ordering Suchen to replace the dead man and offering Duanya food in exchange for service because in this era, a meal is apparently premium currency. Captain Gu suddenly yanked the girl beside him close, grinning shamelessly with the bored air of someone who treats people like disposable merchandise. But when his gaze landed on Duanya, he lit up like he'd found treasure, while the one-kneed lackey hyped Suchen to obey and another creep joked about getting leftovers from the new arrival. Just as laughter brewed, Gu sniffed the air and growled, asking what they'd eaten, instantly freezing the room as panic flickered across his men's faces. The lackeys dropped to their knees at once, babbling apologies and begging for mercy, terrified of the storm about to hit. After a tense pause, Gu barked for silence and kicked them out, clearly annoyed but not interested in digging deeper for now. Suchen and Duanya exchanged a look, both suspecting that if her ability had truly been exposed, his reaction would have been far more dramatic. Meanwhile, the one-kneed gang tried to explain, only for their faces to suddenly twist as something felt very wrong inside. Sweat poured down as they stared at their own stomachs in growing horror. Within breaths, they clutched their bellies and writhed in agony, some vomiting blood as if something inside was staging a violent rebellion. In sheer panic, they staggered off screaming for help, clutching their guts and wondering what cosmic joke had hit them. Watching his men roll around howling, Guo's irritation spiked, veins bulging as he cursed like he might personally delete them any second. Suchen quietly assessed him, no superpower aura, but freakishly strong physical force, still not enough to threaten someone twice body-enhanced like himself. More intriguing was how the one-kneed group broke free of Duanya's influence once the fat man appeared, making Suchen suspect Lu Laoda's mysterious backer was no small fry, and deciding it was wiser to observe the mutant rats before stirring bigger trouble. Seeing Suchen unmoved, Gu frowned and pressed him, demanding to know his answer. Suchen replied flatly, not interested. Rejected outright, the fat man just laughed smugly, saying Suchen would crawl back eventually, then ordered Lu Tao to drag the corpse away. Once they vanished, Suchen stood still, eyes dark as he reorganized the mental chessboard. Duanya apologized for failing to affect him, but Suchen calmly said it wasn't her fault. Anyone who could stomach monster meat wasn't normal and warned they must be more cautious. Just then, a hurried stranger warned them they'd crossed the Shenwei and wouldn't be let off easily. A scruffy young man about Suchen's age emerged from the ruins, oddly familiar with Suchen's identity. Suchen questioned him, and the guy introduced himself as Yuan, Tianyu's dorm mate from the nursery, recalling their last meeting at school. Elsewhere nearby, the scene shifted to a nearly collapsed building. Amid the wreckage, Gu ordered Lu Tao to tail the girl and not lose them, leaving his subordinate confused about the real intent. Before Lu Tao could finish asking, Guo's eyes darkened and his lips curled with calculation. Duanya in her bunny outfit flashed through his mind, and to him, in these desperate times, she was rare merchandise. At the University of Science and Technology, a battered apartment block rose above the floodwaters, linked by shaky wooden bridges that looked one sneeze away from collapse. Inside a rundown room, Duanya treated two unconscious men, assuring their worried sister that medicine was scarce but enough to stabilize them for now. Death was off the schedule. In a crowded space, Suchen asked Yuan if all surviving students had gathered here, and Yuan nodded. Anyone still breathing eventually drifted back for shelter. Hearing that Tianyu's helpful nature made this place a hub under the so-called outer department, Suchen frowned and asked what on earth that meant. Before Yuan could explain, someone cut in, boasting their outer department was strong enough to clash with the Tortoise clan without mercy, then bluntly invited Suchen to join. Yuan introduced the newcomer as Tianyu, the very guy Suchen sought, now a ragged, rebellious-looking drifter with goggles askew and a shotgun slung like it was Fashion Week in the apocalypse. Yuan excitedly dragged Suchen forward, proudly announcing he'd brought someone impressive. Tianyu pulled off his goggles, recognized the face, and blurted out in shock, Suzy. Shock turned to joy as Tianyu laughed that Suchen was still alive, hugged him tight, invited him for celebratory drinks with newly looted supplies, then abruptly froze mid-sentence. His gaze locked onto someone else nearby. Spotting Duanya, the once untouchable campus goddess now in a bunny cosplay, Tianyu stammered while she blushed and awkwardly muttered that the past was past. Still hype, Tianyu bombarded Yuan, calling him Xiao Miao about why the legendary goddess was here dressed like that, only to be told she was Senior Duanya from the medical academy. Embarrassed, Duanya quietly told Suchen she wanted to change outfits because the bunny suit was socially hazardous, and Suchen agreed it really wasn't apocalypse appropriate. The intimate moment made Yuan and Tianyu freeze in jealous discomfort, both visibly irritated by Suchen's casual closeness. Switching to host mode, Tianyu offered a nearby room for Duanya to change, bought with contribution points, while Suchen teased him about owning private property in doomsday real estate. Tianyu tilted his head, puzzled why they carried no spare clothes, but Suchen dodged the question and instead asked how dangerous things usually got during risky missions here. Tianyu adjusted his loose goggles and laughed that danger was basically negligible. Luck kept them neat and tidy, then patted Suchen and told him not to rush off. He invited them to join his group, promising safety and letting Duanya handle medical work instead of scavenging, but warned there was one serious condition first. Noticing the shift, Suchen narrowed his eyes and asked, "What is it?" Tianyu sternly told him to stop causing trouble and never let a goddess in a bunny suit wander outside again, demanding to know what Su Chen was thinking. Su Chen simply chuckled and assured him he'd protect Donya properly. Tianyu bonked his head, scoffing at that empty promise, and recalling how Su Chen used to endure bullying without fighting back, even stopping him from intervening, then warned him to beware Captain Gu of the Shenwei, since girls who caught that man's eye rarely ended well, and Donya practically glowed. In the changing room, the air turned heavy as a silent figure with blooded eyes appeared behind Donya mid-change. A cold blade pressed to her neck with a curt warning don't move. Staying calm, Donya asked her identity, revealing a bald female subordinate of Guo, sent to escort her elsewhere to rest. The bald girl insinuated that a lady should stay among strange men, but Donya coolly declined the arrangement. Refusing the rejection, the girl provocatively touched Donya's lower abdomen and insisted it was the captain's non-negotiable order. Deciding talk was pointless, Donya activated her mental hypnosis ability, firmly asserting she needed no such interference. Instantly, the bald girl's eyes went blank and her body froze, utterly unable to react. With control secured, Donya coldly asked, "Have you let go yet?" The bald girl slowly retreated, dropping the knife as Donya, visibly fatigued from the mental strain, noted the effort was heavy but still within her limits. Planning to leave the rest to Su Chen, Donya turned toward the door only for disaster to strike. The bald girl went berserk, stabbing her own hand without hesitation, using raw pain to snap her mind free from the hypnosis. Realizing things had spiraled, Donya spun back, shaken by the extreme self-mutilation breaking her control. Fully awake and gripping the knife, the bald girl charged at Donya like a lunatic unchained. In a brutal rush, she pinned Donya to the door, knife in one hand, the other choking her while locking escape with her leg. Killing intent blazing, she snarled that she'd almost been played by this troublesome brat. Outside, the strange noise from the dressing room alarmed everyone. Yuan shouted, asking what kind of outfit change caused that chaos. Though Donya was silenced, the prolonged quiet triggered suspicion, and Su Chen stepped forward coldly, declaring he was going in. The door exploded inward under force as he burst inside. Seeing Su Chen, the bald girl's face twisted and she roared viciously, looking to die. She lunged like a predator, blade slicing straight at Su Chen with lethal intent. Tianyu instinctively leapt to shield him, yelling a warning to be careful. But the moment she truly saw Su Chen and heard his name, her momentum collapsed, body stiffening, breath chaotic, cold sweat pouring as primal fear seized her. Su Chen stood unmoving, gaze lowered and sharp as a blade, silently assessing her. In her mind, shredded memories rewoven and reassembled. The chaos at the University of Technology resurfaced Su Chen like an inexplicable shadow, leaving devastation wherever he passed, and her survival instinct screamed that facing him meant certain doom. In utter panic, she shocked everyone by dropping to her knees before Su Chen, bowing and trembling, pleading, "Master, please punish me." Tianyu froze, muttering in disbelief, "Master, what the hell is happening?" Unfazed, Su Chen's aura turned icy as he looked down and asked in a low voice, "Who is your master?" The bald girl looked up with hazy eyes, murmuring bizarrely, asking if her devotion as master's servant still wasn't enough. Then she suddenly stripped off all her clothes without a shred of shame, bearing herself mid-room like sanity had clocked out. Tianyu and Yuan froze in utter shock, Tianyu blurting out a stunned curse about Su Chen's taste. Before he could finish, her eyes shifted again, the madness replaced by cold calculation. A smoke bomb dropped out of nowhere, thick white clouds swallowing the entire room in seconds. Tianyu snarled that it was a smoke bomb and she was escaping, clearly a premeditated distraction. Using the cover and her knowledge of the terrain, she bolted like a cornered beast desperate to survive. But before she could flee far, a hand snatched her midair. Su Chen had moved unseen, holding her like a toy caught in transit. Looking down, he asked calmly yet crushingly whether she really thought escape was that easy. Trembling, she screamed in desperation, claiming he couldn't kill her and reminding him of the child he once saved if she died. Then, Su Chen coldly cut her off. "Then what? Get lost." With that, he casually hurled her out into the open air, her fate left to whatever mercy the waters below might or might not offer. Tianyu, confused, asked Yuan about the child, learning it was Xiaomei and her two brothers, likely taken by the Shenwei during their absence. Panicked, Yuan asked what to do, fearing the kids would become prey for the creature below if not rescued fast. At the mention of the old rat, Su Chen's eyes shifted, since hunting a mutant rat was his original goal, and he immediately asked what that was. Without waiting, Su Chen turned and headed straight for the beast arena the bald girl mentioned, leaving Tianyu wondering how he stayed so eerily calm. In a nearby domed building, Captain Gu detained Xiaomei and her two brothers, declaring the brothers deserved death for failing their mission. He offered a deal: if Xiaomei entered the beast arena, he might spare her brothers' lives. Gu's grin dripped with cruelty as the second brother shouted for Xiaomei to run, only for Gu to sneer that it was already far too late. Xiaomei hesitated, clinging to a sliver of hope, asking if Gu would truly free her brothers if she complied. Gu laughed and said of course, so long as someone survived. He pointed as a steel gate lifted, revealing a gigantic mutant rat towering over Xiaomei with savage fangs and blooded eyes. Feeling its killing intent, Xiaomei turned pale, her small body trembling. She turned just as the beast lunged, jaws wide, freezing her in terror. In a flash, its teeth sank into her arm, dragging her away as she screamed in agony. Amid the chaos, warm memories of her brothers surfaced, like the second brother proudly bringing back mushrooms while she worried they were poisonous. Then the eldest snatching the bag and tasting them first, muttering he'd only let her eat if he didn't die. She recalled his dramatic poison act, foaming and babbling nonsense about the sky scaring them half to death. Another memory followed her brothers leaving for a mission, promising contribution points and no more hunger, telling her to wait safely at home. Back in the present, the brothers hung suspended, screaming at her to run and just survive. Annoyed by the noise, Gu ordered his men to silence them. The planks beneath their feet were kicked away, ropes tightening around their necks, death by suffocation looming fast. Seeing this, Xiaomei forgot her pain and cried out desperately for her brothers. Realizing only killing the mutant rat could save them, she gritted her teeth, grabbed a wooden stick, and charged with all her strength. The strike pierced the rat's eye, making it shriek and loosen its grip. Xiaomei immediately ran toward her brothers, sobbing and calling their names. To her, they were all the family she had left, and losing them again was unthinkable. But the wounded mutant rat wasn't finished shaking violently. It lunged again with mad ferocity. It slammed a forepaw down onto her back, crushing her face first into the ground. Gu laughed in cruel amusement, mocking her foolish dream of playing hero when she barely deserved to exist. Xiaomei lay in the dirt, tear-streaked, still calling out as the rat loomed, jaws ready to end it. Watching her brother's fading breaths, she screamed in despair, asking why fate only wanted them who merely wished to survive dead. Her desperate cry for help rang out like a final fragile spark of hope, but no answer came. Just when all seemed over, Su Chen popped into view and casually flicked his hand like he was swatting a fly. In the blink of an eye, that casual strike exploded the mutant rat's head, splattering blood and dropping it dead on the spot. Xiaomei froze mid-spare, eyes wide, body locked as if someone hit the pause button. Tianyu and the others stared in shock, Tianyu muttering that things flipped the second he praised Su Chen's calm. Guo's smug grin vanished, cold sweat sliding down his face as he struggled to believe what he'd just seen. Su Chen coolly inspected the rat's corpse like a failed product review, noting it lacked a crystal core and wasn't up to his expectations. Guo forced a shaky smile and tried to threaten again, but was cut off by the sound of cages unlocking. More upgraded, blood-crazed mutant rats flooded out, while Su Chen stood still as ever, and Gu sneered that this would end everything. Elsewhere, Xiaomei's brothers were escorted out by Tianyu in the nursery, with the eldest exhausted yet still searching for his sister. The second brother gasped that at least they survived, crediting Xiaomei for their luck. Xiaomei, hugging Duanya through tears, insisted the real savior was Su Chen, not her. Just as things calmed, a heavy sound echoed from afar, water droplets splashing onto the ground. The bald girl returned soaked but unhurt, alongside a bespectacled scholar-type holding wine, intrigued by studying Su Chen's traits even if his death would just mean a failed experiment. At his cue, the entire swarm of mutant rats charged like a furry tidal wave of doom. Su Chen moved instantly, drawing a weapon from his spatial ability, slicing icy arcs through the air and carving the monsters apart. Tianyu and Xiaomei's brothers could only gape as, in mere seconds, the swarm vanished. Was this unstoppable figure really the Su Chen they knew? Though his eyes flickered, Gu wasn't panicking, he just cursed viciously as killing intent flared. Su Chen ignored him, glancing at the rat corpses with mild disappointment at the lack of what he wanted. Suddenly the loudspeakers crackled to life, metallic echoes barking for attention across the area. A voice boomed that the man below was the desired test subject and ordered Lao Guo and Tianyu to capture him. Gu burst out laughing, smug as if victory was guaranteed, while Tianyu swore under his breath, eyes heavy. The bespectacled man commanded Su Chen's capture. Dead or alive didn't matter, yet Su Chen remained oddly calm. The nursery anxiously urged Duanya to leave the danger zone at once. Duanya refused, firmly declaring she would leave as long as Su Chen stayed, stunning everyone nearby. Guo sneered and taunted Tianyu about their ties, forcing him to choose a side. Su Chen looked at Tianyu and asked quietly, "So what's really going on?" Tianyu sighed, explaining that Lu Xian upstairs created a strength-enhancing drug at the apocalypse's start and used it to control the campus. But the drug wasn't pure power, it drained life force and bred total dependence, crippling users if they stopped. After hearing this, Su Chen nodded and asked Tianyu if he'd come along if there were another way. Tianyu fell silent, then shook his head slightly, saying he had no choice. Guo laughed like a madman and charged at Su Chen with weapon in hand. His aura erupted, pressure sweeping outward and ruffling Su Chen's hair. Suddenly Tianyu stepped in, shouting he would stand by, and kicked Gu square in the face, sending him skidding across the ground in shock. Guo roared furiously, accusing Tianyu of betrayal. Tianyu scoffed that their so-called boss only used drugs to control people, giving him zero reason to obey. Stepping forward, Tianyu vowed that anyone touching his comrades would face him to the death. Su Chen smiled faintly, recalling something familiar, saying, "Brother Tian, you're still the same." Tianyu dashed at Gu again like a whirlwind, but Gu sneered that he wouldn't get a second chance and swore to crush them all. Tianyu clenched his fists and closed in at full force. In a flurry of rapid blows, his strikes hammered down, yet Guo's thick defense swallowed most of the impact. Gu laughed arrogantly, boasting his premium drug far surpassed Tianyu's, making this fight unfair from the start. Hearing level 2 drug, Tianyu's face fell. He knew that gap wasn't a step up, it was a human crusher. Gu smugly bragged that his thick fat layer was basically an impenetrable defense. Spinning his weapon, Gu lunged at blinding speed, smashing Tianyu backward despite his hurried block. Tianyu coughed blood and nearly collapsed, while Gu laughed like victory was already served. Guo's eyes turned icy, clearly done playing around. He slammed a switch on his weapon's handle. Violet blue electricity exploded near Tianyu, too close to dodge. At that instant, Su Chen flashed in, kicking the weapon aside without flinching at the crackling current. The impact sent the weapon flying from Gu's grip, spinning away into the distance. Su Chen glanced at him coolly, mocking, "So no one gets hurt like that." Tianyu, Duanya, and the nursery stood stunned, shock written all over their faces. Above, Lu Xian watched with darkened eyes, realizing he had completely misjudged Su Chen. Suddenly, the two flung weapons reversed midair, impaling Gu through the eye and torso, leftover electricity frying him into helpless collapse. Lu Xian showed no panic, only excitement, as if he'd found the perfect research specimen in Su Chen. He called down, inviting Su Chen to join his experiment in exchange for reaching perfection. Su Chen coldly replied that Lia's perfection just meant turning humans into monsters. Adjusting his glasses, Lu Xian laughed and claimed mutant rats were the optimal path to forge a new force and reshape world order. Su Chen merely frowned, brushing his ear in annoyance, and sneered, "Don't spouting nonsense." That jab wiped the smile off Lu Xian's face, anger barely restrained. He ordered the bald girl to fire, and she aimed from the window below. But instead of bullets, she shot a special injection straight into Guo's motionless body. The serum triggered violent mutation, bones twisting, muscles swelling, teeth sharpening, wounds regenerating grotesquely until Gu lost all human shape and became a monstrous entity. Tianyu Xiaomei's brothers, Duanya and the nursery stood frozen, utterly stunned by the horror show. Duanya clenched her fist, asking grimly what kind of madness could twist a human like that. From above, Lu Xian boasted that Gu was the perfect specimen and the level 3 drug would push him beyond biological limits. He arrogantly called down to Su Chen, asking if he now understood true evolution. Su Chen waved dismissively and replied coldly that this evolution was just turning people into trash. Enraged, Xiaoyun ordered Gu to kill, strange killing intent surging from him. The grotesque Gu roared and hurled himself forward, a massive spinning lump of flesh charging at terrifying speed. Tianyu and Duanya watched tensely, unsure of Su Chen's true limits. Unfazed, Su Chen caught the spinning mass head-on, enduring the prickling current from the meteor hammer like mild static, eyes darkening as he decided it shouldn't exist after touching him. With mockery, he told Fatty Gu that slapping in a few batteries wasn't enough to kill anyone, then forced the charging bulk to a dead stop. Moving too fast to track, Su Chen crushed the meteor hammer's core, pulled out a battery, and said, "Taste your own medicine." He shoved the battery straight into Guo's mouth. Guo instinctively bit down, shattering it as sparks and crackles screeched wildly. In seconds, his mouth lit up and exploded like fireworks while Su Chen calmly walked away, stylishly indifferent. From afar, Tianyu and Duanya stared, wondering if the mutated Gu was finally done. Above, Shiyun was briefly surprised, realizing Su Chen had cleverly weaponized the battery blast. Yet Shiyun snorted that level 3 regeneration would handle that much. Sure enough, Gu's body regenerated at horrifying speed, face reforming grotesquely as Shiyun smugly praised unstoppable evolution. Su Chen only looked more intrigued, dashing forward like a streak of light. Before Gu could react, a heavy punch smashed into his face. A storm of blows followed, each strike booming like war drums and shaking the air. To conceal his movement, Su Chen maxed his speed, whipping up thick dust so even Tianyu and Duanya saw only chaos. Up above, Xiaoyun frowned, clueless about what Su Chen was doing inside the dust cloud. Within the haze, Su Chen noted that Gu's regeneration was impressive. Xiaoyun's research wasn't totally useless after all. Expanding his spatial ability, he yanked out chunks of concrete, metal, and stone, hurling them relentlessly at his target. The barrage slammed down like a material hurricane, shockwaves stacking one after another. Outside, the others heard only chaotic crashes, unable to tell what was happening. Even Xiaoyun grew tense, eyes locked on the dust he could see through. As the haze settled, the scene gradually revealed itself. Tianyu and Duanya held their breath. Su Chen appeared atop a mound of fused cement, steel, and debris like a throne of rubble. Xiaoyun couldn't hide his fury, cursing through gritted teeth. He snarled that whoever Su Chen was defying him meant certain death. He warned them all there would be no way out. Su Chen glanced around at redayed mutant rats closing in and smirked, saying he hadn't planned to spare any anyway, fists tightening in challenge. Tianyu and Duanya stiffened as former test subjects, now half-human monsters, tightened the suffocating atmosphere. Su Chen bluntly pointed at Xiaoyun above, saying unless that man was dealt with this would never end, and left the ground battlefield to them. Recalling Su Chen's words about proving her worth, Duanya stepped up, vowing to hold the line so he could fight above. Su Chen left decisively, reminding them to call if things spiraled, he'd return immediately. As his figure vanished, Duanya switched to command mode, signaling everyone to prepare for full confrontation. Despite overwhelming numbers, she activated her ability, eyes icy as she ordered focus on elimination while she handled control. From the observation room, Xiaoyun mocked them as pointless rebels and declared they'd become mutant feed. A supervisor reported Su Chen had wiped out all security and was advancing into the core area, shocking Xiaoyun into an enraged roar. He ordered the apocalypse gene injected into test subject No. 5 immediately, dismissing researchers' concerns about instability. The team hurried to check vitals and prepare the newest gene serum, while Xiaoyun's eyes stayed glued to the monitors. Cruelty sharpened in his gaze as he focused entirely on the imminent genetic intervention. Elsewhere, unaware of the storm brewing, Su Chen stepped into a lab packed with experimental gear. Inside, grotesque creatures floated in nutrient tanks, multi-eyed horrors, and deep-sea knockoffs. Su Chen halted before a special glass chamber, gaze sharpening. Within was Yun, an old acquaintance, frail and hooked to life support tubes. The sight dragged him back to their last roadside diner meeting. He briefly mused on fate's twisted sense of humor. Without hesitation, Su Chen shattered the glass. He carefully lifted Yun out, cradling her like something precious. Half awake, she weakly asked if he was Su Chen. He confirmed and assured her he'd get her out safely. Still groggy, Yun murmured that she was very hungry. A voice suddenly barked from behind to release her, and Su Chen turned. Two blue energy blasts shot forward. Su Chen blocked them one-handed while holding Yun, as Xiaoyun angrily demanded he let go of his chosen subject. Noting the ice-type ability, Su Chen mocked him for treating this like some sloppy script. Xiaoyun coldly declared post-apocalypse survivors inferior beings and claimed evolution and Yun belonged to him. Su Chen curtly labeled that logic insanity. In her daze, Yun clung tightly to Su Chen, begging him not to leave. He reassured her he would abandon her. The scene enraged Xiaoyun, who shouted for him to release her. Furious, Xiaoyun lunged forward at top speed. Su Chen hurled a large object to block his path. Xiaoyun smashed through it easily, but froze when he saw what was happening beyond. Grinding his teeth, killing intent flared as he saw Yun leaning against Su Chen. In a tense instant of close contact, Xiaoyun stood stiff, emotions twisting wildly across his face. Xiaoyun's fleeting smile vanished as his breath weakened and consciousness slipped away. Despite Su Chen calling out, he gave no response. The scene stabbed at Xiaoyun's composure, shattering his calm entirely. Teeth clenched, he swore they'd all disappear, ripping off his coat to reveal muscles like living metal. His body soon warped grotesquely, something inhuman bulging beneath the surface. His skin shrank tight, bones jutting grotesquely beneath like a dried, twisted sculpture. His hands stretched unnaturally, joints warping as fingers sharpened into gleaming spikes. In breaths, his human form vanished, replaced by a monstrous giant rat. With a heavy roar, he declared, "Now witness true power." Facing that threat, Su Chen stayed calm, one arm holding the unconscious girl, the other in his pocket replying coldly, "Go ahead." After provoking him, Su Chen gently set Yun Yun in a safer corner and even slipped her a chocolate bar for energy. Just as things seemed quiet, Su Chen sensed strange movement behind him. From the shadows, the mutated figure lunged, fur-covered and feral, roaring about his carelessness as it charged to tear him apart. Su Chen merely lifted a hand, a motion so casual it barely counted. The space before him trembled and warped slightly, his gaze pausing as if evaluating what had just vanished. Elsewhere, Xiaoyun sat against the ruins, slowly eating chocolate with a tired, annoyed look, asking if the people below were Su Chen's. Su Chen turned back, eyes icy, and answered simply yes. Hearing that, Xiaoyun sprang up, grabbing a nearby chair and declaring firmly she wouldn't accept anything from him. To prove it, she hurled the chair through the glass window, shattering it, then stated she'd handle things below. Standing by the broken frame wrapped in makeshift ice strips, fragile yet resolute, she added, "I'm not that easy to kill, worry about yourself." Without hesitation, she leapt from the building, slicing through the air. As she fell, her body expanded unnaturally, power surging wildly. Upon impact, a massive shockwave rippled out, collapsing nearby structures. Amid the chaos stood a towering female figure clad in bits of ice. Xiaoyun winced, muttering that hurt, while stunned onlookers wondered what on earth they'd just seen. After a few breaths to steady herself, she stood firm despite the tremor, unintentionally crushing creatures and wrecking the area around her. Awkward but serious, she introduced herself as Xiaoyun, here to assist on Su Chen's behalf, leaving Duanya blinking in disbelief. Just then Tianyu suddenly shouted as if discovering something shocking, causing Xiaoyun to stiffen and her eyes to change instantly. In sheer panic, she clutched the affected spot and furiously called the other party a shameless creep. Before calm could return, the mutant rats surged again like tiny furry psychopaths ready to shred everything. Xiaoyun stood tall, stepped right over Tianyu, claimed the area as hers to repay Su Chen, and treated the beasts like crushable pests while Tianyu yelped about the bad luck of being stepped on. With one casual step, a rat was flattened into silence. Looking closer, Xiaoyun realized the enemy density was absurd, rats everywhere, climbing and eyeing anything edible. They rolled in like a black tidal wave, eager to devour every survivor. The sheer numbers made Xiaoyun visibly gasp in disbelief. Surrounded on all sides, she stumbled into chaotic footwork while fending them off, sparking mass panic as people fled and Tianyu complained mid-dodge. Above, Su Chen watched calmly, eyes quietly calculating the mess below. He admitted inwardly that Xiaoyun's abilities far exceeded first impressions, perfect for this chaotic battlefield. As he observed, Su Chen sensed something off, but it was already too late. Swarms of mutant rats flooded him from all directions, burying him alive. Yet he remained icy calm, as if judging whether one attack was truly enough. Su Chen's figure vanished under the endless tide of writhing bodies. Suddenly, a mutated arm burst out from the swarm, claws gleaming coldly. A rat king emerged, far larger than the rest, radiating heavy, murderous pressure. It let out a twisted laugh, brimming with confidence from its regenerative resonance with the entire swarm. Below, the rats abruptly froze and stood upright in unison, leaving Duanya and the others on high alert. Every creature lifted its gaze upward toward the figure atop the structure. There, the colossal Rat King dominated the skyline while Su Chen was nowhere in sight, seemingly swallowed whole. From above, the Rat King exuded absolute dominance, commanding the obedient swarm below like a perfected tyranny that suffocated the air itself. Tianyu's group still couldn't link the Rat King to Xiaoyun's transformed state, assuming it was simply the supreme controller of the mutant horde. Tens of thousands of creatures packed the area, yet knelt in perfect formation like pre-programmed soldiers, crushing the air with pressure. Suddenly, a gigantic arm swept up from below and grabbed the nearby wooden barricade. Xiaoyun, fully mutated and out of control, rose to building height, eyes blazing red, swinging the ripped fence like a dia bat while roaring and scattering rats like a living disaster zone. She turned to the Rat King and demanded with killing intent, "Where is Su Chen?" From above, the Rat King, wearing Xiaoyun's twisted likeness, coldly declared Su Chen gone and ordered her execution for the insult. Xiaoyun refused to budge, her aura spiking as rats gnawed at her body and her murderous intent exploded sky-high. Outside, the swarm kept assaulting Tianyu and Duanya, growing even more frenzied after locking onto their main target. The overwhelming numbers dragged even Xiaoyun's giant form down, toppling her as her defenses visibly faltered. The Rat King, carrying Xiaoyun's warped consciousness, laughed deeply and proclaimed his grand plan to turn the entire world into rat territory. Amid the chaos, a hand pierced the Rat King's defenses as Su Chen's calm voice echoed, apologizing for taking a bit to find the core. A violent tear from within shattered the Rat King's body, and Xiaoyun's fused consciousness panicked upon realizing devouring Su Chen had been his illusion all along. In a blink, Su Chen stepped out and ripped the Rat King apart, his aura now icy and domineering like he'd just broken free from prison. Xiaoyun's consciousness trembled violently, unable to accept the plot twist. Su Chen held up a purple crystal and coolly claimed it, his blade-sharp gaze locking down the battlefield. The rat swarm went berserk, flooding out like a tidal wave and biting everything in uncontrollable frenzy. They poured not just across the ground but through sewers, wall cracks, and every gap, forming a chaotic underground highway system. After scattering, the swarm refocused on Tianyu's group, some dragging half-shit objects, and Tianyu turned pale at the escalating madness. His earlier confidence evaporated as he moved and shouted warnings about sewer exits and hidden gaps where rats could pop out anytime. Before the warning even spread, a rat burst from a nearby drain, and a bearded man trying to retreat was instantly seized by a cold claw and yanked down by the ankle. In a blink, his body was dragged straight into the drain and vanished from sight. The eldest brother managed half a curse before rats swallowed him whole. He clawed at the ground in terror, but his fingers found only cold, useless slip. The second brother and little Mai froze as they watched him go, Mai sobbing pale-faced while rats pinned them in place. At death's edge, the eldest forced out broken last words, "Protect each other, and don't try to save me." The sentence never finished, he was fully yanked into the sewer abyss. The ground fell eerily silent, as if nothing had just happened. The second brother clutched Mai on his back, shouting in despair while she cried blindly, trapped in a tightening ring of rats. Tianyu stood sweating and gasping, one grim thought looping: there were simply too many enemies. Even at his limit, Tianyu roared and launched one last stand, only for a fresh wave to slam in like arrows. Exhaustion dulled his reflexes, wounds covered him, and one arm barely obeyed. Xiaoyun was no better off, her giant form smothered by rats as her unstable physiology began glitching under pressure. Duanya watched and quietly concluded the situation was officially beyond their pay grade. Tianyu panted warily, convinced that without a miracle variable, the ending was already written. Right then, a colossal shadow appeared atop a distant building, and Tianyu tensed instantly. The shadow dove down at terrifying speed, smashing into the ground like a falling meteor. The impact unleashed dark energy that warped the air, its shifting body feeling like something that had resigned from the living world. Tianyu couldn't react at all, left with only raw instincts screaming under the crushing pressure. So Chen quickly realized the truth: the Rat King had restructured, now twisted by another consciousness, into something far uglier. Its body was shrouded in dense black energy, suppressing even the rat swarm as space itself seemed dragged down with each step. Duanya stiffened, fearing Su Chen might have faced grave danger inside. The colossal entity continued advancing. It raised an arm, inspecting itself as if checking a new outfit. The black energy flickered as another wolf fought for control. Revealing fragments of its original form, Su Chen sensed the crystal core, still trying to assert dominance over his body. The black mist kept peeling off Su Chen, revealing his original form as two wolves wrestled for control, though he stayed mentally crystal clear. Tianyu froze, then snapped awake as Su Chen's familiar aura returned, blurting out in shocked excitement. Once fully restored, Su Chen glanced at Tianyu and said coolly, "Brother Tian, tough day, huh?" The moment he finished, the waiting rat swarm launched at him in a sudden frenzy. Tianyu instinctively screamed a warning, nerves stretched to breaking. Su Chen didn't budge, standing still. He uttered one heavy word packed with pressure: scram. An invisible force slammed down on the rats, freezing them mid-motion as panic flooded their eyes. Then they turned tail in total chaos, abandoning any attack plans for pure survival mode. They trampled each other, squeezing through every crack they could find. Drains, vents, holes, everything became an emergency exit. The mass retreat happened so fast it felt unreal, leaving the survivors staring in confusion. Tianyu gasped, muttering in disbelief that one word had terrified an entire swarm. Within moments, the area was empty, as if the rats had been a collective hallucination. Su Chen silently noted that the crystal core's residual pressure still overwhelmed loadier creatures' instincts. Suddenly, Tianyu coughed violently, his body curling from sheer exhaustion. Su Chen rushed over, but Tianyu was barely responsive. From behind, Yunyun explained that Tianyu had injected a double-edged drug: initial power boost, long-term self-destruction. Su Chen's voice dropped as he asked if there was any way to save him. Yunyun replied that Lu Shiyun's lab held a special corpse whose extracted serum might neutralize the toxin. Without hesitation, Su Chen headed for the laboratory. At the door, he sensed an invisible mental pressure blanketing the area, eyes narrowing at this unexplored forbidden zone. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. The lab was dark and cold, like an isolated chamber deeper in. A faint energy veil blurred his vision, and passing through it stirred his mind slightly. After a quick check, he determined the veil was not physical but a metaphor's construct concealing the inner space. Looking ahead, Su Chen paused. This layout was nothing like the original intel suggested. Instead of a corpse, Su Chen found a girl at a computer who spoke without turning, as if she'd been expecting him. She slowly faced him, mistook him for someone else, and Su Chen instantly sensed the script was off. Catching his reflection, he froze. The face staring back was Lu Xiaoyun's, meaning his perception had been tampered with. Su Chen steadied his mind, tagging this as cognitive interference and focusing on the room's true purpose. When Teacher Xiao softly called out, an unseen force pulled him forward, and he realized he was trapped inside Lu Xiaoyun's memory, forced into a preset role. Without warning, Teacher Xiao slipped off her coat, casually claiming comfort, and Lu Xiaoyun awkwardly accepted the explanation. He looked at a crab lying on a tray and guessed it hosted a common parasitic organism. Teacher Xiao confirmed it, adding that such parasites survive by cleverly exploiting their hosts, her tone hinting at deeper subtext. The room fell quiet until Teacher Xiao stepped behind him, hugging him naturally and whispering teasingly close, making Lu Xiaoyun stiffen. Her slow words carried strange gravity, and Lu Xiaoyun replied cautiously, unsure how to handle the vibe shift. As the distance shrank, her hand brushed across his front, tension rising while she playfully commented on her student's physique. Lu Xiaoyun pressed his lips into a confident smile and asked if she really meant that. He turned and closed the gap deliberately, joking that if she kept this up, the experiment would lose its original intent. Teacher Xiao shot back that she preferred practice over theory, and as their eyes met, Lu Xiaoyun laughed lightly, saying he might need extra focus today. Standing by the glass, Teacher Xiao noticed the night sky had glitched, a giant red moon hanging like it was overheating. Despite the chaos outside, the room grew suffocating. She panicked at the rising heat and ordered the curtains shut as the abnormal climate kicked in. Exhausted and separated, Lu Xiaoyun coolly proposed taking control of their dwindling food supply, his polite tone barely masking the power grab. As the heatwave dragged on and the last food vanished, tension snapped into open confrontation. Lu Xiaoyun exploded with chilling cruelty, treating survival as worth more than humanity, while Teacher Xiao sobbed that hunger had broken her reason, his eyes unmoved. Holding a knife with icy calculation, he disturbingly considered whether the used food still had value, sending her into sheer terror. The space tore with chaotic noises, violence erupted in a heartbeat, staining the air with madness. When silence fell, she lay lifeless while Lu Xiaoyun laughed in satisfaction, muttering that something still remained as he collected a strange, damaged substance. Afterwards, small creatures near the body began mutating, twisted forms and violent instincts, not yet fully evolved. From blood samples, Lu Xiaoyun discovered a factor capable of altering toxicity and partially restoring biological function. More shocking, signs of life hadn't fully vanished. The body lingered unnaturally, grotesquely altered and suspended as a special experimental specimen. Lu Xiaoyun grew thrilled, seeing the data as a breakthrough key to evolutionary adaptation in chaos. Yet ambition twisted further. He wanted to probe the subject's consciousness itself, and its silence only pushed him more extreme. He looked down coldly, declaring this state was not a true end but merely another rule in motion. Just as he moved to act, a strange sound intruded into Su Chen's awareness, signaling direct cognitive interference. Within the illusion, a purple glowing object tried to lure Lu Xiaoyun's mind into accepting it. Though the pressure intensified, Su Chen's will stayed firm when pushed to the brink. He dismissed the entity as worthless. Without hesitation, he shattered the purple object, cracking the illusion structure. The illusion's controlling entity reacted with stunned disbelief at its total failure. Su Chen firmly denied its control, dissolving the illusion as his true form emerged and Lu Xiaoyun's disguise vanished. Teacher Xiao, grotesquely altered and bound to machinery, panicked as her mental construct collapsed, while Su Chen calmly assessed his next move. With full control restored, Su Chen slowly raised his right hand, fingers spreading as invisible pressure locked onto the target. The mutated being broke into desperate pleas, claiming victimhood and offering anything in exchange for mercy. Unmoved, Su Chen coldly explained that parasites inevitably replace their host's consciousness with obedient submission. Before he finished speaking, his hand pressed onto its head, crushing inward as its fragmented begging dissolved into the cold air. Su Chen flatly shuts down negotiations, detonates the foe from within, watches the bioenergy collapse into dust, and calmly pockets the freshly formed crystal core. Studying the leftover crystal core, Su Chen notes it's tied to the mutant body structure. Interesting, but not today's main headache. Realizing the antidote must still be hidden somewhere despite the total disintegration, Su Chen immediately starts combing the lab for the missing sample. The crab slave parasite invades like creeping threads, hijacks the host's organs, and eventually turns the poor body into a fully remote-controlled puppet. After the flood recedes, the city looks dry but dread-soaked, as survivors huddle among ruins whispering about the latest nightmare. Once the last water vanishes, buried things begin to stir, heavy thuds echoing as if something underground just hit the reboot button. As chaos spikes, Su Chen's group urges everyone to retreat while Yun anxiously calls out to Duanya. Duanya explains that Su Chen and the med team are fleeing mutant pursuit since their old hideout is officially off the safe list. The surviving med students are prime endgame assets, so Su Chen plans to escort them to a safer settlement. Yun frets about the long road ahead in her loudly protesting, hunger-stricken stomach. She tries to run off to find Su Chen, but Duanya firmly grabs her wrist, prompting Yun to stare down in confused protest. Blushing slightly, Duanya insists on sticking to group rules, sounding strict but clearly protective of Yun. Old memories ambush Duanya, especially being cornered by Su Chen, leaving her flustered and unsettled all over again. In that memory, Su Chen's gaze was deep and unreadable as he held her face briefly, his low voice hinting at emotions he wasn't ready to name. Su Chen's sudden move freezes Duanya on the spot, that brief contact nuking all her mental prep and leaving her brain in total static. The muddled memories afterward only deepen her unease, as Duanya keeps overanalyzing Su Chen's odd shift with zero satisfying answers. Meanwhile, Su Chen coolly reviews the post-flood chaos ecosystems wrecked, shelters fallen, and decides a self-sustaining base is the smartest play. He stacks his plan in neat priority tier, secure resources, expands safe zones, and judges the timing perfect to forge a new balance of power. All lab gear and supplies are tucked into his private storage space, safe from loss and ready for long-term use. The collected crystal cores kick in, boosting his physique, tweaking adaptability, and even unlocking a frosty ice element shift. Though still in tri-level, Su Chen sees it as just the prologue, noting some cores affect his mind but not enough to unlock flashy psychic powers yet. Right then, Tianyu interrupts, sensing a strange fluctuation in the distance and snapping Su Chen out of his thoughts. Su Chen activates his new biosensory skill, scanning via heat shifts and blood flow to pinpoint multiple hidden targets nearby. A scream erupts from the nursery area as something bizarre appears overhead, yanking everyone's attention skyward. The group freezes at the sight of a body hanging midair in a thoroughly unnatural way, instantly triggering a storm of suspicion. A short-haired girl recognizes the victim as her roommate and panics, demanding immediate action. Someone volunteers to attempt a rescue, but Su Chen firmly orders the team to hold formation and stick to the plan. His call sparks outrage. No one likes abandoning a teammate, and the short-haired girl loudly protests, pushing for action. She turns to the male students, pressuring them to join the rescue with a voice tight with urgency. Under that pressure, two boys rush forward, trying to cut the rope while soothing the dangling victim to stay calm. But mid-rescue, two lightning-fast attacks rip through the air, hurtling straight toward the scene. Before they can blink, spears punch through both boys' chests. Instant game over, no extra lives. The stunned students turn pale, finally realizing they've walked straight into a death trap far too late to rage quit. Two Tao clan brutes leap down from the second floor with axes and hammers, predators locking onto fresh prey. A male and female student are cornered by the hulking monsters, frozen stiff as if fear itself has them by the throat. One Tao clan that eyes the girl greedily, licking her face and plotting to use this quality bait to reel in more victims. He gropes her shamelessly and leers at the short-haired girl, asking Shunji for a turn, while she trembles and begs, met only with icy indifference. A furious shout, "Bastard, let her go," as another boy charges in, but the brute smirks and swings his weapon down. Blood splashes across the ground, the boy collapses, and the Tao clan sneers that food should obediently stay food. Still gripping the girl, the brute even considers keeping her for breeding, her clothes now shredded beyond dignity. Su Chen's group has already moved on, but Hanner's desperate screams echo behind them as Duanya anxiously asks what just happened. Su Chen replies coldly that self-proclaimed heroes only court disaster, confirms the hanging woman was bait, and grimly adds they're surrounded. He senses the Tao clan lurking everywhere like invisible shadows, waiting for the perfect strike. Panic detonates within the group as fear spreads. No one expected the danger meter to spike this high. Su Chen calmly confirms it, inhales deeply, and decides to deploy his newly unlocked second spiritual ability. This power lets him control the mutant corpses, and he plans to flip the script, turning the Tao clan into the hunted. In moments, the Tao clan are swarmed by mutant corpses under Su Chen's command, leaving them baffled at the sudden undead flash mob. Shock morphs into rage as they hack wildly. One Tao clan grabs a mutant corpse mid-fight and hurls it forward, knocking down a row of corpses like grotesque dominoes. Glancing down, one Tao clan realizes Su Chen's group has vanished. They leap from the high window to pursue, only to find Su Chen blocking their path the second they land. Standing still with a blade-sharp gaze, Su Chen lowers his voice and asks, "And just where do you think you're going?" Instead of backing down, the Tao clan smirk and mock Su Chen for courting death, eager to swat him first. Su Chen stays chill with hands in pockets, casually lamenting that the Tao clan lack crystal cores, so hell let the mutant corpses handle playtime. From every dark corner, hordes of mutant corpses flood out like abyssal shadows, sealing the area in a suffocating ring of death. Meanwhile, Su Chen's group arrives at the safe zone known as He-Cheng. A threatening shout challenges them, and Duanya replies they're from the University of Science and Technology seeking shelter. Before she finishes, a figure drops from above, startling everyone. The newcomer is a burly man gripping a gleaming axe, muscles practically flexing on their own. His oppressive aura crashes down as he snarls that He-Cheng doesn't house trash, so get lost. Unfazed, Duanya activates her charm ability, pink light flickering in her eyes as she sweetly questions his authority to bar them. His eyes briefly turn pink in a daze, but he snaps out of it by smacking his head, scoffing that her cheap sorcery is useless. He immediately lunges, swinging the massive axe straight at Duanya. A voice yells stop as a young man in military uniform, Xiaofeng, steps in front of Duanya and raises his hand to block. Xiaofeng tells Captain Sun they're not here for protection, so there's no need for violence. Captain Sun rests the axe on his shoulder, sneering that ordinary people should stroll through Tao clan territory. Su Chen steps forward, gaze sharp as a blade, coolly stating hell just take his dozens of med students elsewhere. The mention of dozens of med students stuns Captain Sun and the others. Such talent is priceless these days. Xiaofeng looks at Su Chen in surprise, amazed is still alive. He firmly assures Captain Sun that he'll stake his life on them not being Tao clan spies, and if Su Chen says they're med students, it's solid. Others chime in, urging the captain to let them in since med students mean fewer patients buried alive and maybe saving their own skins someday. Captain Sun finally relents, warning Xiaofeng to take responsibility if they fail, as his men invite the group inside with softened attitudes. Xiaofeng apologizes for the captain's temper, and Su Chen replies evenly that every place has its share of annoying people. Xiaofeng nods and quickly adds that their timing couldn't be better. Several people here have contracted a strange illness and desperately need doctors. He leads them to an unconscious woman whose body is carpeted in dense white fungal clusters, spreading like a hostile takeover. Yun can't help asking the obvious, are those mushrooms? Xiaofeng admits he has no clue. Every removal attempt only makes them spread faster and worsen her condition. Su Chen gravely explains it's a mutant bacterial infection, plants are evolving too, and warns everyone to avoid contact and absolutely no injuries. Duanya wonders if the fungi are treating humans as nutrients, and Su Chen confirms that's basically the menu, while Yun rushes off to fetch medics for a cure. Su Chen recalls previous mutant plants and realizes this is just phase 1 unchecked, they'll spiral and start actively hunting humans. Worse, the Tao clan would exploit the chaos, turning this shelter into a human farm, pushing Su Chen to consider taking control early. Suddenly, chaos erupts as Zhang He, the city lord's son, barrels through in a speeding vehicle like he owns the apocalypse. Gun in hand, he fires at civilians while arrogantly shouting for the lowly trash to clear the way. Su Chen's eyes sharpen, someone shooting inside the refuge. Xiaofeng grits his teeth, explaining the Tiger Squad was dissolved as entry payment, and that Zhang He deems the elderly and children useless, often sending them to die. Zhang He glances at the newcomers with open disdain, more useless baggage apparently. He suddenly orders the car toward Yun, flamboyantly inviting her for a ride and some good food. Feigning weakness, Yun approaches slowly, claiming she's too hungry to walk and asking to be carried, instantly thrilling Zhang He. Xiaofeng curses and tries to intervene, but Su Chen calmly stops him, saying it's enough if Zhang He merely touches her. Zhang He waves eagerly, urging her closer with everything ready. A strange smile flickers across Yun's pretty face as she sweetly calls him a good man. She leaps onto the vehicle, gathers momentum like a human cannonball, while Zhang He grins in anticipation. At the last split second, Yun activates her ability, her body swelling into a colossal boulder-like giant ready to crush anything ahead. Seeing the towering form charging at him, Zhang He panics and barely dodges backward in time. The car isn't so lucky, flattened under her immense mass into a heap of twisted scrap. Yun slowly stands as her body shrinks back to normal, looking perfectly calm like she didn't just flatten a car. The crash draws Captain Sun's attention, and he turns in surprise, wondering what on earth just happened. Bai Kang's group also freezes, all eyes locking onto Yun, a suspicion brews. As for Zhang He, the main victim, he trembles in pure terror. Clutching his broken leg, Zhang He howls in agony, while Yun strolls over teasingly, saying she gave him a chance, and then deliberately presses his injury for bonus pain. Several people rush over, anxiously asking if the young city lord is alright. In a panic, Zhang He points at Yun, screaming she's a monster who turned giant and broke his leg, ordering his men to seize her, yet they only glance around, doubtful of any missing giant. At that moment, Duanya secretly activates her spiritual manipulation ability, targeting the two subordinates. Their eyes flash red as they turn dazed, then calmly defend Yun, insisting Zhang He simply fell and broke his own leg. Humiliated and furious, Zhang He shouts for silence, accusing everyone of conspiring against him, and threatening to have his father punish them all. He then bellows across the safe zone, crying for his dad to save him. Captain Sun watches with a subtle smile, clearly entertained by the unfolding drama. Soon, a luxurious black car arrives with a fully armed escort, likely carrying the safe zone city lord Zhang He's father. Xiaofeng nervously mutters that the young city lord actually summoned his father, while Yun quips that the city lord sure sounds impressive. The car door opens and a dignified middle-aged man steps out, the city lord followed by two burly enforcers, his cold gaze sweeping the crowd as he demands an explanation. Xiaofeng hurriedly explains that his friends arrived seeking refuge with dozens of doctors, but the young city lord, Zhang, he cuts in shouting for his father to kill them all. Before he can rant about his leg, his father slaps him hard, leaving him stunned. The city lord scolds him angrily, reminding him to treat refugees kindly and stop abusing the young city lord title. He then shifts into righteous leader mode, declaring their goal is to make this place a beacon of hope in the apocalypse, prompting whispers that perhaps this city lord is truly just. After disciplining his son, the city lord humbly invites everyone to stay and build an ideal haven together, promising top-tier food and living conditions, instantly earning cheers of long live the city lord. Relieved, Xiaofeng turns to reassure Su Chen that they can probably stay, only to freeze mid-sentence when he realizes Su Chen's group has vanished without a trace. Night falls by the campfire as Yun asks why they didn't stay in Hecheng, and Duanya dryly reminds her she broke the city lord's son's leg. Those armed guards weren't for decoration. Disappointed, Yun blushes and awkwardly hints about first times in the forest, leaving Duanya baffled and muttering she might not sleep at all tonight. Completely misunderstanding, Yun gasps in awe at Duanya's supposed stamina. Su Chen cuts and coldly stop talking, someone's coming. He calls out for the hidden watchers to show themselves, shocking the ambushers who did expect to be spotted so fast. Exposed, they step out and declare that after crippling the young city lord, Su Chen's group won't leave so easily. Unfazed, Su Chen replies is not fleeing, he just didn't want unnecessary bloodshed inside the city or to implicate the Tiger Squad. The leader mocks his massacre talk, and a gunman sneers he'll end it with one bullet. Su Chen doesn't argue, he strikes and a single punch obliterates the man's upper body on the spot. The leader stands drenched in sweat, mind shattered one blow, and his subordinate is erased from existence. Panicking, he orders everyone to fire, and a hail of bullets tears towards Su Chen. In a blink, Su Chen appears among them wielding twin daggers, each slash delivering swift, fatal conclusions. Facing the trembling leader, Su Chen halts his blade before the man's face offered a major secret about the city lord in exchange for mercy. Su Chen coldly replies, "Oh, let's hear it." Under crushing pressure, the guy trembled and spilled everything. No heroics today. He revealed the city lord was secretly tight with the Tao Zhu, trading weekly. Su Chen's face darkened as he coolly asked, "Secret deals doing what?" The man stammered that the city lord swapped refugees for food from the Tao Zhu. Simple, horrifying economics. Yun and Duanya paled. Yun smashed his head and demanded if they really traded lives, and he whimpered that it was all the city lord's order. Elsewhere, a Tao Zhu thug throttled a human and sneered he'd dumped the food at the safe zone gate by dawn, telling the captive he'd follow the usual grisly rules. He then opened his fanged mouth and bit straight into the man's neck, no table manners whatsoever. A sickening crunch echoed, and the victim's life was deleted in seconds. Those taken for protection never returned, shaken but steady. Yun and Duanya watched as the boss begged to be spared. Su Chen curled his lips coldly, saying, "Relax, I still need you for something." Once exposed, the boss was tied up and hung in a dark alley, struggling uselessly like a doomed Pieta. A few Tao Zhu spotted him, one questioned it, another shrugged and said to just kill him and take him home for dinner. Their leader lunged forward viciously, ordering the others along, while the hanging man turned ghost pale and croaked, "Wait." Before he could explain himself, a brutal punch to the gut made him cough blood and collapse in agony. Suddenly a massive figure appeared behind them, booming, "Huh, you broke my new toy," leaving the Tao Zhu rattled. It was Yun transformed, towering and gripping the rope like a string toy. Realizing she was an ability user, the boss shouted a warning. Yun raised her hand playfully toward her attacker, purring that he'd make a fun new toy. Meanwhile, a Tao Zhu noticed someone hiding atop a nearby building, gun poised and ready. It was Duanya with a sniper rifle. Recalling Su Chen's warning about Tao Zhu mutations, she confirmed through the scope and fired 3 flawless headshots in a row. The guy pinned by Yun watched 3 perfect headshots and turned pale. This was beyond his pay grade. Before he could process it, another bullet came screaming in like a sequel. He barely dodged, puffed up with arrogance, and roared while struggling, "You think you can hold me?" Right then, Su Chen quietly popped up behind him like a lethal surprise guest. With one hand, Su Chen grabbed the Tao Zhu's head. The guy froze, trying to turn, but got instantly deleted as his head exploded on impact. Scene shift in a softly lit room. Someone asked how Su Chen discovered the city lord's shady trades. Su Chen calmly said he'd heard of similar bases before and just probed today. Turns out, jackpot. Meanwhile, he casually furnished the room with a comfy bed and a full meal from his space. Duanya lounged on the bed in a seductive dress, suggesting they could build a base elsewhere, but Su Chen said that's too much work, better partner with someone reliable in Hecheng. Duanya dropped the topic as both got distracted by more immediate concerns. Yun entered in a stunning outfit, half pouting that they started without her. Duanya laughed and invited her to join. Su Chen paused, genuinely surprised. Were they really teaming up on him right now? The two approached with bright smiles, thanking him for their decent life and offering to serve him well tonight. Next morning, seeing the bald boss badly injured by Tao Zhu, Zhang Chengju grew uneasy and went to their tribe for answers. At the Tao Zhu base inside an abandoned warehouse, Zhang Chengju faced them as their leader sat grimly, calling him out. The leader said Zhang lost men, but they lost 3 warriors, so now he must double the human supply or no deal. A burly guard protested, but Zhang Chengju calmly stopped him and agreed without hesitation. Before talks ended, Su Chen stepped from the shadows, coldly mocking Zhang's willingness to trade lives, shocking everyone present. Unfazed, Su Chen said he'd heard about Zhang's close ties with the Tao Zhu and just came to see for himself. The Tao Zhu closed in around Su Chen with ugly grins, mocking his guts for walking into their lair alone. Their leader stared coldly, saying he didn't know how Su Chen killed the 3 before, but now that he's here, he's not leaving. Meanwhile, Zhang Chengju and his guard slipped away before leaving. Zhang sneered that Su Chen and his crew were as good as dead and must be wiped out to avoid trouble. Scene shift Hetching's temporary base. Zhang Chengju returned grim-faced and gathered everyone, announcing a traitor in the base, instantly stirring panic. He pointed at Su Chen's former companions, declaring them the betrayers. Spinning a well-rehearsed lie, he claimed they posed as doctors, kidnapped people, and traded them to the Tao Zoo for food, whipping the crowd into a furious kill them frenzy. Amid the chaos, a seasoned man stepped out shouting, "Wait!" Defending Su Chen as trustworthy, the crowd gasped it was Gao Jianjun. Zhang Chengju snapped angrily at Dao Yue, demanding proof instead of empty trust. Then a firm voice rang from above, "I can prove it." Zhang looked up, shock turned to horror. How was he still alive? Hearing the name, Zhao Jianjun smiled faintly, so this was Su Chen. Su Chen stepped forward, dragging the battered Tao Zoo leader and lifting him up, suggesting he tell the truth. The leader begged desperately for mercy. The sight stunned both Zhang Chengju and Gao Jiangjun. No one expected Su Chen to dominate the Tao Zoo chief like this. Su Chen calmly ordered him to speak louder so everyone could hear, his simple words dripping with menace. Under pressure, the leader shouted the truth: Zhang Chengju betrayed everyone. The confession detonated the crowd's fury like a bomb. Still, Zhang denied it, flipping the blame and accusing Su Chen of colluding with the Tao Zoo. This time Gao Jiangjun wasn't buying it. His gaze turned icy. He struck, sending Zhang Chengju staggering. Finally dropping the act, Zhang laughed and admitted it all, claiming that in the apocalypse, resources belong to the Tao Zoo and humans are merely cornered prey. Staring at Gao Jiangjun, Zhang smugly claimed sacrificing a few to save many was righteous and mocked Gao Yue for judging him while benefiting from the traded supplies. Someone in the crowd snapped and pointed at Zhang, shouting that he was nothing but a coward. Su Chen punched Zhang hard, coldly saying trading morality for food and lives for survival might be practical in a might makes right world, but it's the way of beasts, and they are not like him. Su Chen turned to Gao Jiangjun, firm-made, declaring they can't keep surviving like this. He extended his hand, inviting him to build a true human base together. Su Chen recalled wandering ruins once, hearing of an almost ideal place with no class divide, no hunger, no despair, where people lived with dignity. That place was built by one man, Zhao Weiyi. But right now, Zhao Weiyi was only a deputy city lord. Here Su Chen was merely speeding fate up. Bai Kang voiced concern about the difficulty of building a base, yet others insisted they couldn't rely on others forever, they must build their own home. Zhang burst out laughing, mocking them as wannabe saviors, saying the outside is deadly and dreaming of a base is just sending people to die. Zhang He, in his wheelchair, sneered that they should let them leave once they suffer, they'll crawl back. Zhang nodded in agreement. Some civilians hesitated, fearing the dangers outside and preferring the slim safety of staying. Zhang loudly declared anyone believing that fantasy could leave, but once outside, life or death is on them. Beside him, Su Chen calmly said food isn't an unsolvable problem. The crowd murmured skeptically easy words. Others countered that since Su Chen captured and crushed the Tao Zoo leader and as a powerful ability user he might truly secure food. Furious, Zhang He accused Su Chen of playing savior, but Su Chen coolly replied he only had enough supplies for about 2,000 people for a month. Zhang froze. That stockpile rivaled his own reserves. Where did Su Chen even get it? Elsewhere, while guards stood watch, Yun suddenly appeared and restrained one of them. She asked why he thought Su Chen dared make such an offer, but the guard's eyes wandered shamelessly over her instead of answering. Annoyed, Yun knocked him out, and before losing consciousness he muttered, "Oh, so that's it." Yun clung to Duanya, whining she was starving, got scolded for overusing her ability, then reported the sniper spots were ready. Su Chen's deep voice cut in, telling Gao Jiangjun it was time to choose. Zhao Yue stepped forward, declaring they'd starved and sacrificed only to be treated like livestock for the Tao Zoo. He refused to stay. He looked at Su Chen and firmly decided to build a new base with him. Zhao Yue shouted for any brother willing to leave with him to step out and build a base where humans live with dignity. Two captains barked orders as the Kang Hu and Bai Hu squads assembled instantly. Soldiers from Lao Zhang's side rushed toward Gao Jiangjun, prompting an angry roar from Lao Zhang. He yelled that they were the city lord's troops and owed loyalty to him. A crisp report rang out that all members were present. Lao Zhang snarled that without his permission no one leaves. The camp split into two armed lines, guns aimed, tension stretched to a hair trigger. Then Zhang He suddenly fired from his wheelchair, cursing Su Chen and blaming him for his crippled legs, swearing to kill him. The bullet grazed past Su Chen's eyes, turned icy, wanna die. In a flash he appeared before Zhang He and lifted him by the throat. Tightening his grip, Su Chen coldly warned Zhang Jianchu to order his men to drop their guns, or it'd snap his son's neck. Lao Zhang's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Everyone drop your weapons." Su Chen told Gao Jiangjun to escort the refugees out while he handled this, and Gao agreed to regroup at Canyon University. Lao Zhang's eyes flickered with a subtle signal before he spoke again. He proposed a truce's son for safe passage, each side taking a step back. From afar, a hidden sniper quietly aimed at Su Chen. Calmly, Su Chen signaled Duanya rooftop, 12 o'clock, darling. Duanya replied, got it, telling Yun to stop hugging her. She took position and fired the shot, cleanly eliminating the ambusher. Lao Zhang went pale, asking if Su Chen had arranged a sniper. Su Chen shrugged, it's only fair. Right, Zhang Chengju, I accept your offer. Here's your son. He tossed Zhang He back casually, adding he had one more question. Does that kind of meat taste good? Lao Zhang froze, confused by the question. Then he noticed Zhang He knowing a durian, growling like a caged beast. A violent explosion thundered, smoke billowing everywhere. Zhang Chengju suddenly mutated, but his son was already torn apart. He roared that it'd kill Su Chen. Su Chen stood proudly before his harem as Duanya announced their arrival, and he recalled the past life truth. Zhang Jianshu was a hidden Tao hybrid, already level 2. He left a chilling warning hanging in the air: next time they meet, Zhang won't be so lucky. The captain shouted for attention, announcing the supermarket ahead was the supply stash Su Chen mentioned. Their mission: clear out the Tao Zoo inside and haul everything back to the new base. The soldiers charged in eagerly, then froze on the spot. The place was empty, battle traces long cold, not a single Tao Zoo in sight. After checking, the captain confirmed the supplies were preloaded, tanks half full enough to reach the base. Su Chen hadn't lied. Even trucks were ready. Lao Sun snorted in disappointment, saying he expected a real fight. A young soldier noted Su Chen now handled key missions once assigned to him. Lao Sun's face darkened, since when did a weakling get to compete with him? Yunyan pouted, asking Duanya why that silly captain wasn't back yet. Duanya calmly replied the Tao Zhu and the supermarket were long dealt with by Su Chen, they just had to drive back, easy enough for even a fool. Yun scoffed she wasn't worried about him, only about starving refugees they were treating. Duanya said they'd arrived and should withdraw soon, masking Yun's huge form with mental power wasn't easy up close. Lao Sun reported the supplies secured, admitting Su Chen truly solved the food crisis. Gao Jianjin nodded, calling him their savior. Standing behind, Lao Sun muttered bitterly that Su Chen's only skill was making people believe in him. Another reported Tao Zhu activity near Nan Hospital, possibly a tribe of dozens. Gao Jiangjin was startled at the mention of a tribe. Lao Sun schemed inwardly, this time he'd prove who truly protects everyone. Bai Kang exclaimed in shock when Su Chen proposed moving the armory. The place was flood-swallowed and corpse-filled like a death trap. Xiaofeng added that even if the three got in, they couldn't carry much out. Su Chen simply said just lead in there. Bai Kang agreed but suggested 2 vehicles since it was far. So Chen cut him off. Transport wasn't a problem. He pulled a pickup truck from his personal space, leaving them stunned at his ability. Climbing in, he urged them to stop gawking and get on if they weren't complaining. The trio set off toward the military zone. Elsewhere, frustrated curses rang out. Why wasn't the water pumping out? The leader, eyes ruthless, ordered a few useless people thrown to the water ghosts as bait. Supplies vanished, and without results, returning meant death. The unlucky ones were dragged away as disposable sacrifices in a cruel little scheme. Water Ghost took the bait. He shouted, offering a pretty girl as reward for whoever dove down to pry the door open. One man stepped up recklessly, saying he had nothing before the apocalypse, might as well gamble now. On Su Chen's side, Xiaofeng spotted familiar traces. City Lord troops were here too. Bai Kang replied, there's a back route, but they'd have to dive underwater. Su Chen nodded, telling her to lead. The trio sank into the icy depths, where Bai Kang suddenly noticed countless glowing eyes staring in the dark. A grim thought hit her, these water ghosts weren't right. Su Chen appeared beside her, calmly reassuring her she was stunned he could even speak underwater. He naturally pressed his lips to hers, passing her oxygen like it was routine. She thought dazedly that he was helping her breathe while surrounded by water ghosts. Shadows shifted as countless arms reached toward Bai Kang. Fear rising, she clutched Su Chen. If she died, at least it'd be beside him. Yet no attack came. She realized something was off. They had stopped. His eyes glowed an eerie red. Bai Kang was shaken. Was he controlling them? Su Chen smiled, holding her close. Now let the hunt begin. Suddenly, a few broke free of control, and the swarm switched to full attack mode. Su Chen remained utterly composed. He told the 2 to go up first. He'd handle the rest. One by one, he cleanly killed the creatures, carving a path for Xiaofeng and Bai Kang. Surfacing, the 2 gasped like they'd just crawled back from death's door. Seeing corpses floating behind, Xiaofeng marveled if Su Chen was even human. Bai Kang wondered how many abilities he still hid. Su Chen emerged later holding a crystal core, grumbling that all that effort earned only 1 white core. Terrible drop rate. They stared. Bai Kang said getting a white core so fast was already insane, and Xiaofeng noted it still boosted strength even if it could awaken powers. In the shadows, golden eyes silently fixated on the core in Su Chen's hand. A small blur shot out, snatching the core before Su Chen could react. Xiaofeng blinked. Since when were there cats down here? Bai Kang explained bases kept cats to fight rats. This one probably survived the apocalypse by accident. Su Chen was visibly annoyed, never feared a fight, yet got robbed by a cat. He tried negotiating, telling the little guy the core was useless to it and offering a trade. The cat ignored him, grabbed a bag of food too, and bolted. Su Chen clenched his fist, muttering that surviving 2 robberies by a cat proved apocalypse creatures aren't simple. Soon they restarted the power grid, lights flooding back on relieved. Bai Kang said the electricity still worked and led them toward the armory. Bai Kang led the way, saying everyone bolted in a hurry before the flood hit. She stopped and declared the supplies were likely untouched, especially the weapons, right here. A massive stash of gear lay before them, enough ammo to arm a 500-man army. Xiaofeng gawked that with the tank they could kit out 1,000. Bai Kang warned him to be careful, and Su Chen calmly agreed. Su Chen said no worries, but Bai Kang fretted about how to haul everything back. The city lord's army could show up anytime, and there was no time to call backup. A violent tremor suddenly shook the place, stunning them both. Xiaofeng burst out driving a tank, yelling he'd found one, then screamed that a monster was chasing him. His face went pale as he begged for help with sheer panic. Bai Kang froze at the chaotic spectacle. The mutated beast sprayed firepower wildly, its aim thankfully terrible. Xiaofeng dodged by inches, screaming for someone to think fast. If the arsenal blew up, they were all toast. Su Chen instantly expanded his personal space and sucked all the supplies inside. Bai Kang stared, shocked that he could store all of it in his space. Even the cat beside them paused, utterly baffled. Xiaofeng shouted that Su Chen's special ability was insanely awesome. He asked if Su Chen could stash the monster too, but Su Chen replied living mutated creatures could be stored. Bai Kang urged them to stop chatting. Shed lured away while Su Chen retreated and Xiaofeng found an opening. Before she moved, Su Chen scooped her up, saying with supplies secured he had to get her back to base. Xiaofeng yelled a warning. The beast seized the chance and smashed the tank flying. Su Chen ordered no more hesitation and hold it off while she checked on Xiaofeng. Bai Kang ran to look but called back, telling him not to die. Facing the beast, Su Chen's aura surged as he mused he'd never seen this type here in his past life. Still, he smirked that its crystal core would soon be his. At the military base entrance, violent tremors panicked the city lord's army. One said the explosion came from inside, and the dropping water level meant the rock layer below was broken. The fat leader raged that someone beat them to the loot and vowed to kill whoever dared steal from him. When his men didn't respond, he snapped only to find them staring and muttering about a rabbit. One gulped that had been ages since they'd eaten rabbit, then hesitated, noting this one looked weird. The rabbit's twisted expression froze them in place. Someone stammered it looked anything but cute. As if offended, the rabbit let out a horrifying shriek. Tentacles burst from its body and skewered the stunned crowd, the fat leader mutating too, his face warping into the same grotesque horror. Back on the battlefield, Su Chen faced the peach-pink monstrosity head-on. He unleashed heavy blows in rapid succession, but each one was blocked. They were evenly matched, and the creature even fired energy beams that forced him on the defensive. A flash shot at him, making Su Chen dodge with real difficulty. He calculated that getting hit would be disastrous and muttered that a level creature's body was as tough as steel. His arm went numb from clashes, yet the beast stood firm like other level 2 foes, nearly immune to brute force, so he admitted he lacked equal physical strength. The monster seized the opening and pressed hard. Su Chen dodged and shouted that no armor was without a weakness. The key was the parasitic organism lodged deep in its brain. He counterattacked, but it reacted fast, tentacles wrapping him tight like tree roots. Once locked on, it fired a pink energy blast meant to obliterate everything ahead. Su Chen teleported away, conceding this fight was no cakewalk. A cat's mew suddenly cut through the tension, and he blinked. Oh, it was the little kitty. He warned it off, but the cat advanced, aura oppressive and growling menacingly. Su Chen wondered if it was a mutated beast too. In the distant ruins, Bai Kang anxiously called out to Xiaofeng, asking if he was okay. From under the rubble, Xiaofeng weakly replied he was fine, barely dodged death. She rushed over, relieved, promising to pull him out and telling him to hang on. Suddenly eerie laughter echoed. Bai Kang barked out, demanding who was there. A strange group approached, looking like guests at a very twisted party. She recognized them and asked if they had opened the door. But their warped expressions set off alarms, and she warned something was wrong. Their faces twisted into grotesque smiles, especially the fat man staring at her with greedy eyes. Back with Su Chen, the cat roared, transforming as sharp claws extended. One swipe shook the ground with surging energy as it growled, asking who dared call it Little Meow. Su Chen paused, impressed that it could grow larger. Yet its focus shifted entirely to the peach-pink beast, not him. Su Chen realized his likely instinctive hostility between species. He stepped forward and bluntly accused it of using a crystal core to lure them here, calling it a sly cat. Then he turned serious and proposed teaming up if it deemed him worthy. Feeling his pressure, the cat hesitated. Su Chen seized the moment and leapt onto its back, declaring them partners in battle. Suddenly being mounted annoyed it, but it couldn't react right away. Man and beast aligned, tension razor-sharp before the clash, and Su Chen shouted for the charge. Still, his tone irked it so much its fur stood on end. The peach-pink monster lunged only to be met by razor fangs. Watching closely, Su Chen saw the wounds were too shallow and told it they needed better coordination. Su Chen patted Xiao Hai's head, assigning it to flank and drag the vines while he handled the rest. Grumpy but obedient, Xiao Hai complied. When the monster struck, both leapt up in sync to dodge the shockwave, smashing a wall apart and letting floodwater rush in. With superior speed, Xiao Hai nimbly evaded and severed the pursuing tentacles. Seizing the moment, Su Chen sprang off its back and slammed a full-force blow into the creature's head. The impact sent it flying, and he knew he'd found the right approach. Keep the pressure, push it to the brink. The beast went berserk, spraying chaotic energy, but Xiao Hai's agility made every strike miss. Soon its body was riddled with wounds until it shattered, dropping a crystal core. Spotting the prize, Xiao Hai dashed for it. Su Chen was faster, blocking it. This was his loot, no sharing. He swallowed the core on the spot. Xiao Hai howled in protest, but he had no clue what it was yelling about. The water level surged, flooding the area. Su Chen noted the arsenal would soon be submerged and this place wouldn't last. He noticed Xiao Hai flailing in the water, nothing like its fierce self before. Su Chen lifted it, laughing that the mighty beast was afraid of water and better stick with him. Xiao Hai struggled in refusal. He let go and tossed it back. Fine, fend for yourself. Terrified, Xiao Hai instantly clung to him, meowing nonstop. Su Chen smirked at the quick change of heart. The cat nodded frantically, and he said it chose this path itself. On Bai Kang's side, chaos reigned as she fumed that those people were clearly dead, so why were they back? Surrounded and retreating, she heard Xiaofeng shout the tank would start and told her to run. She refused, saying they had to deal with this first. Her gaze fixed on the rabbit. Something about it was wrong. The creature morphed, using root-like tendrils to drain and control the others. Bai Kang realized it was siphoning their energy. Before she could react, roots from behind coiled tightly around her, tearing her clothes to shreds, leaving barely anything intact. The rabbit revealed its horrific form and lunged with its maw wide open. Bai Kang struggled, cursing her own carelessness. At the critical moment, the tank roared to life and rammed the rabbit, breaking its hold. Xiaofeng bellowed that touching Captain Bai men asking for death. Heavy fire rained down, every barrel aimed straight at it in relentless blasts. In moments, the rabbit's body was torn apart. Bai Kang stood, hardly believing it was over. Yet no one noticed the crystal core falling off course. It accidentally flew straight into Xiaofeng's mouth. He froze, realizing what he'd swallowed. Energy surged through him and his eyes changed unmistakably. Bai Kang anxiously asked if he was okay, clutching his stomach. He said he just felt uneasy after swallowing the core. From afar, a cat's cry cut through the air. Su Chen arrived, asking if Xiaofeng had swallowed a core, leaving Bai Kang stunned. Xiaofeng asked why he felt no ability yet. Su Chen said mastery comes through battle, but first he'd get him out safely. Su Chen's gaze swept over Bai Kang with a faint smirk. She cut him off about her torn clothes, brushing it off as battle damage, then teased him for keeping a cat in the apocalypse, and he replied it would follow him from now on. Outside, black crows swarmed the sky and a tattered girl hung pitifully from a lamppost. Nearby, a Tao clan brute tried assaulting a young girl. She begged for release, and he laughed that her pleas only excited him more. More of them joined, teasing that her screams would sound even better later. They cornered her in the dark as she trembled, and begged not to be killed. The leader leered that if she served him well, he'd keep her as a slave. Otherwise, she'd end up dried out and hanging like the other girl. Desperate, she forced herself to comply, biting her lip and thinking she refused to become smoked meat. She said she would try her best to serve the masters. The Tao clan man eagerly prepared himself, cackling in delight. Her cries echoed through the silent city. Right then, Su Chen's vehicle rolled in annoyed at the interruption. The Tao clan decided to finish first and deal with it later. Xiaofeng stepped out and walked straight toward them. They sneered and ordered his capture for dinner. Bai Kang worried if Xiaofeng could handle 3 alone while Su Chen calmly stroked the cat. He reassured her that with him here and considering Xiaofeng was once dubbed a human nuclear bomb, this was nothing. He added that real combat was the fastest way to master an ability. Seeing Xiaofeng stand still, the Tao clan felt mocked and charged, declaring it his death day. Punches rained down from all directions without mercy. Bai Kang panicked, but Su Chen said no, Xiaofeng had already grasped his power. One Tao clan member frowned that their strength far surpassed humans, so why was he unharmed? Light flashed around Xiaofeng as he explained he had taken most of the force from their blows. They scoffed and attacked again, shouting to kill him. So Chen narrowed his eyes, noting it wasn't absorption but outright plundering. Xiaofeng roared as blue energy erupted, spreading like a tidal wave. The Tao clan panicked, shouting for him to stop as their strength drained away. So Chen mused that the ability functioned like a black hole, devouring surrounding energy, truly top tier. Suddenly his gaze sharpened in surprise. From afar, a disc-shaped object sliced through the air with a sharp whine. In a blink, the 3 Tao clan heads were cleanly severed. Xiaofeng froze in shock. A man arrived with hundreds of subordinates, declaring smugly that he'd arrived just in time or they'd have become prey. He demanded repayment, hand over all their food supplies. Xiaofeng started to address Captain Sun, but Su Chen cut in, telling him to get in the car while he fetched food for Captain Sun. Acting awkward, Su Chen offered a small bundle of supplies, claiming it was all he had left. He said it wasn't much, but it showed goodwill. Captain Sun's face darkened instantly. It was processed dog food. He roared for Su Chen to stop, but the car sped off as Su Chen's voice drifted back, telling them to enjoy it slowly while they left first. A subordinate asked why Captain Sun saved Xiaofeng instead of killing him. Sun fumed that his flying disc malfunctioned, or Lu Boy would be dead. The underlings schemed that the general now trusted outsiders over veteran soldiers, and with Xiaofeng's ability they'd lose power. Sun coldly said if Gao Wei no longer trusted him, it was time to double as masters of the base. In the car, Su Chen asked if Sun had a grudge. Xiaofeng said no, that Sun was just like that. Su Chen pondered that Xiaofeng couldn't defend himself against internal schemes without intervention. Things might have ended badly, so Sun clearly had bigger plans. If Sun had ambitions, had already built influence in the new base, Su Chen decided to cut the thread off cleanly. At the wall construction site, Union was surrounded by praise for doubling efficiency like playing with toys. She shyly replied that using her ability made her eat a lot. Asking if they could afford it, someone said protecting everyone was worth it. Mid-conversation, she paused upon seeing a vehicle returning in the distance. Su Chen's car entered the base, passing half-repaired streets. Once stopped, Xiao Miao hopped out swiftly. Su Chen warned it not to cause trouble or scare people. The cat meowed softly, pretending to behave. Bai Kang joked it seemed happy to be out. Xiaofeng asked if he feared it running off, and Su Chen replied while storing the car that after feeding it crystals and food, it wouldn't find better value elsewhere. Soon they arrived at a massive supply warehouse. Zhao Wei said he'd prepared it as requested and asked if it was enough. Su Chen nodded that it was fine. A flash stunned Gao Wei's space ability. As mountains of supplies appeared, Su Chen said with these weapons, base security was basically covered. Zhao Wei asked if he didn't plan to hide such power. Su Chen casually replied they were in the same boat, so who else would he trust? Gao Wei agreed and promised secrecy. Someone proposed naming the new base Suguang Base to honor Su Chen. Zhao Wei approved, saying Suguang meaning dawnlight symbolized hope and rebirth. Su Chen blinked at the swift decision. Remembering his past life, Su Chen recalled Gao Wei's base was once a rare haven of peace, now bearing his name. It felt worthwhile. Elsewhere, Xiao Hai sneaked around and wandered into a surgical area. Voices praised senior sister Duanya for skillfully handling a mutated plant surgery that couldn't have succeeded without her. Duanya sighed that conditions were too poor, and many severe cases still couldn't be saved. If they cleared the Tao clan from the base hospital, they'd gain a pile of medical supplies. Seeing the scalpel in Duanya's hand, Xiao Hai froze as traumatic memories resurfaced. It trembled, letting out pitiful little whimpers. Duanya turned around, spotted it, and her gaze softened. She wondered where the little cat came from. Gently petting it, she fetched food and invited it to follow her. Leading it to her room, she said she'd ask Su Chen later if he could afford to raise another cat. In these harsh times, she had no idea the cat already belonged to him. As she entered, someone suddenly hugged her, teasingly. Startled but recognizing Su Chen, she asked when he'd returned while Xiao Hai froze in panic. Su Chen awkwardly asked how she knew it was him. She replied no one else was immune to her mental ability. After chatting, Duanya took Xiao Hai for a bath, realizing Su Chen brought it back and that it had no name. Noting its golden-tinted fur, she suggested Huang Jin, and the pampered cat purred contentedly. Su Chen walked in, approving the name and cheekily asking if she planned to help him bathe too. She asked about the arsenal trip. Su Chen produced a crystal core, saying it would let him evolve to level 2. Huang Jin eyed it suspiciously as Su Chen explained he'd hidden it in his space due to its special aura. He raised the core to his mouth and Duanya gasped, asking if he'd use it immediately. Before she could stop him, his body transformed, skin darkening, red veins surfacing, and a powerful aura erupting. Trapped in the pressure, Duanya exclaimed this was level 2 power. The room filled with chaotic sounds as she struggled to call out to Su Chen. But he didn't seem to stop. Yun Yun, building the wall, sensed the disturbance and frowned. Huang Jin calm. Hearing the noise, Yun Yun felt slightly annoyed. He had sought her first, then headed inside. The door swung. Duanya called for help, saying Su Chen was overwhelming. Yun Yun blushed in confusion at the sight. Su Chen's powerful aura spread as he said Yun Yun arrived just in time. The room grew suffocating under his dominance. Both women pushed to their limits as he marveled at the vast difference of level 2 power. After a fierce struggle, they were utterly exhausted. Duanya panicked she was about to collapse, and Yun Yun admitted the impact was too intense. So Chen looked apologetic, guessing he'd absorbed too many crystal cores. Yun, unwilling to lag behind, vowed she and Duanya must grow stronger or be forever overshadowed. Duanya asked what changes came with his level 2 evolution. Intrigued, Su Chen decided to test it, starting with enhanced physical strength. As the two powers fused, Su Chen's body turned jet black, harder than metal and radiating a faint energy glow. He pondered, then reached toward the two women, wondering if he could release it outward for a test. The burst sent furniture flying and flung them off the bed. He laughed, pleased that the destructive force had clearly increased. He moved on to his space ability, noting it once required direct contact to open portals. Now he could create multiple small portals within 20 meters. Yun huffed that he was outrageous for secretly using them as test subjects. Unbothered, he added his ice ability had evolved too. He could now coat his body in ice armor. Not super practical yet, but promising. His gaze lingered on them as a new idea sparked. If he controlled energy along the ice surface and paired it with portals, he could strike from multiple angles. He tested it immediately, firing ice blocks through portals like bullets appearing from unpredictable directions. He judged it perfect for ambushes. The sisters were stunned, saying evolved further it might surpass heavy weapons. So Chen continued that lastly came spiritual perception. His eyes shifted color as he said the range hadn't grown much, but he could sense internal details like inner vision. Suddenly he paused, something felt off. His consciousness was dragged into a strange, unfamiliar mental space. A female voice echoed that this was the consciousness space in his mind, Su Chen. She said it had been a while since they met. He recognized her, the girl from the experimental base, shocked she was here. Her hair lashed out and bound him as she explained that by swallowing her crystal core, he allowed her to parasitize and merge with him. Realizing familiar powers were unusable here while she closed in, he grasped the danger. Instantly, Su Chen forged chains from sheer will, binding her tightly and shouting she would never control him. He reversed the restraint and demanded if her goal was to seize his body. She claimed he was too strong for that. She insisted she couldn't take over someone as powerful as him. Coldly unconvinced, he tightened the chains, locking her movements. She grimaced, saying though weaker overall, in the mind space she might not lose. Hair erupted from the ground. Cocooning him, she laughed that now neither could leave and eternity together wasn't so bad. Outside, seeing him frozen, Yun and Duanya anxiously called his name. Inside the mental realm, both were immobilized by each other's power. She noted they were at a stalemate. Su Chen frowned, realizing breaking the cocoon wasn't easy and struggling would waste time. Testing her intent, he asked what she wanted. She said she only needed to absorb a tiny portion of his ability to survive and couldn't possess him anyway. Still wary, Su Chen asked how she planned to leave his body and why he should believe her. She calmly explained she needs a superpower to survive or she'll vanish on the spot. Unless he helps her find a superpowered woman, decent stamina, nice figure, easy on the eyes. He laughs at her high standards. She smirks that she'll recognize the right one, and he won't be helping for free. His tone hardens, no need for benefits, but if she causes trouble, he'll erase her. She instantly switches to a cutesy plea, begging him to untie her before she can't take it anymore. In the end, both loosen their restraints, an awkward first handshake of cooperation. Su Chen's consciousness snaps back to reality, finally stabilizing. Duanya and Yun nearly collapsed from worry, saying he ignored them so long they thought his soul clocked out. He replies seriously that it was dangerous and must be kept under strict control. Inside the mindscape, the girl notices everything slowly freezing over. She screams, asking if Su Chen plans to turn the whole place into an icebox. As she demands release, he senses the overwhelming ice ability and decides she needs a new body fast. A light bulb goes off. There are still plenty of people in the base. He turns to Duanya and tells her to take him to see everyone immediately. The two women freeze, shocked, looking for more women. Yun protests that the two of them should be enough. Seeing their reaction, he awkwardly laughs and insists he just wants to check on the base. Later, Duanya reports that General Guy has counted over 300 people in the base. Over 400 handle security, fending off Tau tribe raids and mutated beasts, while the rest build walls with Yun's help, nearly done. Women, children, and the elderly clear mutated plants and manage logistics, Yun adds. Many were injured dealing with the plants, but thanks to Duanya setting up a surgery room, the lightly wounded are back at work. Everyone's pushing hard, and once the wall's finished, they can finally breathe. Duanya says. Su Chen answers that peaceful days are probably on a short timer. In the meeting room, General Zhao and Bai Kang discuss securing medical supplies from the hospital and wiping out the Tau tribe. Asking for opinions, a young man notes there are fewer than 100 Tau tribe members there. He suggests Captain Sun, the strongest and best coordinated leader, take the squad. Old Sun cuts in coldly, telling him to hold on. He questions why Su Chen is absent after proposing the base. Is he dodging responsibility now? General Zhao sternly reminds him that without Su Chen there'd be no base and no place for him to stand. Old Sun only snorts. General Zhao recalls Su Chen once saying he had zero interest in leadership and trusted Gao to run things. So Chen had warned that endless crises lie ahead, and without real preparation, any shelter will eventually be swallowed by the apocalypse. Hearing this, Lao Gao realizes Su Chen is the type who never settles, always chasing bigger power. He tells everyone that when danger hits, Su Chen definitely won't sit on the sidelines. Old Sun sneers that the hospital has plenty of strong Tau tribe foes, so who takes the blame if things go south? General Gao slams the table, declaring Xiaofeng will assist and Su Chen will be called in to guarantee safety. Startled but resolute, Old Sun accepts the mission and leaves to prepare. Outside, a subordinate questions why they're attacking the hospital instead of plotting a takeover. Old Sun admits his wary of Su Chen and Xiaofeng, both powerful and hard to handle. But if they accidentally fall during the mission, the base becomes his. From above, Qingnian notes Su Chen predicted this Lo Gao size, hoping Old Sun doesn't go too far. He then asks if scouts were sent to He Cheng. The reply, the reconnaissance team has likely arrived, and if Su Chen's right, chaos is coming. Scene shifts to He Cheng's safe zone. Xiaomi grumbles, why not ask the overpowered Su Chen to grab those 2 crystal cores? Tianyu insists strength must be earned, not borrowed, and Su Chen already helped once. Still salty, Xiaomi complains, but Tianyu cuts him off, someone's coming. They hide and spot armed men escorting several striking young women. A guard shouts, demanding identification. A youth replies they're delivering goods. He boasts it's premium stock after inspection. The girls are indeed top tier, including assassin Sanmao. A young guard escorts them to meet the city lord. The leader beams, thinking they've struck gold this time. Inside, praise fills the air as the city lord is clearly pleased with the shipment. A brutal Taizu creature declares any girl who bears him a son may live. Cue panic and tears. Unmoved, he grabs the loudest one, calling them mere breeding tools. Without hesitation, he draws his blade and her scream echoes in pain. Suddenly, a messenger bursts and Su Chen's group has attacked the hospital. The city lord erupts, ordering all forces to retaliate and erase Su Chen for good. A trembling subordinate warns they're too weakened to fight unless they forcibly convert others into Taizu, which takes time. As he struggles for solutions, Sanmao cryptically offers help, catching the city lord's attention. Elsewhere, the smug youths who delivered the girls realize too late they're now test subjects, screaming for release. One of them trembles, begging the Taizu city lord, "Aren't we your partners?" Before he finishes, the icy scrape of metal draws near and they go pale. The Taizu city lord rumbles that this woman will help forge him a brand new army. In exchange, she just needs them as conductors. The two youths panic, shouting at Sanmao's revenge plot and she's tricking him. The city lord smirks darkly and swings his iron mace. Whether it's a lie or not, they'll test it. The blow sends them flying like broken dolls. The Taizu toss them into a boiling crimson pool, their screams turning the place into a DOI hell. Sanmao calmly pours blue serum in, muttering about unstable next-gen enhancement drugs that speed up evolution. More victims are hurled in. One thrashes and screams before the liquid swallows him whole. She coldly tells them it's an honor, not everyone gets picked for this. Only the strong may serve the city lord. She seethes, blaming Su Chen for ruining her evolution base and vowing revenge. A hand rises from the pool, a half-mutated figure crawls out, morphing from human into Taizu. From afar, Tianyu and Xiaomu shudder, realizing everyone's being turned into monsters. Xiaomu fears the whole city will soon become the city lord's puppets. They leap off the wall to retreat but make a noise. Tianyu whispers they must warn the base. A Taizu blocks their path, snarling that they're not leaving. More surround them with weapons drawn. Xiaomu gulps, they've been spotted. Tianyu erupts into action, holding the enemy back and urging Xiaomu to escape. The Taizu sneers cunningly, lips curling as if amused. Meanwhile, back at Divine Radiance base, a little girl runs up calling Su Chen Gage, and he gently asks Xiaomai if she's settling in okay. With his hand on her head, she beams that no one would dare bully her. She belongs to Su Chen Gage. Lao Gao calls out that Captain Sun has assembled the force, but they hesitate before dozens of Taizu at the hospital, requesting Su Chen's help. Su Chen agrees instantly, no big deal. Yun Yun and Duanya arrive and join the group. Lao Gao adds seriously that the hospital is too close to ignore, and its medical supplies are vital, asking Su Chen to secure them for Divine Radiance base. Su Chen nods, promising to take only what he needs and leave the rest. Lao Gao then reveals he's brought all the base's ability users for this mission. A silver-haired young man steps up firmly, declaring they'll follow Su Chen's orders this mission. Su Chen scans the pumped-up squad, mostly burly youths plus one sharp-eyed petite girl, and begins, "If you're really listening to me, then go all out and prepare to storm the hospital head-on." Lowering his voice, he warns the rest to guard the base closely, especially watching He Cheng. The group freezes in shock when they realize he plans to raid the hospital solo. A thought crosses his mind: his actions might trigger unpredictable chaos in He Cheng. Scene shifts to Tao Ti territory where Tianyu and Xiaomu are surrounded. Xiaomu grumbles that these Taizu are toying with them without giving a second's rest. Tension tight, Tianyu says they'll collapse at this rate and must end it fast. He shoots Xiaomu a sharp look, reminding him of past near-death missions. Xiaomu grins confidently, of course, as the seasoned one. A Tao Tai roars with laughter, saying they can't escape today as weapons rise to tear Tianyu apart. Weaponless, Tianyu still shouts fiercely, trying to bluff the monsters away. Instead of charging, he flings lime powder. Chaos erupts as the Tao Ti curse in rage. Seizing the moment, Xiaomi yells that now's the chance, run. He taunts the enemies to chase him instead. But as he turns, horror strikes, a spear pierces through him, freezing him mid-step. Tianyu screams Xiaomi's name in anguish. The Tao Tai leader smirks, raising the spear mockingly, calling Xiaomu too scrawny to fill a tooth gap. He tosses the spear back as a reward, leaving Xiaomi trapped among the beasts. Gasping, Xiaomi weakly calls Tianyu's name as Tianyu charges forward in fury. Before he can help, a blade slashes his back from behind, forcing a cry of pain. With his last strength, Xiaomu screams for Tianyu to run. The Tao Tai swarm like rabid animals, tearing Xiaomi's body in half. Tianyu collapses, reaching out hopelessly, begging Xiaomi not to go. Teeth clenched, eyes blazing, he vows Xiaomi to wait for him. Swearing revenge, Tianyu bolts madly ahead, knowing one pause means instant death by spears. Under a rain of spears, Tianyu dives into the raging river, spinning midair before vanishing into the current. When the Tao Tai reach the bank, he's gone without a trace, prompting furious curses. They grumble about losing him and complain they're starving for flesh. The commander's voice booms, asking if they really crave meat. Then he orders them to storm Divine Radiance base and slaughter everyone there Buffett style. The Tao Ti erupt in savage cheers, drooling over meat and even women. The commander snarls his name, Zhang Jianshu, father of Zhang He, vowing Su Chen will pay. With overwhelming force, Zhang Jianshu leads Sanmao and 500 subordinates toward Divine Radiance base to crush it. Scene shifts to the hospital where a young girl sobs uncontrollably. Tears and snot soak her as she breaks down. A baby's cry echoes. She has just given birth to a Tao Ti child and is utterly exhausted. A Tao Ti shouts excitedly it's his son. This is Feng Pangzi, the Taizu leader here, once a delusional mental patient who now rules after the apocalypse. The girl struggles to rise, desperate to escape this living hell. But the Tao Tai pins her down, calling her a breeding tool and forcing her into another nightmare despite her pleas. The scene cuts to the city hospital grounds. Captain Sun's forces launch an assault to reclaim control of medical supplies. Caught off guard, the Tao Tai are overwhelmed as gunfire sweeps through like a storm. Gripping his axe, Captain Sun cuts down foes and orders the next wave to charge ahead. Lu Xiaofeng hesitates, confused by the command. Charging unarmed is suicide, and Su Chen and Duanya show clear displeasure while Sun mocks the mere civilians with guns. So Chen steps forward coldly, asking if Sun is forcing them. Sun laughs sarcastically, saying ability users leading the charge is only natural. Su Chen warns that anyone aiming a gun at them won't end well. With that, he takes the lead, carving a bloody path forward. Duanya and Lu Xiaofeng follow closely, eyes sharp for ambushes. Behind them, Captain Sun schemes to let them fight first, then gun them down later. His men even joke crudely about keeping Duanya for themselves. Leering eyes crawl over Duanya's body. Unaware her eyes are glowing embered, one mutters it'd be a waste to kill her. Captain Sun laughs about keeping her, but the group suddenly freezes, confused. He swears and demands to know where Su Chen went, ordering a search before they escape. Hidden aside, Duanya tells Lu Xiaofeng she can manipulate normal people's nerves so they can't see them. But Captain Sun is an ability user too, has probably sensed something off. Behind them, Su Chen stands completely invisible. He activates his space ability, portals opening above the soldiers' heads. Ice bullets rain down, sending them into chaos, screaming about an ambush. Captain Sun yells for cover, slow equals dead. Smirking, Su Chen mocks that they prefer charging ahead, shattering their formation into panicked flight. Captain Sun curses wildly, asking if anyone can spot the attack. Elsewhere, a girl's eyes turn vacant, her life fading away. Feng Pangzi snorts in annoyance, she died that easily, useless. He suddenly notices another girl being violated by Tao Tai. The helpless girls are pinned to the ground like prey. Furious, Feng Pangzi demands what they're doing. His men claim they want offspring too. Another agrees they want to be like the boss. The girl sobs and begs desperately for mercy. Enraged at their defiance, Feng Pangzi roars that no one touches what's his. With one devastating strike, he kills the two subordinates and blasts apart the wall behind them. From the rubble, his massive frame emerges, spotting intruders. He mocks the rats, while Lao Sun stares at his monstrous size. A soldier panics, pointing upward for Captain Sun to look. From the fourth floor, countless Tizu flood out, vastly outnumbering expectations and encircling them. Captain Sun orders full fire immediately. Gunshots erupt, but horror spreads as the bullets prove useless, clearly tampered with. Feng Pangzi commands coldly to sever the invaders' limbs and make them living prey. The Taizu charge viciously upon receiving the order. A young dark-skinned man is cleaved in two before he can react. Surrounded by three burly Taizu, Lao Sun stands his ground without flinching. Lao Sun spins and counterattacks, his axe sweeping out and chopping the three Taizu into pieces. Fired up, he roars for everyone to get up and fight the beasts barehanded if they must. Grinding his teeth, he curses Su Chen for scheming, vowing payback, yet they're down to dozens, surrounded by hundreds. Captain Sun rallies what's left, ordering them to follow him and carve a path to survive. His men raise crude weapons, knives, axes, and charge recklessly. The Taizu howl back just as savagely, determined to leave no one alive. The two sides clash in a brutal, blood-soaked melee. A sudden death shakes the line. One young man panics, drops his weapon, and tries to flee. Midscape, he freezes at the sound of a baby crying. He spots a newborn Tao Tai that suddenly stops crying and flashes a strange smile. Before he understands, the creature burrows underground. He looks around in confusion while it resurfaces silently beneath him. It lunges and bites into his calf. In seconds, it gnaws viciously as he screams for help. Nearly done eating, it admires its own body, delighted that flesh makes it grow faster. Back in the fray, Lao Sun keeps fighting like a madman, cutting down more Taizu. The survivors stare in awe, shouting praise at his strength. Then Feng Pangzi steps forward, mocking him for getting cocky over a few kills. Fueled by pride, Lao Sun charges with his axe, vowing to split him in two. But Feng Pangzi blocks the strike effortlessly with one hand. Lao Sun is stunned, his one-seatedly axe now completely useless. Before he can react, eerie laughter sounds behind him as the Tao Ti brat morphs its arm into a blade and swings. In one stroke, Lao Sun's arms are severed. He screams in agony while the brat stomps on him gleefully, shrieking for him to die. Just before the next blow, a powerful kick smashes the brat's face, sending it skidding away. Enraged, it bellows to know who dared attack. Su Chen's group appears imposingly, flanked by Duanya and Lu Xiaofeng. Su Chen says calmly that it's not the brat's turn yet, while Lao Sun retreats on shaking legs. Feng Pangzi suddenly fixates on Duanya, eyes roaming hungrily. He blurts out in surprise at such a beauty, while Duanya only feels disgust. Laughing crudely, he declares she'd make a perfect wife to bear him strong sons. Turning to Su Chen, he sneers that since the boy delivered her, he can at least choose how to die. Su Chen's face darkens with killing intent as he closes the distance in a blink and mutters, "Talk too much." A punch flew out without warning. The impact shook the ground and sent Feng Pangzi flying like a tossed meatball. Su Chen stood eye-side and domineering, basically saying, "Time to log you out." Even with a hole in his body, Feng Pangzi regenerated, grinning wickedly that Su Chen's powers must make him extra tasty. The little demon beside him asked if Dad fancied this woman, since he looked totally obsessed. It ogled Duanya with its twisted face and casually invited her to be its mom. The creepy words chilled the air, but Duanya stayed silent. Seeing that, the little demon edged closer, cheerfully saying it wouldn't eat her yet since it was still growing and just ate anyway. Fixing its clothes, it giggled that now it only craved milk, blurting out "Mom" like it meant it. Before it could get closer, Duanya kicked hard and sent it stumbling back. Caught off guard, the little demon face planted into the dirt, dizzy. Yet it laughed wildly, saying, "So this is what Mom feels like, how fun, now give it milk." Another kick crashed down before it could react. Duanya kept the combo going, spinning and smashing a fierce kick into its face. As it lost balance, she leapt up and delivered a decisive aerial kick. Under the relentless assault, the little demon grew cautious, though still weirdly thrilled. Despite the beating, it adapted and laughed excitedly, praising Mom for being strong. "My turn." As Duanya lowered her leg, she realized it had vanished and guessed it had a special ability. The little demon popped up from underground, bragging it could hide below and ambush her anytime. Just as it reached out, a sudden force smashed its face and flung it away. Xiao Miao dashed in, meowing beside Duanya. Startled, she called out, "Huang Jin, what are you doing here?" As the cat rubbed around her legs. Duanya drew the pistol from her thigh, warning it was dangerous and telling the cat to stay back while locking onto the demon's position with her sensing ability. The little demon dove from above, cursing the stupid cat for daring to attack it. It threatened to turn Huang Jin into a toy, but before finishing, Huang Jin struck a lethal blow that made it scream. Duanya paused mid-trigger, stunned, wondering what just happened. Behind them, 3 massive claw marks scarred the ground as the little demon cowered, gasping that it almost died and should retreat. Back at the center, the Taudi tightened their encirclement while Lao Sun, armless and panicked, ordered his men to protect him. Lu Xiaofeng called out that it was too dangerous and told everyone to gather near him. A Taudi mocked him, laughing that he alone looked too weak to stop them. Gritting his teeth, Lao Sun plotted to use Lu Xiaofeng as his escape ticket. He immediately declared that he was the captain. He ordered Lu Xiaofeng to get him out of there. Seeing his miserable state, Lu Xiaofeng replied that protection was fine, but first, a small favor. Lao Sun froze, fear flashing in his eyes, asking what he planned to do. Lu Xiaofeng grabbed his neck and activated his plunder ability, draining his power coldly. Saying armless he was useless, better hand over the strength so he could wipe out the Tai clan in revenge. Drained dry and blood-soaked, Lao Sun wheezed, asking why a teammate would betray him. Lu Xiaofeng's face darkened, saying the moment they aimed guns at him, that Bond-dyed enemies only get one ending. He amplified his plunder ability, turning Lao Sun's men into screaming, shriveled corpses, while at Shengguang base, Su Chen's warning revealed the Tai clan army closing in. On the wall, Bai Kang ordered everyone to follow the plan, then wondered why Yun was still there. Yun shrugged that Su Chen told her to build the barrier, and she'd rather not watch the place get wrecked. Blushing awkwardly, Bai Kang said she had something to ask. She wondered if staying around Su Chen ever felt strange. Yun laughed it off, saying at first maybe, but in these times who cares about old rules, and besides, she alone couldn't handle a man like Su Chen. Teasing back, she asked if Captain Bai had feelings for him since her expression always changed at his name. Bai Kang turned away flustered, denying it outright. Yun grinned, saying a strong and handsome guy like Su Chen makes crushing pretty normal. Covering her face, Bai Kang muttered that maybe such feelings were normal after all. Just then a young man shouted for Captain Bai to look. The Taudi army was approaching. Even prepared, the sight still shook both women. Bai Kang immediately ordered the general informed and civilians evacuated. Yun calmly pulled food from her bag and started eating in a hurry. Confused, Bai Kang asked if they were abandoning the base. Yun said no, safety first. Then Bai asked what she planned. Biting into meat, Yun said the wall would hold forever, and if Su Chen came back to ruins, he'd be unhappy. Remembering his punishments made her uncomfortable and oddly more annoyed. Her eyes hardened as she pulled out a strengthening serum from her backpack. Without hesitation, she injected it and declared she'd go out first. She swiftly arranged the troops, ordering them to hold the base at all costs. Then Yun jumped straight off the city wall. Bai Kang watched, stunned by her recklessness. Upon landing, Yun's body swelled, the impact shaking the ground. She scanned the area and casually uprooted a huge tree as her weapon. She shouted a bold challenge for them all to come at her. She swore no one would get past. Feeling the serum kick in, Yun's body kept growing larger. Gripping her makeshift weapon, she focused on one thought: wipe them all out. Zhang Jianshu saw her standing alone and roared in fury, mocking one girl daring to block them, vowing Su Chen would pay, and ordering a full charge. Instantly, the Tai clan surged forward like a tidal wave toward the base. Though briefly shaken by their numbers, Yun steadied herself, swung the tree, and roared that no one was allowed through. Her strike smashed down, blasting earth apart and sending several Tai clan grunts flying. Another squad swooped in from above and clung tightly to her arm. She flicked her arm once and they scattered like bugs in a storm. Watching from afar, Bai Kang was stunned and a little sore that everyone around Su Chen was this monstrously strong. But with enemies everywhere and defenses faltering, she knew Yun couldn't last forever and had to step in. She quickly left the wall to coordinate the chaos. Up front, Yun rampaged on, swinging her tree and taunting them to see how long they could last. Seeing comrades swatted away nonstop, the Taudi wavered, fear creeping in. Right then, Sanmao shouted that anyone who wanted to live should kill that woman. Were they all scared to die? The Taudi turned redade and greedy, muttering the prey looked decent, then abruptly surrounded Sanmao instead. She reacted fast, blasting them back and yelling that if they had guts, go fight the other one. But 3 suddenly froze, noticing strange mushroom-like parasites sprouting from their heads, one panicking at what it was. Sanmao recalled a mutated plant from Hicheng when mixed with her blood. It granted brief strength at the cost of life. She once tested it on someone and the horrific results still haunted her. Now a Taudi activated a device, his body twisting grotesquely as he screamed. The other 3 soon followed, swelling out of control and roaring like mad beasts. Yun watched it all, mind-blanking as unease crept in. Meanwhile, the onlooker laughed loudly, delighted, calling it beautiful. The remaining Taudi shifted targets toward the humans of Shengguang base, snarling for them to handle those mutants freely. Some charged in screaming to devour everyone, others eyeing women to keep. Before they got far, one froze as a comrade beside him was blown to pieces by a single shell. What the hell just happened? Tanks rolled onto the battlefield, cannons aimed at the Tai clan and firing nonstop, throwing the Taudi minions into panicked retreat. One yelled in terror, cursing where so many tanks came from and ordering a retreat. Seeing reinforcements arrive, Yun finally relaxed a little, relieved the steel convoy made it in time. Yet a heavily mutated Taudi suddenly lunged at her. Vines from his body coiled tightly around her arm. At the same time, another rushed in, jaws wide to tear into her. Yun reacted fast and blocked the frontal assault, but from behind another swung a blade. Her pupils widened as both arms were restrained. Escape nearly impossible. At that critical instant, a drone shot straight toward them. It detonated violently, blasting the attacker behind her. Flames swallowed him whole and Yun blinked. Wait, a drone. On the rooftop, Bai Kang piloted it with relief, grateful Su Chen brought these from a military base. Too bad there weren't many. At the hospital, crashes echoed as Su Chen kept striking, punching holes through Feng Pangs's body. Yet with abnormal regeneration, Feng Pangzi mocked him for being a scrawny kid with decent powers better than the trash at least. Killing intent surged from Su Chen, his aura crushing like a mountain. Feng Pangzi sneered that Su Chen was too green to beat him, then counterattacked. In the mental space, Xiao Minor stood puzzled, clueless about the chaos outside. Everything was frozen solid. She searched for an exit. Annoyed, Su Chen locked the place so tight she couldn't sense anything beyond. Determined to break free, she sharpened her hair into blades, refusing to stay trapped in this icy cage. The strands twisted into drills, repeatedly boring into thick ice. Outside, Su Chen and Feng Pangzi's fierce clash continued. Facing such a tough foe, Su Chen knew he had to end it fast. In the mental realm, Xiao Minor's hair drill finally pierced the last layer of ice. Su Chen suddenly paused, sensing something wrong. Feng Pangzi seized the chance, laughing as he punched, declaring Su Chen's doom had arrived. Blow after blow sent Su Chen flying, clothes shredded and body barely responsive. His consciousness was dragged into Xiao Minor's mental space, and he realized he'd been pulled inside. Xiao Minor rushed over excitedly, saying Shed waited forever for him. She hugged him tight, then sensed something off. The space sealed completely, and Su Chen awkwardly asked what she was doing. Her hair spread and wrapped him into a floating cocoon, leaving him demanding what she wanted. She smirked that inside here he couldn't use ice ability, unless he wanted them both frozen. Call it payback for locking her in this freezer. Suddenly she noticed something odd, lowering slightly with an embarrassed pause. Heat spread through her, heart racing, eyes landing on Su Chen's Excalibur, and she accused him of being a pervert for not wearing clothes. Su Chen tried to stay calm, saying she dragged him, and flustered, Xiao Minor blushed, claiming she was just curious until another glance made her panic. She shrieked to wait that this was her first time and absolutely not okay. Su Chen stammered about Lu Xia, but she cut him off, saying those illusions were fake bait, then urgently told him to control himself. Su Chen, losing composure, begged her to stop moving or he could endure it, and had to get outside. Feng Pangzi roared that playing dead would save him, smashing punches that cracked the ground apart. In the mental realm, the cocoon shook violently. Xiao Minor screamed, asking what was happening and if it was chaos outside. Her face twisted as if struck repeatedly, broken cries slipping from her lips. The cocoon slammed down and bounced back up from nonstop shocks, forcing her to scream louder. She yelled for him to think of something before she couldn't take it anymore. As the pounding intensified outside, Su Chen's body was battered to ruin, completely on the defensive. Xiao Minor, trapped inside the cocoon, kept crying out, asking why it kept going up and down without stopping. Her eyes grew dazed in the chaos while Feng Pangzi, after his assault, grabbed Su Chen to devour him, laughing that it had finally become his meal. Suddenly gunshots erupted from behind. He spun around angrily, cursing whoever dared interfere as Duanya aimed her gun and shouted for him to release Su Chen. Feng Pangzi sneered that a mere woman dared point a gun at him. Duanya coldly warned him to stop talking nonsense and let her man go or else. He laughed darkly, saying Shed already been tainted anyway. Memories flashed of his old self, once a love-struck fool who believed 100 gifts would win a marriage. But when he brought the last gift, she coldly said they should stop seeing each other, despite her promise. She mocked him, asking if he thought he was worthy. She only took the gifts out of pity. Stunned, he pleaded that she once said looks didn't matter and that he loved her sincerely. She scoffed that Shed finally latched onto a rich hair, was even pregnant, and told him to get lost. That shock shattered him, twisting him cruel. Now he hissed that if she was dirty, he'd clean her. His mouth gaped wide, a long tongue lashing toward Duanya. She retreated and shouted for Huang Jin to pull it away from Su Chen. After draining Lao Sun's men with his plunder ability, Lu Xiaofeng felt power surging and stood alone against the Taodi. Brimming with fury, he declared the traitors dealt with, and it was time for the filthy Tai clan. Just as he charged, an explosion shattered a wall, revealing Feng Pangzi about to swallow Duanya and Huang Jin, his slimy tongue sickening. Duanya was flung into the air, unable to dodge, thinking she was about to become live prey. In that instant, Huang Jin transformed into a giant cat and shielded her. She realized Su Chen's cat was never ordinary. From the side, Lu Xiaofeng tried to use plunder, but before it could work, Feng Pangzi's tongue struck his arm, forcing him back in pain as he realized the power gap was too vast to absorb anything. They retreated as planned. Duanya shouted to stop engaging and fall back, while Lu Xiaofeng ran in horror at that monstrous tongue, and Feng Pangzi chased like a grinder, sweeping all aside. He roared that they wouldn't escape. Cut to Su Chen lying motionless in a corner, consciousness sunk deep in his inner realm. Inside, Xiao Minor exhaled softly, relieved it finally stopped. After the long cocoon struggle, Su Chen firmly said he had to handle things outside and Shed better behave until he returned. As for what just happened, they'd settle it later. Seeing his icy look, Xiao Minor drifted lazily, saying fine, Shed help him return faster, but he had to take responsibility and not deny it. Back at Shengguang base, artillery thundered as human tanks rolled in, orders ringing to coordinate infantry and armor and focus fire on the Tai clan. Artificial ability users charged at shocking speed, catching the Taodi off guard. Elsewhere, Baikang piloted drones to support Yun Yun. They dove and exploded among mutated Taodi, while Yun Yun uprooted a utility pole and speared enemies without hesitation. Duanya gave a thumbs up, shouting that Yun Yun was awesome. She even yelled for everyone watching to hit like. Too focused, she failed to notice a flipped tank hurtling straight at her. A massive explosion erupted, debris flying as Baikang was buried beneath the rubble, fate unknown. Yun Yun screamed Baikang's name in panic. A desperate voice cried they couldn't hold. The Tai clan assault was too strong and more were falling. Heavy tanks overturned, defenses collapsed, and chaos spread with shouts to retreat. Facing the worsening tide, Yun Yun's eyes hardened as she cursed the damn Tai clan. Opposite her, Zhang Jianshu greedily ordered that once they charged in, he'd pick a girl first, drawing cheers from the Taodi. As they prepared to hunt human women, a gigantic foot suddenly stomped down from above. Yun Yun crushed the Taodi into pulp beneath her step. Zhang Jianshu glared and cursed furiously. He lunged like a beast, sprinting up her arm and snarling that Shed ruined things one too many times and would pay today. In a blink, he reached high ground facing Yun Yun's fury head in. She swung to grab, but his razor claws slammed down, cracking the earth as he dodged in time. Using the momentum, he dashed along her arm, then unleashed a full-force punch straight at her face. The impact boomed as Yun was knocked down from the rubble. Bai Kang crawled out bleeding, shouting her name. Landing arrogantly, Zhang Jianshu bragged that no one could stop him now he was unbeatable. Then a terrifying aura erupted as Yun rose, eyes blazing, body expanding skyward, vowing to protect everything Su Chen built and kill any who dared destroy it. Zhang Jianshu froze in visible panic, stammering at the sight. From above, Yun's oppressive voice declared the filthy insects would all pay. The view flipped. Yun towered like a colossal entity piercing the clouds, while Zhang Jianshu below was mere dust. Her hand clenched, power gathering for a crushing blow. Below, he staggered back in panic, stammering for her to wait and asking what she was doing. She gave no answer. Her fist descended from the heavens, forcing him to brace with everything he had. Within seconds, the sheer pressure pinned him into the cracking ground, and he realized he couldn't even move under the weight alone. He unleashed all his strength, screaming madly to steady his own fear. Reality didn't care. Yun's punch flattened him so hard he nearly bit his own tongue. Shockwaves rippled outward, collapsing buildings as fierce winds nearly blew the base's people off their feet. Everyone was stunned, whispering if that general was really Yun, and praising her for saving the base. Lao Gao watched grimly, warning it wasn't that simple. Yun now resembled a berserk creature, her roar shaking the air itself. People covered their ears in panic, but soon noticed something was wrong. A blazing red aura spread around her. Lao Gao's face changed as he realized she was losing control. He immediately ordered the ability squad to find Su Chen, only he could handle this. A girl stepped forward, saying she alone was fast enough. She dashed off like the wind to find Su Chen before things spiraled beyond control. At the hospital, Su Chen walked calmly through ruins, rebooting his body after battle. The Tai clan nearly wiped out. Suddenly, he noticed Xiao Minor had manifested in the real world, surprising him. He asked how she got out, and she said Shed discovered she could freely enter and exit his body. Pointing ahead, she said following those traces would catch the fatty, but Su Chen coolly told her not to get in his way. Annoyed at being dismissed, she insisted she came to help, while he waved her off and told her not to cause trouble and return inside. Ignoring him, she grinned, slung an arm over his shoulder, and shot her hair to latch onto a wall, promising to show her ability, making him uneasy. Without waiting, she yanked them forward, laughing that Shed swing like Spider-Man. Su Chen yelped for her to stop messing around as she sped up anyway. Delighted, she bragged it was way faster, leaving Su Chen amazed at her wild imagination. Suddenly she halted, pointing ahead and asking what that was, and Su Chen's expression shifted. A gigantic figure stood in the distance. It was Yun. Xiao Minor recognized her but wondered what on earth she was doing. Su Chen growled that something was wrong if Yun's power kept glitching like this. She'd literally blow herself up. She paled. Self-detonation was definitely not on today's agenda. Down below, Duanya and Lu Xiaofeng were triple-teaming Feng Pangzi in a chaotic brawl. Lu Xiaofeng fused with Huang Jin and roared that this was his full power and Feng Pangzi's end. Xiao Minor coolly noted that an unpolished ability user plus a low-tier mutated cat could beat a level 2 Iron Clan brute, only make him angrier. Fen Pangzi lashed out his tongue, overpowering Lu Xiaofeng and Huang Jin with disgusting ease. His eyes turned creepy as he snarled that women haunted him, and since he was starving, he'd clean her up. The tongue shredded Duanya's clothes, and with level 2 strength, even Su Chen couldn't end him fast, leaving him to choose between exploding Yun or doomed Duanya. Just before impact, a strand of hair shot in and tightly wrapped that filthy tongue. Xiao Minor froze. Wait, Su Chen could actually use her power. Su Chen entered battle mode and dove like lightning, declaring kids choose, he takes both. Amused, Xiao Minor said fine, but since she only exists in his consciousness, the rest was on him. So Chen landed with surging momentum, looking every inch the war god fresh off the battlefield. Duanya relaxed in relief, hopeful, but Su Chen's icy stare locked onto Feng Pangzi instead. Strutting forward, Feng Pangzi barked insults and threatened to crush Su Chen too if he didn't back off. Ignoring the trash talk, Su Chen calmly focused on the new power rising within him and realized he could truly wield it. He smirked dangerously and said he'd test it out on Feng Pangzi first. A gloomy force erupted, wrapping him in living shadows that shot out, binding Feng Pangzi's limbs and vile tongue, piercing flesh like skewers. The black tendrils hoisted Feng Pangzi midair like a slab of meat, yet he still laughed that Su Chen's tricks couldn't hurt him. But bravado died fast as the pressure intensified, squeezing until he screamed in panic. Dangling helplessly, he begged Su Chen to let him go, sounding less like a villain and more like butcher shop leftovers. Hands in pockets, Su Chen coolly said he planned to shred him. Pulled pork exists, so why not shredded pig tongue? With a slight clench of his fist, the force tightened, twisting Feng Pangzi's body as his screams filled the air. Seconds later, a massive explosion collapsed the building, leaving Feng Pangzi in pieces, permanently out of the game. Duanya stood stunned, wide-eyed, thinking Su Chen had leveled up again and Shed better hustle to keep up. Su Chen ordered he must return to Shengoing base immediately, leaving Huang Jin and Lu Xiaofeng to Duanya, who nodded firmly. Behind them, Huang Jin and Lu Xiaofeng were badly hurt, yet Lu Xiaofeng weakly insisted Su Chen go, they'd survive. Elsewhere, the speed-type ability girl dashed around, desperately searching for Su Chen. Panting in near collapse, she muttered, Shed miss him at this rate, then froze as a powerful aura closed in. She turned just in time to see Su Chen shooting toward her like a human arrow. The collision sent her spinning midair with a yelp, wondering what urgent business he was racing to. Watching him vanish into the distance, she shouted for Su Chen to wait and demanded to know where he was sprinting off to. Though he heard her, Su Chen did slow. His mind was locked on Shengoing base. Xiao Minor worried that a wrong choice would doom them, but Su Chen firmly said he never abandons his people and that base wasn't easily won. She hesitated, then warned Yun might not last much longer time to use that move. Activating his spatial ability, Su Chen's speed skyrocketed as he blurred past buildings, leaving Xiao Minor baffled. The speed girl gaped. Did he just vanish, or were her eyes playing tricks? Su Chen calculated that once he could only blink a few meters at a time at the cost of tearing pain, but now at a higher level, his teleport range had grown dramatically. He pushed further, body tense as steel, blasting ahead at top speed while Xiao Minor nervously asked what crazy stunt he was planning. Without slowing, he declared he'd test the limits of continuous teleportation to shorten the trip. In a blink, he disappeared again, leaving the girl staring in disbelief at his true vanishing act. At Shenggoong base, Yunyun's body kept swelling, bulldozing everything in her path. A touty stared up lustfully at her rare figure, laughing as he approached, while another screamed at him to retreat. Undeterred, he grew more excited, claiming dying like this would be worth it. Others soon shared his twisted thoughts, eyes glued to her gigantic form. They swarmed and climbed her clothes, cackling as they scrambled upward. The mob grew frenzied and chaotic until they were just about to reach their prize. Yunyun lifted an entire skyscraper like a toy. The touty, oblivious, kept cheering about attacking from inside. Lao Gao immediately ordered fire support to shoot those lunatics down. The throne building crashed with catastrophic force, wiping out the touty and dragging unlucky bystanders down with them. Completely out of control now, Yunyun couldn't tell friend from foe. If this dragged on, disaster was guaranteed. Bai Kang suddenly halted, sensing that something or someone was approaching fast. A streak of blue light tore across the sky. Su Chen had arrived on the battlefield in style. Yunyun faintly sensed him, and Lo Gao exhaled in relief. Finally, the cavalry. Xiao Minor warned Yunyun was still mutating, and Su Chen replied they had to wake her before things went nuclear. Tension snapped tight as their eyes met, and Yunyun instantly locked onto Su Chen with pure hostility. She swung her arm and smashed an antenna tower. Su Chen dodged and realized her consciousness was completely gone. He dashed in and climbed her giant arm with acrobatic flair, but a casual twitch nearly turned him into paste. Flung away and rebounding midair, he sighed, guess he'd clear the pests first. So Chen dove straight down, plummeting toward a densely packed sea of Iron Clan below. Xiao Minor blurted in shock, asking where Yunyun bought those fishnets and why they were so absurdly durable, and Su Chen coolly guessed it was her ability's side effect. Without hesitation, he unleashed his new power streams of black Q, ripping through the air toward the touty horde. One touty laughed arrogantly that no one could stop him from reaching that sweet spot now. Before he could pounce on the clam, a black force clamped his throat, crushing tight without warning. So Chen appeared behind him, icy and overwhelming, declaring some places aren't for everyone while the touty panicked and begged to be released. Su Chen simply lifted him midair, leaving him dangling and suffocating, eyes bulging. And not just him, anyone climbing Yunyun met the same fate, hung up like laundry until despair took them. Elsewhere, waves of furious roars surged like crashing tides. One touty screamed that Yunyun was the cruelest woman alive and blamed her for turning them into monsters. He charged and yanked at her coat violently. Sanmao froze for a split second before rage ignited, gripping her scepter and cursing the bastards. She struck back instantly, stabbing the scepter into his eye as he shrieked in agony and hurled filthy threats. Unfazed, Sanmao coldly told him enjoy it because the real show was about to start. She stepped back, dropped downward, and shouted that this was her gift to them. The scepter slammed into the ground, spreading like gigantic roots as the touty tried and failed to flee. A grotesque mutated creature erupted forth, abyssborn and savage, sweeping everything away without mercy. It immediately turned toward Yunyun, ready to strike her next. A surviving touty laughed that he was the first to arrive, though apparently not at the true center yet. At that moment, Yunyun lifted her foot, screams erupting as climbers were shaken off. Those who clung survived. The rest splattered below, and someone shrieked that she was stomping down. Without hesitation, Yunyun stomped down and crushed the mutated monster's head like a grape. Her face lit with manic glee as each stump grew fiercer, flattening everything underfoot. Still, a few touty clung on, dreaming of reaching that little clam. One laughed triumphantly, bragging that his quick thinking saved his life. That smugness died fast when he saw Su Chen sweeping in like a raging storm. One by one, they were torn apart, swift, clean, no mercy. After clearing the touty, Su Chen leapt skyward, but Yunyun stared at him like he was a total stranger. Lao Gao cheered that the Iron Clan was wiped out, then realized the crisis was far from over. Bai Kang worried aloud, how was Su Chen supposed to wake Yunyun now? Hovering midair, Su Chen locked eyes with her, hoping eye contact might drag her consciousness back. But Yunyun had surrendered to primal instinct, arms closing toward him as if to embrace, yet packed with lethal intent. Su Chen's gaze sharpened as he sensed killing intent radiating from her. Her expression turned terrifying, hands clenched and raised high, ready to deliver a fatal smash. Lao Gao and Bai Kang paled and shouted warnings to Su Chen. As the strike fell inches away, Su Chen blinked through space just in time to escape. Oblivious to his absence, Yunyun kept swinging, the shockwave flattening an entire row of buildings. Afterward, she froze, scanning around in confusion as if her target had simply vanished. Lao Zhao gaped that he actually dodged, while Bai Kang wondered where Su Chen disappeared to. Su Chen reappeared in a cramped, soft, suspiciously private space, momentarily baffled, while Xiao Minor questioned his odd hiding spot. From a narrow crevice on Yunyun's body, Su Chen's annoyed voice told her to shut up, leaving Yunyun hearing him nearby but seeing no one. Suddenly, cracks began splitting across her body. Xiao Minor panicked as it became clear Yunyun had reached her expansion limit. Sensing disaster, Su Chen teleported out, only to see Yunyun at her absolute threshold, eyes blazing and her roar shaking space itself. Cracks spread like a drying shell breaking apart, revealing terrifying energy bursting outward. Lao Gao and Bai Kang turned pale, fearing the worst. Su Chen knew Yunyun's body could endure another second. Her eyes burned wildly, all former gentleness gone, replaced by explosive madness that threatened her very existence. Deep within her consciousness, Yunyun drifted through icy memories, opening her eyes each time to nothing but endless frozen void. She remembered waking up countless times on an icy lab table, needles piercing her, just a lab rat in someone else's world. If any god existed, she prayed for release, willing to trade everything for freedom. Just as she gave up, a familiar voice rang out, Yunyun. She opened her eyes in shock. Was there really someone? It was Su Chen, choosing the last resort, getting close and shouting for her to remember. He declared he didn't need useless people by his side. Spreading his fingers and activating his power, he ordered her to wake up immediately. With a resounding smack, Su Chen struck Yun hard on the hip. The pain made her cry out instinctively, the raw sensation dragging her consciousness back. Watching this, Bai Kang blushed, mumbling that even now Su Chen still dared to. The intense, indescribable feeling stirred familiar memories within her. She recalled their first meeting, Su Chen, like a beam of light cutting through her darkness, his kindness at the bar, and their reunion in the apocalypse, pulling her from despair. Every moment with him, even the hard ones, etched deeply into her heart. Those simple joys became unforgettable. But things hit the brink. Su Chen saw the point of no return as blazing light filled the sky, her body collapsing into a thunderous explosion. Golden radiance spread overhead, and Lao Jiao muttered hoarsely, "Was it over?" As dusk cleared, both Su Chen and Yun were gone, leaving only a stunned golden sky. Bai Kang fell to her knees in tears, fearing they were gone before she could even thank Yun. Suddenly, Lao Gao shouted for everyone to look. High above, Su Chen was alive. Clutching Yun, energy lingered around him while her body was covered in cracks, and Lao Gao urged immediate treatment. Out of nowhere, a figure descended from the sky. Duanya arrived with Huang Jin, offering to handle it and take Yun back to base, leaving Lao Gao marveling at her massive form. So Chen called out to Duanya, trusting her solution and handing Yun over. At the base, following instructions, Su Chen placed Yun in a water tank and sensed something unusual inside. Duanya explained that normal methods failed, so she mixed in a recovery solution for revolvers. After checking, Su Chen noted he saw no sign of healing. Duanya was shocked. She had improved that formula countless times. So Chen reasoned that this kind of damage might require a special ability instead. Duanya agreed it was possible but wondered how, then suddenly paused with an "oh." So Chen leaned down and pressed his lips to a crack on Yun's forehead. Instantly, the crack vanished, and he blinked in surprise. It worked. Duanya turned away, cheeks red, telling him to handle the rest as well. Staring at Yun's crack-covered body, Su Chen blanked. Fixing all of them would be a lot. From outside came a shout for Su Chen to hurry and see what someone had brought back. Duanya stepped out, saying Su Chen was busy healing Yun, shocking Bai Kang, while Lu Xiaofeng joked about booking a session too. Flustered, Duanya said that wasn't appropriate and quickly switched topics to the mysterious item. Lu Xiaofeng asked if she remembered the Iron Clan leader. He said he found this glowing object in the leader's ruins, surely a crystal core. Duanya blinked in surprise. A crystal core? Lu Xiaofeng nodded, claiming only Su Chen could handle energy from something that massive. Staring at it, Duanya felt uneasy, recalling how Su Chen once lost control under a core's influence. Back then Yun helped, now she stood alone. Bai Kang offered to help if needed. Duanya hesitated, her gaze flicking over Bai Kang with unspoken thoughts brewing. Noticing Bai Kang's awkward yet striking presence, Duanya's mind began plotting something. She sent Lu Xiaofeng away for a private talk, leaving him confused and still hoping for Su Chen's treatment. With the door shut, Duanya leaned against it, admitting to herself Su Chen's power would only keep growing and he couldn't bear the consequences alone. Bai Kang asked what was going on as Duanya approached, eyes sharp enough to see through her. In a low voice, Duanya asked directly if Bai Kang had feelings for Su Chen. The blunt strike stunned Bai Kang, her expression faltering in shock. Meanwhile, adjusting Yun in recovery, Duanya told Su Chen she was nearly stable and mentioned Lu Xiaofeng had brought back a crystal core, drawing his frown. Nodding, Duanya said it was in the living room and sent him to check, hiding the flicker in her expression as he entrusted Yun to her. So Chen stepped out, closed the door and froze at what he saw. Examining it, he murmured this wasn't a crystal core but Haishi, had they mistaken it. The massive black stone glowed like a dark star. Touching it, he felt its abnormal density and realized even in his past life he'd only heard of Haishi, one of the apocalypse's rare anomalies. He punched it hard, the heavy thud echoed, yet the stone didn't budge. Nodding, Su Chen confirmed his guess. Haishi was tied to a certain name in his memory. Wang Song, who once dominated using weapons forged from this very material. Stroking his chin, Su Chen smiled. Fortune had shifted, and what once belonged to another now fell into his hands. He stored the Haishi in his spatial inventory, planning to craft it into a weapon later. Rewinding minutes earlier, alone with Duanya, Bai Kang nervously asked why Shed posed that question. Duanya answered plainly, after absorbing a crystal core, Su Chen would suffer a powerful side effect. Bai Kang worried what if it wasn't handled, and Duanya admitted she wasn't sure, only that it must never happen, especially since Yun now needed her by her side. Shed handle. Duanya tried to stop her, warning it wasn't that simple, but Bai Kang insisted, so Duanya spilled the whole plan. Acting too fast, Bai Kang ended up in a bizarre outfit, tugging at the skirt in regret, wondering why she agreed to wear this and say such embarrassing lines, though helping Su Chen softened her doubts. Still, a nagging thought lingered, was Duanya hiding something? Seeing the Haishi gone, Bai Kang hesitated, then resolved to confirm whether Su Chen had absorbed the core, yet Shed adapt as needed for the base's sake. Carrying a tray of wine, she awkwardly approached. Su Chen turned, froze at her outfit. Trying to speak, she faltered, trembling in a maid costume, head bowed, whispering "Master." So Chen stood baffled, "Master," murmuring Duanya's name under his breath. Inside, Duanya tended Yun but worried whether Bai Kang could endure the curse. Excuse was her best cover, yet she wasn't sure how long Bai Kang could last. Thinking about personally assisting Su Chen made her tense. She decided to wait until Yun stabilized. Outside, soldiers cleaned the battlefield. Some youths complained of exhaustion until Captain Baihu barked that leaving corpses meant plague. Suddenly someone panicked, telling the captain to look. Stammering, he reported the Iron Clan corpses had vanished, leaving the captain stunned. Similar reports poured in, plunging everyone into confusion over the unprecedented phenomenon. Within Su Chen's consciousness space, the female corpse suddenly opened her eyes. Turning toward a familiar aura, she whispered that what Shed been waiting for had finally appeared, joy rising. Yet the distance was too great to pinpoint, so Shed have to act through Su Chen. Back in reality, Maid Bai Kang quietly poured Su Chen more wine. Guessing Duan Ya arranged this, Su Chen found her shy act oddly amusing as she muttered that master could do whatever he wished next. The line nearly made Su Chen spit out his drink. Alarmed, she asked what was wrong as he coughed and waved it off as just the wine. Before he finished, she suspected the wine and downed the glass herself, stunning him. He glanced at the bottle and saw the bold 64 proof label. Bai Kang's cheeks flushed, instantly wincing. She admitted it was her first time drinking and it was spicy. One glass in, her state shifted dramatically. She slammed a hand on the table, rattling everything. Eyes shut, she shouted excitedly, leaving Su Chen sighing that she had folded way too fast. Her gaze turned wild as she planted a foot on the chair before him, striking a pose that genuinely caught Su Chen off guard. She flashes a flirty grin, insisting she's not drunk, she still has to help him fix that thing. As she gets touchy, Su Chen swats her hand away, voice icy tempting offer, but he hates power roll swaps. He stares her down like a knife, reminding Bai Kang to understand their relationship. She freezes, confused. Su Chen activates his ability, pressure flooding out. Clearly, she forgot who's in charge. The pressure slams her mind. Bai Kang nearly tips over like bad Wi-Fi. Realizing the vibe, she instantly kneels. Master, my bad. Su Chen smirks, pleased. Hez about to continue when a familiar mental ping stops him. As this consciousness space? No time to react. Su Chen's mind gets yanked deep inside. Landing, he sighs helplessly. Peaceful moment ruined. Here comes the corpse lady. As usual, the female corpse lunges in for a hug. Su Chen, it's here. His baffled what? Before he can process, she pins him down, laughing and crying. You must help me. He frowns, explain. She practically screams. Shiz found a compatible body, wiggling like Shiz tuning signal strength. Resigned, he plays along, the one you asked me to find before. Then why drag me in? Her eyes shine, she can't locate it, so Shiz borrowing his power. A cocoon forms, trapping them. Su Chen's annoyed, so I'm your amplifier. She grins mysteriously, basically, then climbs on him, cocoon tightening. He yelps, wait, this your method? She glances over, yep. The cocoon suddenly shoots upward, then slan. Su Chen's dizzy, she looks satisfied. Target locked, time to send consciousness there. Guided along, he sees eerie blue light centered as a cloud-haired woman commanding a zombie swarm. Su Chen mutters, is that a corpse tide? She confirms it's summoning. Only a corpse king can do that, so she is. Also, is being this close safe? The female corpse smiles, relax, and a sudden shock interrupts, both startled. She panics. Su Chen recalls the outside situation. In reality, Bai Kang is tipsy and wobbling, seeing Su Chen frozen. She mutters it's kicking in and jumps on him to help. The impact rattles his mind, psychic power bursts far away. The corpse king notices instantly, eyes cold, who's there? Both panic busted. Outside, Bai Kang keeps acting on chaotic instinct, causing the energy to flare wildly. The corpse king rushes over at terrifying speed. Shiz coming, run. Seeing the situation, both realize escape is off the table, too late to bail. Right then, the corpse king appears with a twisted, devilish grin and charges in. Su Chen jolts awake, gasping, chest heaving, head pounding like it got hit by a truck. He rubs his forehead, frowning, why does it hurt this bad? The female corpse's voice echoes, it's just some mental energy loss, he'll recover fast. Su Chen looks at her, surprised. She spins around, body torn, not fine, almost got bitten. Su Chen exhales, gaze dark, the enemy's tough, controls massive corpse tide, stronger in numbers, not worth risking without proper payoff. She clenches her jaw, gets the hint, offers herself as his subordinate after it's done. She bows, but Su Chen scoffs, empty words won't cut it, why risk his neck? She grows uneasy, what would convince him? He raises a hand, her core crystal. She's shocked, that's basically her life. He shrugs her call. Her eyes waver, hesitation obvious, but she decides. She opens her hand, handing over the crystal, asking him to keep his word. Su Chen takes it, satisfied now she belongs to him, hell help her succeed. She lowers her head, slightly reluctant, hopes so, then leaves if nothing else. Su Chen frowns, what kind of subordinate, skips calling him master and just walks off. But she vanishes anyway, leaving him standing there like seriously. He scratches his head, chuckling, got what he needed, no point nitpicking. He recalls how the corpse king once led a tide to wipe out Kangdu if unchecked, history repeats. He studies the crystal, a cold smile forming, time to act. 2 days later, Su Chen leaves Shengwang base. Bai Kang watches his car fade, feeling oddly unsettled. Xiao Feng is surprised she's not going. She shakes her head, still his duties at the base. Deep down she knows she's not strong enough yet, but vows to catch up someday. Meanwhile, heavy rain pours outside Duanya and Yunyun shelter in a gas station. Warming by fire, Yunyun worries about the fire attracting trouble. Duanya replies flatly, if she's scared, go stand in the rain. Yunyun laughs awkwardly, still weak, asks where Su Chen went. Duanya says he's out finding fuel. Yunyun wonders when hell returns, she's starving. As they chat, faint footsteps approach outside, an uninvited guest arrives. The sudden presence puts both on edge, who could it be? A thin figure appears covered in frost, trembling nonstop and muttering from the cold. Yunyun freezes, asking why he's iced over like that. Ignoring them, the old man suddenly dives into the blazing fire, mind in chaos, whining about freezing cold. Duanya and Yunyun are stunned, why on earth would someone charge into fire like that? As cold meets heat, thick smoke spreads fast, something's off, they cough and quickly cover their noses. Soon, shady figures Zhou cackling, the boss plan work, pity, 2 pretty girls wasted on poison bait. They approach, eyes greedy, one licks his lips, planning to have fun then sell them to New World base. Weak but defiant, Duanya raises her gun, don't come closer. The leader scoffs, guns mean nothing, V's abilities. She pulls the trigger, nothing happens, her face changes, the gun's frozen solid. Yunyun clings to her, still threatening, leave now or face consequences when their man returns. The leader laughs, Su Chen. Already targeted, plus a crazy woman hunting him, he won't last the night. That hunter is a deranged woman with iron chains and powers, roaming nonstop, little darling, I'm coming. Earlier she set up a huge sealed zone, Su Chen walked right in, now she's the hunter, taunting him to come out. She puffs her cheeks and spews murky poison gas, quickly flooding the entire area. She strolls deeper, steps light but mind scheming, voice sweetly calling for her handsome prey. She coos that the space is now toxic, even a breath will make him lose control. Passing a corridor, she spots a tall shadow, eyes light up, ah, there you are. She teases and approaches, reaching out to pull him closer, ready to help. But the moment she gets close, she realizes trap triggered. The figure is just a decoy dummy. She freezes, baffled. What is this thing? Before she can react, Suchen appears behind her, voice icy. She spins around, startled. Who are you? Used to bullying others with her corpse summoning ability, she's furious at being cornered and lashes her iron chain at him. The attack useless. Suchen casually grabs the chain barehanded. He yanks hard, dragging her over despite resistance, calmly asking if a blacksmith forged it, then pulls her even closer. His other hand clamps onto her face, her shock turning into pure panic. With one hand he lifts her to eye level. Where's the smith? She stammers, clueless and trembling. Inside his consciousness, the female corpse appears, asking if the smith matters that much. He replies that beating the corpse king depends on it. Hearing that, she immediately opts for a mind dive, her finger stretching unnaturally and shooting forward. Her fingertip pierces the woman's forehead. She shrieks in terror. Soon the female corpse says, "Found him." The blacksmith is in New World. Base details scarce, but that's all the memory holds. Suddenly, the woman collapses, begging desperately not to be killed. She knows her mind was tampered with. One thought from him could shred her brain. So Chen looks confused at the female corpse. She shrugs innocently. She didn't add anything extra. Still, the woman keeps kowtowing, claiming she feels controlled and swearing absolute loyalty if spared. Realizing what's up, Suchen smiles coldly. Interesting, let's see her prove that loyalty. The scene shifts back to the old gas station where Duanya and Yunyun are still in danger. Suddenly, both feel overheated and strange, like something's affecting them. Yunyun panics. Duanya admits she feels it too. They suspect the smoke held something extra. The leader laughs, hinting it's the fun kind. He smirks at his lackeys. Hell, go first. They can have leftovers. The two grin eagerly. But abruptly, the girls stand up. Fine. Faces calm. Guess confirmed. The leader gapes. How are they not poisoned? Yunyun states coolly, sorry, that stuff doesn't work on ability users. The men panic, scrambling for weapons. Ability users, damn it, get ready. The two lackeys pull out oddly shaped guns, spreading out to encircle number 1 ready. Number 2 set. Yunyun squints at their weapons and blurts out, wait, are those water guns? The leader smirks. High-pressure water guns plus his ice ability means no escape. He unleashes a cold aura and shouts, fire. The lackeys shoot under his power. The water instantly turns into sharp ice spikes flying at top speed. Plot twist, the spikes suddenly redirect and pierce the leader's chest. He freezes in shock, croaking, what just happened? Looking ahead, his stunned Duanyo has already subdued his 2 men and turned them into human shields. Clutching his wound, he staggers back, furious and in pain. Useless idiots, how'd they get controlled? Just then, footsteps approach from behind. Recognizing the newcomer, he beams, Lord Duji, thank goodness you're back. He points at the girls, gloating their man must be dead by now. But before he can celebrate, Duji steps forward and slaps him so hard his face tilts sideways. He clutches his cheek, stunned. Lord Duji, what's going on? Duji doesn't explain, only coldly orders him to shut up. He obeys, trembling. Ignoring him, Duji turns and walks straight towards Suchen. Reaching him, she bows respectfully, Master, this one insulted your people. How shall we deal with him? The underling sweats bullets as Suchen casually pats Duji's head like a tame pet. Good. Has yours to handle. The remaining 3 scramble to haul the fuel barrels outside. Duji coldly orders them to move everything. It's an offering to Master, none dare object. In a corner, the wounded leader mutters resentfully, Duji may bow, but they shult. Gathering courage, he confronts her. Why give away the fuel they fought for? Duji glances nervously at Suchen. She turns back without a word and lashes her whip. Want to die. The strike lands cleanly. The 3 convulse in agony, screaming. Duanya and Yunyun watch, unease rising. Suchen strolls up behind Duji and calmly reminds her, don't kill them. The trio, enraged, shout that they belong to New World and demand to be released as if nothing happened. Unmoved, Suchen activates his ability. He doesn't keep future threats. The female corpse quietly appears beside him. An invisible force shoots from his hand, splitting into 3 and piercing each man's forehead. Their faces stiffen in sheer terror. In an instant, the leader's head explodes, and the other 2 follow. Everyone's left stunned. Duji stands pale, voice trembling. Their brains just blew up. Suchen frowns slightly. He didn't expect it to be that instant. He recalls brain parasites once in Duji. Hers was removed, but theirs got destroyed, meaning New World is being controlled and Yunyun and Duanya might be next. He turns to the girls, sees their unease, then calls for Duji. She immediately kneels. Master, your orders. Suchen opens his storage space, asks briefly. She replies respectfully that she understands. He pulls out a truck from thin air. Duji is shocked. Where did that come from? Still, she obeys and drives toward the base, thinking how she went from boss to subordinate overnight. But to her, survival beats pride no matter the cost. Yet, glancing back at Suchen, the girls casually eating hot food and chatting, she grows irritated and very hungry. She almost turns back to act but forces herself to stop as a can-opening sound pops behind her. Her hands freeze, face flushes. They even have Coca-Cola. She's genuinely stunned. Her mouth opens, unsure how to react to this absurd luxury. Yunyun walks over, offering a can. Here, missed this. Duji hesitates, suspicious, but takes it. Yunyun smiles, relaxed. Suchen just likes being called master. Suchen stays silent. Duanya hides a laugh. Yunyun introduces herself. We're on the same side now. Duji awkwardly greets her, mind racing. Depending on others feels familiar, especially with perks like this, but she refuses to be swayed so easily. While she's thinking, Yunyun offers her a piece of hot meat. Try it. All resistance crumbles. The long-lost taste wins. She relaxes and takes a bite. But as she opens her mouth, green mist leaks out. Yunyun pauses, surprised as that poison breath. Duji chews calmly. Yep, it knocks men out and makes women lose control, though weaker on ability users. Hearing that, Suchen starts plotting maybe her poison could be turned into built-in resistance. While is thinking, Yunyun suddenly leans in, eyes hazy. Suchen, I feel strange, help me. The sudden shift makes Duji jump instinctively. Suchen pulls Yunyun close and shoots Duji a look. Focus on driving, she stammers, still stunned. Then Duanya leans forward lazily. Guess I'll give up my seat. Duji, huh. Duanya smiles, by the way, tell me about New World. Duji softens a bit, still pitiful. Will I get food after? Duanya promises yes. Pressing the gas, Duji asks what she wants to know. Duanya asks how she joined beauty pageant. Duji answers flatly. She nods toward a ruined skyscraper ahead. That's the place, small but stacked with rare resources. Auctions, slave trade, black markets, arenas, the works. Yun stares at the tower, then asks why the gate's so crowded. Dooji explains there nobody's waiting for status. New world is hope and chaos, but entry rules are brutal. So Chen simply says let's take a look. Up ahead, someone raises a gleaming card high above the crowd. A short old man screeches join New World by getting this card, safety and food guaranteed. He points to registration, earn it by passing the trial, prove your worth. The crowd buzzes, shelters don't take dead weight. The old man shouts slots are limited. Chaos erupts, shoving, yelling, complaints about limits and even women being barred. Dooji boasts slightly master the guard squad controls the cards beyond her authority. They'll need the trial. Yun grumbles why not just storm in for the blacksmith. Dooji shakes her head, the guards are all ability users. Duanya reasons the blacksmith must be vital, if exposed they'd kill him first. Su Chen nods, stay subtle, hell check the trial, while Dooji sneaks the girls in another way. Just then, a man points at Su Chen, hey newbie, you're the last one, trial starting. He explains mutated spiders are swarming the back mountain, hunt them, 5 corpses or 1 egg nest before dusk passes. A burly guy protests 5. One's already a pain, eggs are in the nest, want us to die. The other sneers, skip the eggs, bring back corpses or walk away. He adds, go solo and you're just spider snacks, good luck. The brute turns to Su Chen, hey kid, others left joining us or what? Su Chen shrugs, want me to do your job, pass. Enough alone, heard there's a spider nest on that mountain, sounds fun. The crowd scoffs, one spits clueless food. Leader smirks, ignore him, hell die soon. We'll just wait and steal others' loot. Deeper in the forest, Su Chen teases little spiders come out to play. Cue chaos, mutated spiders flood in like a broken dam. Su Chen mutters, quite the crowd. He scans them, doubt there's any energy cores here, bummer. Still, he flexes his wrist, let's see what drop. In a blink he vanishes, speed too fast to track. 1. A spider's head pops caught neatly in his hand. He glides like wind, clearing everything, heading straight to the nest's core. He clicks his tongue, not a single core, what a waste. Suddenly, a giant beast appears behind him, 8 glowing eyes, heavy pressure. Elsewhere, a trio hears shouting, join the Doomsday Rose Beauty Contest. Top 3 get permanent IDs, Yun wait, a beauty pageant. Nearby, a vendor yells, last week 7 beauty, 3 noodle packs and shiz yours tonight. Crowd bids 4-5. Dooji sighs, no top 3. Then you're just a tool here. She eyes him, with your looks you'll manage. Entering the venue, Yun shakes her head, pathetic. Duanya asks, weekly event. Dooji, yep, weekly winners go monthly. There's also an arena, everyone survives their own way, use your value. She adds, food and safety are priceless here. Then softly go change, ill wait outside. Door closes, Dooji sighs, you're lucky to have a master. A rough voice, Dooji, brought back 2 this time. He grins, I saw them, send them to my room. Dooji coldly, city lords guard Duyan. He boasts, I'll test them first, please me, and they get IDs. He cuts in, no buts, I rule here. He leers, make them obedient. Dooji feels the pressure offend him and the ID chance is gone. With no choice, Dooji enters, releasing a faint mist that makes the room suffocating. Duanya and Yun start burning from within, like invisible flames cooking them alive. Clinging together, they gasp, why poisonous? The reaction worsens, their bodies fail, barely able to stand. They can only lean on each other, weakly calling for help, leaving only Duanya conscious. Yun murmurs don't while outside glasses clink and men chuckle knowingly. The leader boasts, boss handled it clean, too bad you never share beauties with me. Duyan smirks, brothers are not, treasures like these are once seen a million gems. The lackey drools, just thinking about excites me, why aren't they here yet? Relax, the poison's still working. The door suddenly, 2 soft figures step, blooming like flowers in a ruined world. Seeing them, Duyan grins, poison's kicked and now the fun begins. The lackey beams, rare goods indeed, boss, you pick first. Duyan scans, choosing Duanya, I'll take the long-haired one. He lifts her chin with a hook, eyes possessive, just my type. The lackey catches Yun collapsing into him, wow, first time one's this eager. Duyan laughs, thank Dooji's poison, she deserves a reward later. They exchange greedy looks, time to enjoy. The 2 dive into, but something feels off mid-indulgence. Behind them, Duanya, Yun and Dooji quietly reappear. Reality flips, the men are trapped in their own illusion. Duanya smirks coldly, easier than expected. Dooji is stunned, your ability is terrifying, making them self-destruct like this. Yun, still affected, asks, you poisoned us because of them. We're still suffering. Dooji explains, no master said my poison counters brain parasites, I feared the city guards might infect you. Duanya nods, correct, this state blocks intrusion in the new world. I can handle it, but Yun barely can. Yun winces seriously, then we need those ID cards fast. Dooji asks, what about those 2? Duanya replies, they earned it, stay and watch if you like. Dooji shudders at the chaotic sounds, yikes. Unable to bear it, she runs out, wait for me, leaving the 2 men lost in their own delusion. In the forest, a guy grumbles that the so-called light tower is a scam, they want the Spider King's energy core but can't even find its nest. The group whispers that the boss is lost, he snaps back, trying to get directions straight and failing hilariously. Suddenly, they freeze at the sight of countless spider corpses. Notably, every single one is headless. One pale-faced guy mutters someone beat them to it. From another direction, intense battle sounds erupt. There, Su Chen dances alone among mutated spiders, dodging like it's a stage performance. Suddenly, from the shadows, a strand of silk shoots out, wrapping tightly around his arm. Su Chen frowns at his slip-up, then flexes and tears the web apart. Above, a carriage-sized spider with 8 blazing eyes appears. Su Chen notes it's near a higher tier but still not worth his stress. At the edge, some youths watch in shock. One admits Su Chen is no small fry and asks what to do. Their leader smirks, grab popcorn and hope he dies in the web. Meanwhile, Su Chen's gaze sharpen, slicing free from the silk, eyes cold as blades. One decisive, shaking the Spider King to its core. Su Chen leaps and drops a crushing blow, instantly ending the giant spider. The hidden onlookers tremble, stunned by that overwhelming power. They draw weapons, plotting to snatch the energy core, but the script flips. Their own leader suddenly has blades at his neck, his men grinning as they announce readiness. Instead of panicking, he laughs proudly at their smooth execution of the trick. The 2 grin back, bragging they've perfected it through practice. One glares at Su Chen, threatening to show him their skills. Su Chen, however, studies the glowing energy core, ignoring them and murmuring in satisfaction. Right then, the leader activates a position swap ability. Moments later, Su Chen senses space twisting unnaturally. Two cold blades press against his throat, while chains bind his body tight. The leader now holds the energy core smug as ever, claiming it as his prize. Su Chen stays calm, eyes narrowing as he recognizes the rare ability and the careful trap. The man laughs mockingly, certain of victory. Su Chen curls his lips, even hunters become prey. The pressure in his words makes the leader falter before yelling, "Let's see you flip this attack." His men slash down, shouting, "You alone against us." But the moment the blades touch him, they shatter like hitting an indestructible wall. The whole group freezes, panic splashed across their faces. Every weapon is ruined. Staring at the broken pieces, they can only wonder who this monster really is. The leader sweats buckets, mumbling that Su Chen's body is metal hard, probably Haidir. His men grow even more terrified, questioning Su Chen's true strength. He nods shakily, insisting Su Chen is like a high-level mutant beast. Then cracks ring out, chains snap off Su Chen. The leader screams for everyone to scatter and run. Chaos erupts as they, babbling about his terrifying growth speed. Su Chen calmly shrugs off the last restraints and switches to hunter mode. The fleeing men feel death breathing down their necks. Before they gain distance, his aura floods the area, crushing escape hopes. The leader runs desperately, bluffing that he'll reach that level someday. His face soon twists, pressure is right behind him. Su Chen looms like a reaper hand over the energy core. A strike shoots forward inches away. Knowing he'd die, the leader screams and triggers position swap. Instantly, a distant lackey is dragged over, clueless and doomed. The leader collapses elsewhere, gasping, muttering he survived by sheer luck thanks to his ability. Teeth clench, he vows revenge. Meanwhile, the swap lackey widens his eyes, pain exploding as his chest is pierced. Su Chen pulls back coldly, using your buddy as a shield. He looks down at the corpse, unmoved. A faint smirk, solution found. His eyes flash, psychic power spreads like a force-wide scanner. The four fleeing figures light up clearly in his mind. The leader pants, body nearly drained, yet dares not stop. Realizing he's still tracked, he panics and blindly dashes off. Behind him, Su Chen pursues relentlessly, predator locked on prey. The leader glances back, horrified that Su Chen is still closing in. How is he tracked so fast? In despair, he activates position swap again. Another unlucky subordinate is yanked into the kill zone. The leader escapes yet again, but his body is on the verge of collapse. Terror consumes him, he just wants out alive. Su Chen swiftly eliminates the new sacrifice, same grim end, he snorts at another extra life. Activating night vision, he murmurs he won't let prey slip away. Suddenly, he turns his head, gaze sharpening, spotting a familiar figure charging at him, delivering himself. Meanwhile, the fleeing leader keeps cursing in frustration. Gritting his teeth, the leader swears to watch his back this time. Before he can gloat, a bad feeling creeps in. He looks ahead and freezes, shouting in horror, "How did you find me?" Su Chen just smiles, aura rising, saying he wouldn't believe it anyway. Because this time, the guy ran straight to him. The leader turns pale, stammering. Refusing reality, he roars that he won't die so easily. Too bad. Before he finishes his move, Su Chen lightly taps him out of existence. Su Chen dusts off his hands, mocking the man's slowness. Elsewhere, Huang Jin pokes his head out of a backpack, letting out a few tiny squeaks. A voice announces this is the backstage of the beauty contest. Duji parts the curtain and signals the other two inside. The trio steps in and instantly stops, surprised. Dozens of girls glare at them, ready to throw down at any second. Duji blurts that her two companions clearly outshine the rest. Yun whispers about the hostile stares. Duanya cautions everyone to stay sharp. Suddenly, a haughty girl blocks them. Duji snaps back, asking what she wants. High heels click from afar, paired with a frosty voice. A striking, charismatic woman appears, demanding to know who's causing trouble. Yun recognizes her at once, Lin Mini, the superstar. Ignoring all, Lin Mini arrogantly declares no one here qualifies as her rival and tells them to leave. Duanya cuts in with a sarcastic jab about Lin Mina's scandals. Lin Mini pauses, then sneers back, calling Duanya her bestie. In a flash, she dashes forward, slipping past the others. Her long leg whips up in a sharp kick. But Duanya isn't easy prey, even if not fully steady, and dodges with a simple lean. Lin Mini spins and attacks again without pause. Duanya counters smoothly, heavy clashes echo. Once close friends now fight fiercely, neither yielding. Lin Mini lowers her voice, surprised Duanya is still alive. Duanya replies coldly. Yun curiously interrupts while Duji innocently mentions their past bond. Duanya erupts, listing past betrayals. Lin Mini fires back, accusing Duanya of playing pure while stealing her chances. Calmly, Duanya says she only accompanied an audition, never wanted acting. Lin Mini explodes, blaming her for everything. Duanya laughs, so being pretty is my crime. Yun whispers it's her first time seeing Duanya this fiery. Lin Mina's gaze turns icy, confident in her status. Duanya mocks that in this world, fame might not mean much anymore. Tension spikes as Lin Mini challenges Duanya in a charm showdown. Duanya coolly accepts, winner obvious. Right then, the host booms, the competition officially begins. The crowd erupts in cheers and applause. The host adds a juicy prize, champion meets the city lord. Eyes instantly shoot to the high platform. Duanya murmurs she now gets the hype. Yun agrees, meeting the city lord means easier favors. Duanya nods, determined not to lose. Yun, still affected, mutters they must fix her condition fast. Across the way, Lin Mina's eyes gleam. She's already rigged the game. She's even bribed her underlings to block any escape routes. The judges appear. The one in the center asks why the two beside him aren't seated. The young men awkwardly reply their condition makes sitting impossible. They mention someone waking them just in time. That person laughs it off stiffly. He privately thought they were just lustful fools, but what he found earlier was beyond imagination. The hint of a bigger secret sends a chill down his spine. The host hypes the crowd, urging them to await the winners rise to the upper echelon. Cheers intensify. Su Chen's trio steps forward with resolve. Their goal isn't just a shiny title. Suddenly, Lin Mina's lackeys draw weapons and attack to eliminate rivals early. Duanya calmly notes she expected this. The attackers laugh here, the strong make the rules. Yun scoffs, volunteering to handle it. Provoked, they charge. Yun smiles dangerously, eyes shifting as her body enlarges monstrously. One mighty swing sends a fat henchwoman flying, splatted onto the ceiling. The rest panic, screaming in disbelief. Yun crouches, gaze lethal, ready to send them all airborne. Outside cheers continue roaring nonstop. Lin Mini struts on stage, dazzling the audience and scoring near-perfect marks. Amid applause, she silently reaffirms her dominance until the announcer introduces the next contestant. Her expression instantly cracks in shock. From backstage, a figure steps out gracefully. Explosions burst overhead like fireworks, yet oddly unsettling. Duanya appears in a radiant gown with white wings, like an angel descending, crowd stunned. Lin Mini freezes, realizing what's falling isn't light, but chunks of her own henchmen. They land beside her in gruesome display. Her face drains of color, body trembling at the sight. Her mind is swallowed by sheer panic. The judges comment that backstage competition was brutal, now only a few remain to decide the winner. Yun whispers, Duji replies, all the others were blasted away, marveling at the sheer force used. Lin Mini loses it, screaming Duanya's name and acting wildly. She rips off her outfit, exposing herself to the crowd, sparking an uproar. Some spectators leave, clearly disgusted. Up on the high level, the city lord orders the ID cards brought down. The bunny-eared girl obeys at once. She carries 3 cards downstairs. Muingxia looks surprised at how fast things moved. The bunny-eared girl explains the card's origin. Lin Mini eagerly asks about meeting the city lord, with Yun chiming in. The number matches the remaining contestants perfectly. From above, the old city lord points to make his choice. Muingxiao announces Lin Mini as the winner, selected to ascend to the top floor. Lin Mini stands stunned, she actually won. The bunny-eared girl leads her away, asking something cryptic. Yun looks unwilling, but Duanya stays cool. They achieve their goal. Soon after, they enter the inner hall. The bunny-eared girl respectfully reports all is ready. The unusually youthful-looking city lord sighs about his lost youth. He seems bored of ordinary desire. His gaze falls on Minnie, now transformed into a grotesque half-human, half-fish creature. He smiles schemingly, admitting her striking look. Then his eyes turn cold. Don't look at me like that. Being transformed is a blessing. A maid steps forward, bowing. The child has arrived. The boy is checked physically, is perfectly healthy. The city lord nods, satisfied, his smile unreadable. Turning to the boy, he speaks gently. The trembling child says he survived thanks to being adopted. Wriggling creatures squirm in the lord's hand as his gaze darkens. Children are the true future. He activates his ability, draining the boy's life force. Lin Mini watches in horror, screaming nonstop. Shangming murmurs excitedly about the unique vitality of children, something adults can't sustain for long. The maid notes the place is already his, but he says it's not enough. He needs more power to upgrade. In his mind, only he deserves eternal rule. This is just the first step toward immortality. He orders those below to be dealt with. Downstairs, Duanya groans as discomfort spreads through her body. The two lean on each other. Yun grimaces while Duji urges endurance to resist the effects. She adds that with the ID cards, they can now enter the city. Suddenly, 2 figures appear, blocking their path. Duanya coolly asks what they want. The 2 buzzcut thugs leer crudely, offering a price to buy them. Muingxiao stood aside, blinking at the sheer audacity on display. Duanya bristled while Duji coolly explained that here, even high-status women were just trade goods. Everyone's worth was measured in crystal cores, aka apocalypse gold. The 2 men cut in with smug grins, flexing their strength and spewing trash talk. Yun replied frostily, clearly doubting their so-called noble intentions. Duanya decided talking was overrated and activated her psychic power. The 2 men froze on the spot, as unpleasant memories surged up like bad flashbacks, exposing their own embarrassingly shady pasts. Elsewhere, a young man stood before a mutant spider's corpse, sighing because he was late and the main prize was already gone. Still, he shrugged it off. His goal was never that anyway. He swung his sword, slicing off parts of the spider, then slung them over his shoulder, deciding that was good enough. Suddenly he tensed, as Su Chen appeared out of nowhere and attacked. The young man instantly countered, but quickly realized Su Chen clearly outclassed him. He hurried to explain he had no intention of stealing or fighting. Su Chen remained cautious, demanding a reason to trust him. The man insisted he spoke the truth, hinting that if pushed, the outcome wouldn't be one-sided. He clarified he only wanted spider parts, proposed peace, and introduced himself as Wang Song. Hearing the name, Su Chen paused, recognizing a once special figure. After a brief thought, he agreed and let Wang Song take what he needed. Wang Song thanked him and asked about Su Chen's identity and purpose. Su Chen said Su Chen, heard the new world is fun, so I came sightseeing. What do you need the spider legs for? Wang Song smiled faintly. A friend asked me to find them. I have business, farewell. Oh, Su Chen, he added, whatever you do, don't touch the new world identity card. Su Chen hesitated. Why? Wang Song only replied, just trust me, don't touch it. Watching him leave, Su Chen muttered, wondering what secret the card was hiding. He shelved the thought and chose to follow. Maybe he'd find the blacksmith. Elsewhere, a young thug waved his blade threateningly. Kid, hand over that mutant spider you caught. His buddy chimed in, boss is right, someone brought a spider back. Wait, it's only got legs. In a flash of blade light, the group was shredded into tragic confetti. The man clicked his tongue in annoyance, troublesome. From afar, Su Chen assessed him, indeed a former peak powerhouse, now at peak level 2, matching him evenly. But if Su Chen absorbed that crystal core, he could break into level 3. Later at the city gate, Su Chen presented his identity card. The guard gaped. First time I've seen someone slot a card in like that. His partner whispered, weird guy. Both of them widened their eyes. Oh, the Spider Queen was taken down that fast. Good thing the captain left a spare card. Congrats, you're now part of the new world. Su Chen took the card, suspicion rising about why Wang Song had warned him so seriously, when suddenly black smoke began to seep from the card. What the heck is this? Strange crimson currents began swirling through the surrounding space. Xiao Mini appeared looking like she had just survived a mental earthquake, and rushed over, firing off questions. What did you do? Brainworms suddenly flooded in. Good thing I wiped him out in time. Su Chen froze. Brainworms. I just picked up the ID card and it started leaking black smoke. Xiao Mini nodded lightly. So the ID card is the infection source. If Duanya and the others are holding it, are they in danger? In the building, Zheng Shangming suddenly showed shock, and the maid hurriedly asked, City Lord, what happened? He replied coldly, someone is attempting to breach the inner city. Those 3 women are definitely involved. Yun trembled but forced herself calm. Why did this feeling suddenly spike? I can barely endure it. Duji reassured her. Hold steady, my poison may be killing the brain worms in you. Look at Duanya, she's fine. Remember now. The two men went feral, screaming impossible. This can't be real. You damned woman, don't even think. Yet the pain was obvious, fake or not. They knew the truth deep down. Enraged, the two charged forward with explosive force, aiming straight at Yun. She dodged nimbly, their attacks smashing into empty air. A loud boom followed as the wall behind shattered. The crowd that had been cheering like it was theater suddenly panicked and fled. They shoved and screamed, move, get out of the way. Duji stared at the chaos. Shaolin Temple. Is this the invincible iron head technique? The whole building's about to collapse. The buzzcut Du gloated. Our skulls are now harder and sharper than steel. Anyone who mocked us got crushed. Nothing survives our headbutts. Yun replied coolly. Less talk, you just smash heads, that's the trick, right? The two lunged again so fast they blurred. Yun shouted in alarm, they're coming, move. Mu Engxiao gave a cryptic smile and suddenly made his move. From Duanya's side, invisible force erupted, binding the target tight like unseen chains. Yun was instantly restrained, crying out, something's holding me, I can't see anyone. Even my abilities being suppressed. Duanya's gaze sharpened as she quickly identified the hidden manipulator. The buzzcut man above sneered, so you noticed, too bad it's too late. He dove down, aura surging violent. At the brink of danger, Duanya poured out all her power, unleashing a massive invisible pressure that halted his charge midair. Breaking free, Yun transformed at once and roared, got you, let's see where you run. Mu Engxiao was stunned. Duanya said coldly, I used them as shields long ago. 3 controlled men were forced beneath the stage, manipulated like puppets. The remaining one roared in fury, bastard, let my brother go. He charged with savage speed, but Yun smiled darkly. Let's see whose head's tougher. The man screamed, what are you doing? Tut! In a blink, Yun forced the two bodies into a brutal collision that made every witness shudder. That crash turned the older brother into a very unwilling antidote for the younger, his face twisted in agony. With the brothers dealt with, Yun casually tossed them aside and said coldly, you're next. Mu Engxiao sneered, you're not qualified to make me move. He prepared a finishing strike, but an invisible force locked Yun's legs, freezing her in place even in normal form. She gasped, my abilities being suppressed. Duji quickly said, I'll back you up. Invisible attacks rained down, binding them both tight. They shouted, stop. Bet plenty of people would love his power just like this. Seeing Yun disadvantaged, Duanya shouted Yun. But she immediately sensed another threat forming. Without hesitation, she activated her power, turning weaker bystanders into shields and knocking them out in sheer terror. Mu Engxiao smiled coldly, sacrificing others the moment you sense danger. Impressive. Yun and Duji were fully restrained. The more they struggled, the tighter it got. Let us go, Sister Duanya, I messed up again? Mu Engxiao raised a brow. You're not planning to use those wings as weapons, are you? Duanya removed her, gripping them like twin razor blades, voice calm. Against you, this is enough. Amused, he smirked. Interesting, if you're that confident, I'll play along. The scene shifted to the entrance of the new world. Wang Sai stepped into the ruins, the air heavy like a graveyard of life. Xiaomini looked around. This is the inner city. The environment's tolerable, but the people look like walking corpses. She hurried after him. Hey, slow down, wait for me. Elsewhere, Wang Song remained on high alert. Moving deeper into the devastated zone, he called out, Fususu, I brought what you needed. A striking girl focused on forging replied, great, with the Spider Queen's legs, Grandpa can be saved. Wang Song added, once we get Deputy Master out, we leave this place immediately. Her gaze lingered on the spider legs, her mood steadying, and she said firmly, don't worry. Once Grandpa's safe, I'll forge you the strongest weapon. Her eyes lifted to the towering building full of resolve. Soon, they began climbing with gear. Wang Song asked, you made this? So Su nodded, yes. The Spider Queen's claws have incredible grip, safe for climbing. Grandpa's locked at the top floor. He asked, then why not go from inside? She objected instantly, no. We must never enter that building. Below, Su Chen watched them. So that's the blacksmith. Guess him heading up too. He decided to approach, but chose to enter directly from inside instead of climbing outside. The interior was eerily silent. Xiaomini frowned, we got in this easily. So why did they climb from outside? But as they moved deeper down the corridor, strange shadows began to emerge. A giant insect suddenly lunged from behind and Su Chen swiftly dodged. The two froze at the sight ahead. Xiaomini gasped, Su Chen, look. Now I get why they didn't take the inside route. Suddenly a loud explosion boomed from below. Wang Song halted in shock. Su Chen replied bluntly, you're the blacksmith, right? Finally found you. Before more could be said, their faces changed. Behind Su Chen was a nest of mutant insects. They shouted urgently, don't come closer. The swarm surged like a tidal wave. Wang Song spun and bolted, yelling, disgusting. I hate bugs the most. Fu Su was left behind, panicking. Huh, you're that fast. She tried to catch up when a firm arm grabbed her from behind. So Chen appeared and whisked her out of danger in an instant. With superior speed, he quickly caught up to Wang Song. Su Chen stepped on Wang Song's shoulder and vaulted up. Wang Song, the ones below are yours. Wang Song snapped, hey. But the swarm was already upon him. His aura exploded, and he unleashed a barrage of strikes, wiping out the mutant creatures. Still shaken, Fu Su demanded, who are you? What do you want? Su Chen calmly said, Su Chen, I need you to forge me a blade. So blinked, forge a blade, why should I help you? He replied evenly, I can fulfill one condition of yours. Su Chen carried her to the rooftop after thinking. Su nodded in agreement. Just then an elderly voice called out, Su. An old man held a photo, voice heavy. As long as you're safe, I can endure anything. A sudden explosion startled him stiff. Through the dust, Su Chen burst in with Su. She shouted, Grandpa, I'm here to save you. The old man trembled. Is it really you? So Su said, alright, you can put me down now. He hurriedly scolded, girl, didn't I tell you this place is dangerous? She brushed off dust stubbornly. Grandpa, I found help. Everything I know you taught me. He's looking for you. To forge the strongest weapon, we have to rescue you first. Su Chen stepped forward. Then let me see what's locking your legs. The old man said calmly, call me old Fu. Su Chen tried breaking the shackles but failed, surprised. They won't break. Old Fu chuckled proudly. Don't bother, looks ordinary but it's made from special materials. He added, I crafted it myself, its durability isn't easily shattered. So Su knocked his head irritably. Locked up by your own student, still proud, he sighed helplessly. He threatened your life, what choice did I have? So Chen pondered, calculating. What if we forge with something harder? Old Fu replied, with better material, sure, but in the new world, this is already the toughest. Where would you find something superior? So Chen smiled faintly and took out a massive crystal core. An unfathomable energy radiated from it. So Su stared. Is that a stone? Where did you get it? Even Old Fu was stunned. There's unprecedented power inside, where did this come from? So Chen asked, if we forge a blade with it, can it cut the shackles? Old Fu answered firmly, no problem, but this material will be extremely hard to handle. It still depends on you. Su Chen blinked. Old Fu added that the city lord kept him here to forge special materials, and even the tools were abnormal, pointing at a massive bellows that one man couldn't operate alone. Su Chen gave it a shove and realized it wasn't budging easily. Old Fu explained it usually took a dozen strong men, but they'd gone to watch the tournament, so now it was all on him. So Chen took off his shirt confidently. No problem. Muscles bulging, he pushed hard. Old Fu muttered, hope it's not just for show. The crystal core began radiating terrifying heat. Lightly dressed, Susu yelped, it's burning up. Old Fu urged no hesitation into the furnace. Grandfather and granddaughter worked together to load the massive core inside. Too hot, I can't take it, Susu cried. Not done yet, Old Fu replied. Now we wait. Just then, a figure appeared. The city lord arrived with his female secretary, voice dripping with authority. Who dares trespass? Old Fu paled. This is bad, it's him. So Su immediately grabbed a weapon and charged, demanding, you're the one who imprisoned my grandfather. She struck decisively, but the secretary reacted at lightning speed, knocking her away and unleashing a relentless combo. Old Fu shouted in panic. The secretary's blade pressed against Su's throat, shrieking with killing intent, dare disrespect the city lord. Dire eyes blazed viciously as the blade slashed down. Grandfather and granddaughter froze. The old man begged while Susu shut her eyes in fear. At the critical moment, a heavy force smashed into the secretary's face, warping it instantly. Wang Song appeared, striking so decisively she couldn't react, yet she still refused to stop, fury intensifying, spinning with a powerful counterattack aimed straight at him. Every strike hit air as he dodged effortlessly, then closed in, locking her waist in an iron grip. Veins bulged along his arms as he tightened, making her tremble under crushing pressure. A sickening crack sounded. Her body was torn apart by sheer force. Witnessing this, Old Fu and Su Chen were stunned, speechless, shock plain in their eyes. So Su stared at the remains, wondering if she was truly dead. Wang Song stood protectively before her. You okay? He asked gravely. The moment stirred her heart. You're really dazzling, she blurted. He turned surprised. What did you just say? But a tiny movement on his shoulder changed his expression. His heroic aura shattered as he shrieked, there's a bug. A sword flashed, slicing the insect apart. Su murmured, slightly embarrassed, I already handled it. Thanks for earlier. Wang Song stiffened, awkward at the gratitude. You're brave too, he replied haltingly, making Suso beam. Cutting them off, the city lord roared with pressure. You dare touch my people, do you know the consequences? Wang Song stepped forward boldly, staring at the wheelchair-bound figure. You're the city lord. You look weaker than I expected. The man chuckled, body trembling. From his flesh, grotesque protrusions began emerging, his form rapidly morphing into a massive, terrifying creature. His voice rang out madly, then how about now? Now that it revealed his true form, there was only one option, kill them all. No one leaves alive. Instantly, countless hidden creatures flooded out of the building, surging upward like a living waterfall. Down below, Muangxiao laughed with relish, delight flickering as he sensed the tide turning, and said coldly, since the order's given, the game ends. Prepare to die. Facing him, Duanya clenched her fists, eyes firm and ready. Muangxiao shouted excitedly, finish that girl. An invisible force slammed into Duanya from all directions, relentless pressure leaving her no time to react, pain choking her voice. Bound tight, Yunyun and Duji could only watch helplessly, shouting in fury. The crowd below still treated it like a show, cheering recklessly despite the danger. After the barrage, Duanya grew sluggish, dark red staining her lips. Muangxiao mocked, can't even see your enemy, how will you dodge? Hidden attacks aren't something you can sense. Psychic power's useless. If you're good, drop me in one move. Suddenly, a terrifyingly fast force shot straight at her. Sis, careful. Yet every strike missed. Duanya moved on instinct, slipping aside again and again, her steps fluid as if dancing to an unseen rhythm. Escaping the siege of three invisible foes, she dodged. He roared, how? You can't detect, but his gaze halted as he looked beneath her feet, spotting red stains clinging to three vague silhouettes. He stammered, you used the liquid on the ground to expose them. Too late to fix the situation. Duanya kicked him square in the face. Shut up. His breath annoyed her, the impact left him dizzy, teeth rattling. Behind her, Duji and Yunyun cheered wildly, and a massive explosion boomed from the building. Startling. Duanya glanced around, suspicion rising. The sight chilled them, countless insects crawling everywhere. The crowd below panicked, screaming and scrambling for escape. Muangxiao laughed maniacally. It's activated. Everyone here becomes their prey, you won't escape either. Duanya cut him off, pressing down with force until he choked silent. He struggled and called for help, but as the three behind lunged forward, she said coldly, too late. She spun, delivering a powerful kick, sending Muangxiao flying like trash in a storm. The remaining three collapsed, utterly defeated. Duji blinked, so the invisible guys were just plush toys. A control device fell from Muangxiao's body. Duanya picked it up, fiddling with it as memories of familiar video games flashed by channeling power into it. The creatures all stood up at once, their eyes turning dim. She immediately understood and took control. Instead of attacking, she made them serve, one as a chair, another giving messages. She chuckled. Not bad. Suddenly, Yunyun screamed help. A swarm of mutant creatures surged in like crashing waves. Duanya snapped to attention, realizing the other two were still in danger. The puppets instantly formed a human shield up front, while others hurled rocks, forcing the creatures back. A temporary defense line formed, buying them precious breathing room. Still shaken, Yunyun asked, they're everywhere outside, what now? Duanya soothed her, "Don't move, I'll free you two first." Elsewhere, Wang Song rushed to shield Su from the relentless assault, his body trembling under crushing pressure. Su went pale, legs buckling as she looked up in panic. Wang Song. He collapsed without response. She caught him, frantic. "What's wrong with you?" Gritting his teeth, eyes sharp, he stared at the creature ahead. "This thing's not simple, get everyone out first." Suddenly, the ground shook as sharp legs burst from below. Encircling them, the monster's eerie laughter echoed, "No one leaves. Stay and become my food, become part of me." Wang Song sensed the worsening situation, unease flashing in his eyes. "We're done." Su, still trembling, could only shut her eyes and scream. Just as despair set in, a figure appeared and yanked them from danger. Su snapped her eyes open. Wang Song blinked. The creature narrowed its eyes irritably at the newcomer. A steady arm released Su as Su Chen's calm voice sounded, "You okay?" He added, "Go help Old Fu handle this one." He smacked a nearby beam provocatively. Just as Old Fu appeared swaying in the crimson firelight, trembling, Old Fu stared at his hand. Strange, the stone shows no sign of melting. Such flames, yet no effect. So Chen frowned. "There's something wrong with it." Old Fu shook his head. "No, it's too perfect. To refine it, there's only one way, but the price is high. I need your agreement." So Chen replied simply, "What condition? If I can do it, I won't refuse." Old Fu's gaze hardened. "Take my granddaughter to Freedom City." At that name, Su Chen paused. It was the legendary last bastion of humanity, something he'd only heard rumors of even in his past life. He nodded. "That's not hard. But does Freedom City really exist? Do you know where it is?" Old Fu waved him off. "If you've heard of it, believe it. Leave the stone to me, plan the rest after we get out. Call Su to assist." So Chen shelved his doubts. If it existed, it was worth a trip, but first, secure the weapon. His body slowly lifted, red light swirling as he locked eyes on the enemy. "First, I'll deal with it." Provoked, the monster roared maw-wide as it lunged with killing intent. "Want to die, you?" Before it finished, Su Chen closed in and threw a full-force punch. He halted, eyes shifting. The blow did nothing. As expected, Old Fu's armor isn't easy to break. The monster's gaze burned crimson as the distance shrank, jaws gaping as it charged straight at him. They clashed fiercely, shockwaves shaking the building until it cracked apart and collapsed in chunks. Outside, Wang Song and Su watched in stunned silence. Are those two demolishing the place? Supporting Wang Song, Su urged urgently, "Hurry, break Grandpa's chains and get out." A scream rips the air, and both rush toward the red blaze where Grandpa Lao Fu stands. They find Lo Fu collapsed, one leg gone, bloodied, knife still in hand. Just another rough workday. Wang Tong freezes in shock while Su trembles and cries, demanding to know what happened. "What on earth happened to your leg?" A dark suspicion flashes through her mind. Was it Su Chen? She swears she'll kill him. Lao Fu barks hoarsely, stopping her cold and ordering her back. He explains that true spirit-infused materials demand a smith's own flesh and blood to awaken their power. Setting the blade down, Lao Fu shrugs off the loss of a leg. Crafting such a weapon is worth it. Wang Tong drops to his knees, panicking as he treats the wound and begs Lao Fu not to die. He still owes him a weapon. Lao Fu turns serious, warning the place won't hold much longer and they must help him. Both answer in unison, loud and loyal. Elsewhere, a small shadow quietly appears. A black cat reads in fiery glow steps forward. It slips into the lab where mermaids are imprisoned. The girls float in tubes, eyes clouded white, mouths marked with something disturbingly wrong. The cat senses that something is definitely off. Their eyes suddenly glow as grotesque creatures crawl out of their mouths, nightmare fuel activated. Back at the forge, thick smoke coils upward. Lao Fu nods faintly, pleased that the blood sacrifice worked, and moves to the next step. Wang Tong hoists a massive black stone, jokingly asking for a second blade, but Lao Fu flatly refuses, only enough for one. Wang Tong sighs, saying the stone feels strangely familiar to him. He urges the old man to rest, insisting he can handle the rest. So Su grips her staff, inhales deeply, and slams down with all her might. On Su Chen's side, the monster smashes through the structure. It closes in, admitting Su Chen isn't weak. Still, it claims to have faced someone far stronger. The armor was meant for that guy. Using Su Chen to break in, the blade will do just fine. Calm as ever, Su Chen asks who this supposedly stronger person is. The monster sneers that a dead man doesn't need answers, and Su Chen coolly replies, "Just you." The creature roars that it knows about Lao Fu forging a weapon and it has prepared something too. Su Chen's eyes subtly shift, interest peaked. Meanwhile, the bodies in the tubes near the cat suddenly go still. Red liquid begins seeping out, never a good sign. As the cat turns to leave, a swarm of venomous insects bursts out, shattering the containers. The cat yelled alarm. Then it bolts straight toward the forge. So Su senses something wrong and quickly turns back. She steps closer, eyeing the suddenly appeared kitten and wondering where it came from. She urgently tells it to run. This place is a death trap. Before anyone can react, the walls explode as endless venomous insects flood in like a living tidal wave. Mio. We're surrounded. Where did this cursed cat come from, dragging a bug apocalypse with it? Lao Fu's voice suddenly rings out, snapping Su Chen's attention away. That split-second distraction earns him a hit as the monster roars, "Worry about yourself first." So Chen instantly shifts his stance. He braces hard while venomous insects flood the entire building. A colossal ancient Gu insect's foot slams down toward the forge from above. We're about to be flattened. Just then, Yun appears and raises her hand to block. Tiny creatures burrow into her flesh, making her cry out in pain. It hurts. Still, she shields Duanya and Duji as Duji panics about the insects invading her arm, and Duanya grimly decides this can't go on. Claiming they're living beings she can influence, Duanya releases a pink force that pushes the swarm back. Yun's body, tense with injury, gradually relaxes under the soft ping. Duji gasps, noting it's like an invisible barrier stopping them. She realizes Duanya may have reached level 2, wielding full and psychic power. Go. Fired up, Yun charges with blazing red eyes, smashing insects aside and praising Duanya's brilliance. With support, she unleashes a rapid obedience of kicks, each strike clearing out insectmen around her. But just as she prepares a finishing blow, her arm corrodes suddenly, agony exploding through her. She curls up, crying it hurts. Can't we wipe them out completely? The other two signal her, and Yun lifts them to higher ground as Duji offers to handle the insects still on her arm. The unstable terrain nearly sends Doogie slipping into a crevice. Regaining balance, Doogie activates her power and shouts, "Disappear." A violent tremor suddenly shakes everything, making them look up in alarm. Yun freezes as City Lord Jishi charges in like a feral beast at terrifying speed. She sees Su Chen being forced back, straining with all his might against a lethal strike. Suddenly spikes sprout from Jisha's claws, catching Su Chen off guard. Su Chen's body is pierced in multiple places, blood spraying as he cries out in pain. Yun turns pale and screams his name while Doogie warns that the enemy is coming. Before she can react, an insectman's hand clamps tightly onto her arm. Realizing too late, she's completely restrained and panics, unable to move. Receiving a signal, Jisha accelerates to finish them all as Yun struggles, nearly crushed in despair. At the critical moment, Su Chen erupts with power, tentacles stabbing into the ground to deflect the attack by inches. Safe for now, Yun stares wide-eyed, shocked that Su Chen is still standing. She orders the others to hold tight and declares a counterattack, leaving Doogie baffled. Without explaining, Yun stumps on the insectman, vaults into the air, and spins neatly to seize back control. A powerhouse kick sends the insectman flying across the battlefield. Unable to suppress his target, City Lord Jishe roars in frustration, cursing that blasted ability again. Sensing an incoming force, he hesitates slightly. Before he can turn, a subordinate crashes into him, making him stagger and rage harder. Su Chen rises from the rubble, blood-soaked and eye-side, locking onto Jisha. Definitely not an easy boss fight. Yun quickly checks on the others, and Duanya calmly assures they're still holding up. Su Chen looks briefly surprised. He mutters that Duanya has indeed reached level 2. Standing up and rolling his neck, he feels a hint of dizziness. Why is the world spinning? Jisha, unfazed, roars that these ants want death, his body mutating as his aura skyrockets. Yun freezes, noticing the creatures are merging into something even bigger. Su Chen frowns, hoping Laofu finishes in time. Meanwhile, Wang Tong boasts about blending martial arts with his ability, punching back insectmen with a new Anch ability technique. Just bugs, no big deal. But his strikes barely land and he panics, unable to wipe them out as Su suggests helping, only to be told not to cause chaos. Laofu steps forward on his prosthetic leg, firmly declaring he's not useless yet. His gaze sharpens, veins bulging as power gathers in his body. With a thunderous roar, his aura erupts violently around him. He grins, saying it's been ages since he went all out to see what he could forge. Laofu lifts his forging hammer and slams it down like his crushing space itself. Each strike unleashes shockwaves that sweep away the surrounding insect swarm. The sheer pressure forces Wang Tong and Su to retreat to avoid getting flattened. From the building's upper floor, a violent surge bursts out, erasing mutated creatures in its wake. Locked with Su Chen, Jisha pauses in shock at the fluctuation. How is that old man still alive? Refusing to drag this out, he pivots and charges toward Laofu and Su to finish it personally. Just as he accelerates, he realizes his movement is being restrained. Yun transforms into a giant form above him, pinning him down and declaring he'll have to get past her first, earning an annoyed snarl from Jisha. Suddenly he breaks free and blitzes forward, instantly surrounding Yun. Sensing danger, Duanya shouts a warning and throws up a protective barrier around her sister. But Jisha clamps down on Yun, crushing her under immense pressure. The power gap shatters the shield, draining Duanya as she falls. On the ground, Jisha opens his fanged maw, deciding to eat Yun first, then the other. With no options left, Yun cries out, "Husband, save me." So Chen dashes in immediately, telling her not to fear. Using his ability, he yanks Yun out of danger at the last second. He flings her upward, then dives down with borrowed momentum, delivering a crushing punch straight to Jisha's head. The impact cracks the earth and devastates everything nearby. So Chen continues pressing the attack, not giving Jisha any chance to recover. Jisha clutches his head as his body nearly collapses from the heavy impact. So Chen moves fast enough to catch Duanya as she falls. He checks on her with concern, and she replies weakly that she's still okay. Just when it seems over, Jisha's tail opens into a giant maw and swallows both Su Chen and Duanya. Yun freezes, face turning pale as she realizes they've been swallowed. Jisha laughs, boasting that even his tail can devour them and turn them into nourishment. A sound from the building catches his attention. Laofu is still not done. He lashes his tail, collapsing the structure into dust and rubble. Turning to Yun, he grins hungrily, saying she's the only one left. Suddenly, a figure bursts out of the ruins at incredible speed. Huang Jin appears with a majestic beast-like aura, though it still sounds like a small cat. Jisha smirks, mocking it as just another leftover snack. But Huang Jin immediately strikes back with a lethal claw attack. A hand suddenly pierces Jisha's body. Su Chen reappears, restraining him. Standing on Huang Jin's back, Su Chen holds Duanya while Huang Jin spits out a forged blade. Su Chen is briefly surprised, recognizing it as Laofu's weapon. Duanya confirms it looks special. Deciding to test it, Su Chen channels killing intent and swings the blade with Huang Jin's speed. Jisha panics, voice cracking as he tries to speak, but the slash cleanly splits him apart, exploding his body into fragments. Even his regeneration and defenses are useless against the blade's power. Yun stares in disbelief, wondering if it's truly over. Yet Jisha reappears in insect form, trying to escape into the sky. Yun transforms again, her power surging as she refuses to let him flee. Thinking the sky is safe, Jisha is suddenly met by a giant hand emerging from the clouds. The strike crushes him midair, sending shockwaves through his body. His existence is finally erased without a trace. Yun follows up with another heavy blow that shakes the ground. Jisha collapses completely, unable to resist as she coldly orders him down. Her body slowly returns to normal, breathing heavily. So Chen, Huang Jin, and the others rush over. Reunited, Yun leans on Duanya as Duanya worries about her transformation, and Yun reassures her it was only temporary. We can't let him escape. Su Chen and Huang Jin move to check the remains, but Su Chen stops Huang Jin from eating anything. He tells it the thing is unsafe and promises better food later. Suddenly, strange sounds echo from the ruins. Wang Tong crawls out, gasping as he clears debris to free Laofu and Su. So Su asks if he's okay, and Laofu calmly replies is not done yet. Then white particles begin drifting down from above. T Suunji Inuno Gis Nin Tiki Nin Angari. Si ve num ti then ti bon lao fu, duanyag zex neno then di tai noit. Menchunji vic tit revi jito mael quabitha en trong thai tit hn lo nai. Ti then lep tiken nulen butri. Wang tong ho ng chi te, bauer de evilan chi ken cmt tri. Ti then nun rai yk ngth membi lo tron ila bo hiu them hattern cucp lan rinji. Huang jinven vuti lun lun tron trong lak tit h ng quantem gi. Duanyasi inagi hatron ungudavu non rasilan tro bi lo rat unnung ungurai the satan bin. T then chino chi hb unyi chi ski mendi vc amim hc teen cet ngbng. Metluden ksu umbakulan ra. T then koyan liple. Ribet saipi kai nun ralaju go ge. Get ea jigulan argini on cd the tri uvevs kintro and u sen v on. Mi mp kyanidin enche chat. Duanya lup tc laid tt enthen. Wang tong hovig lon chai ra vpu ten siang ra te. NNT ngi te engin li p binech t nent. Shinen tin tine beast txl. Ki nggnb engi lenen lo clt indi gevi h8 hofi inglon the engithik ca. Kudoni gnb the bup mio engin gita gita lenendin u li. Tyven jate tdn c the ani bithexus hon tun. Tithen thu hien ngil c non entire ryu linenu solun turbi c. Cveners ng hidu vx de ra chonji. Tithen nani v lao fu art ung tai quat de hot shrot louis flay tem hon. Lao fu eu ng thiu vet ttv ng teach kane v ng tch ldt sat. Teep sukat is kem en ngg pingai him. Tia thendo iom chomai egg beater and latang ti chatse. And tpc li relaling githa c thuxmen vidi ing scene thite. Tp suvoim inju kaithi fees. CNV tiathain and achta ko vituna v interdon, chinan m chim ini, tronks duanya lowland kaithe cd the union xet hinvidnon so by mi I. T then li ratina he vu and nv de cho union, kinduanyong kekanine. And gt the g chech kina midi ni agn trading 10 c ng tun liki va. Vut night trend cg the union din ifdc cia be inkap sate t, then kinan brwe. Duanya gite the z cha ki trong ndvh unin kyet, union nini ng lin cd, chi tre. Sigi thixia runner y bente chim vudo entrong ching gi 3t. Cedar sia gizi of sb chion I. Duanya gitigi len hue ni kin a tani ahq chinagen union fithe kano didi kai. Si kana utin si shu trek siv inji shayan 2. Tier then trum engem yenan night and hch kin yi gen the shiel fi chim 8 tngc minchi nh. Hi chiam trangitimate trangi ingeku and hithmi. Duanya wingum ke cox time bibanalal chafety du 10. Union lep tc fen buck kani kach seat seed ingini eve si he luji nigi b. Duanya kiet g lape tre ing can union net quite li travan c. So chen bbrv bin entire tri orangi suck seven ing en ng's ki dalian. Union voif non nunning su chen lapi lieutenant nx elpaloon cho kai trans sibai. En rate keen si fe hai vithis teen ha v6 rai che tinin radu jivin en che thai u. Cheat sik si mike rung mu nadi b en sikalan. Trong rng meet si gay chim and du mo du g. Hying plt the theme me ing sir si ng hey by chat. Du g trio tren si en shi ev on e bb ebi me t e pi. MATC lup TC trikizi mech. Sia hong mang arkixi t kian he mp kia hod ngh vns ng. Si tori kijinyo leboing givile TCC. Hi bi nan chi and gite the chi chibulam, hechi gunadin the tb nai ckt. Du jian looking an un bitriol c jita trun chen. Kakian si mi quail p line quan en vik union bn mi ilum cme bng. Cedar non ramamen mamonsin g setso sirtity trun cow. Ngian si kun en tm cheddar v tri el kanech. Dujian chait rai v nunrat ingi seed engine guy him, kenula enju akai. Cy trong arjuang nan che eats eg rng. Tyven gb si chan vanglen sti team hang kia quailti en aplai. Nenanyich ko en trasali eb chapi trong ho theng lon ken si kahu. Hi en koi exut hin vao may din tv bh che fim t. Mittings even jury louth in fi du g. Hi ni chapi tren a en via lundi mg siv ng byte koengi thik quaili p. Meti cda quan li cnh nod. Du gm min llc bilan keng trung tho clen tri sut. Hying p kin hod and ev teeting inisi ng sat. Ki quail p h the en quading op sat fi sao. Du g haelnan bhg v agida ang chate mu. Cn nun ra sin yuchi chikel hi the kia. Tigza, sin antha chiksex susu chen v lao tai yamande si hivik. Si ko si xh edc eng bin trong. Du gm hinji chetel ng c. Bin en trong selt en hook en tungodi d1. Hyen t nen che tt, tiki ng chi en ton. Du g lup ti chi nun ranangai cd vu tme ha gr by. Sia quet lunan tipkin. Kievan en tin len, sirat v kito. Trong yudo ki hio each e new deep sea tunala si. Hyang pi kia tmt nun rat ti nunaj si kagai him. Suddenly the ground shakes violently and Duji freezes, thinking it's an earthquake. She then panics as she sees a massive figure riding an enormous creature approaching. She realizes it's not just anything, it's a mammoth corpse being reanimated. The creature swings its massive limbs, sending everyone including Duji flying. Duji quickly judges the gap in strength and knows direct confrontation is impossible. She rushes into the car shouting about a giant mammoth outside, interrupting Su Chen mid-task. Duanya and Yun Yun are both confused by the mammoth mention. Su Chen's expression darkens as he senses trouble and asks her to repeat. Duji confirms again that a real giant mammoth is outside. Outside, the colossal beast stumps forward, shaking the ground with each step. The vehicle rocks violently from the impact waves. Su Chen calmly rubs his face, confirming his suspicion was correct. Yun steps out and insists on handling it herself, surprising Duanya. She smiles lightly, saying she'll let Duanya take it this time. Duanya still worries and questions, leaving it to her alone. Outside, Yun faces the giant beast and asks Duji where she dragged it from. Duji points at the survivors. The man stammers in fear. Duji tightens her whip around him, forcing him to speak. He reveals they were refugees from a zoo area where strange people were reanimating animal bones. They say the corpses were brought back to life, and they were hunted while fleeing. The mammoth charges at Yun, aiming to crush her. Yun calmly analyzes it as an undead zoo specimen linked to the apocalypse. She suddenly expands her body, stopping the beast mid-charge. Everyone present is stunned by her transformation. She casually grabs the mammoth and says she'll take it back for study. She lifts its trunk and spins it like a toy. She even comments on how unusually long its trunk is. The scene becomes absurdly playful, shocking the survivors. So Chen steps out and identifies it as a beast soldier from the final forces of the undead queen. The man suddenly recognizes Su Chen and reacts excitedly. He confirms it's really him and is shocked he's still alive. Su Chen doesn't recognize him, but the man introduces himself as Zhang Ming, a university classmate. Duanya warns coldly she will handle him if needed, while Su Chen vaguely remembers him. Zhang Ming laughs nervously, thinking he narrowly avoided exposure. He asks about Yun, intrigued by the giant form and her identity. He eyes Yun carefully, already calculating possible gains. Suddenly, Yun uses too much force and tears the mammoth apart. She pauses awkwardly, realizing she went a bit too far. The massive remains fly toward the group, causing panic as Zhang Ming screams in terror. Donyu casually flicks his hand, blasting the remains into tiny fragments. The effortless move shocks the two onlookers. She actually blocked it. Donyi calls out sternly, telling Yin to be careful. Zhang Ming feels irritated seeing two strong women beside Esa Chan, imagining things would be different if he stood there instead. Yan weakly collapses from exhaustion and hunger, asking S. Chan to cook something for her. Sa Chan agrees casually to make a few dishes, while Zhao Ming starts plotting in his head. In his mind, Sa Chan is just a replaceable cook role anyone could fill. Someone asks what is doing. Zhao Ming pulls out dried meat and walks toward Yan. He offers Yuan a secret snack he's been hiding. Yan eyes the dark meat suspiciously and recoils, asking what on earth it is. Zhao Mian proudly claims it's smoked chimpanzee meat from the zoo's special stash. Yunnan instantly freaks out and refuses in horror. She rushes inside. S. Chan tells Zhou Mian to keep it himself, while Yunyan insists she only eats his cooking. Zhou Mian grumbles unhappily, muttering about not even getting any food. Inside, Yan finds a feast: hot pot, roast chicken, ramen, and seafood lighting up with joy. Outside the window, Zhao Mengig and his friend are stunned, wondering where S. Chan even got all this food. They call out asking to share some as old classmates. Zhao Mian specifically begs Chan for a bite out of nostalgia. Chen replies slyly, acknowledging the classmate bond but demanding conditions and reciprocity. Zhao Mian quickly agrees, switching tone in a heartbeat. He tries to rush in but is immediately blocked by S. Chan. Sa Chan states conditions first. Zhao Mian agrees and says he wants to join the group, claiming he has a special ability. Sa Chan smirks lightly and says an ability is fine. Both outsiders grow eager, demanding to start eating immediately. They enter only to find an empty table. Yin has already wiped everything clean. Zhao Meng stares in disbelief, asking if it's really all gone already. Still unwilling to give up, they scavenge every leftover, even picking at bones. Donut asks if Sa Chan really plans to accept them. He replies simply that a promise is a promise. Yun hands Sa Chen a mammoth core she found, telling him to use it. Sa Chen refuses gently, telling her to keep it since she earned it, while noting something important in his mind. Jagamung asks what they should do next. Under the heavy snowy night, their scattered conversations continue endlessly. The one-armed elder Fu complains angrily, demanding to be put down and insisting he's no useless cripple. Wang Tong. Wang Tong keeps carrying him, breathing heavily, saying he still needs the elder to forge his blade, while TT anxiously explains he's badly injured and must be treated, preparing to leave the group. T then calmly suggests sending him to the Shenguang base where his friend General Tao can help if his name is mentioned. T-Tier's group follows the directions and departs. She waves goodbye with a faint, sad smile while Elder Fu grumbles his parting warnings. From afar, Vian waves them off, and T then decisively signals it's time for them to move out too. Soon, Tian's truck speeds through the snow-covered road. Two young men beside him shiver in the cold, clutching their guns, nervously asking if they'll run into danger. Zhao and Mi sneers and mocks them, saying there's no such thing as electric torture anymore and survival just means taking risks for protection from the others. In his mind, he schemes to win over the two women and weaken T.L's position until he has nowhere to stand. Not far away, in an old settlement, piercing roars of mutated creatures echo everywhere. Former leaders fall one after another before a mysterious outsider of their own kind. Amid the chaos, the man effortlessly lifts the so-called leader into the air. The subordinates below panic and scream for him to let their boss go. The man looks down coldly, mocking whether such a weak thing deserves to be called a king. He then swiftly kills the leader in an instant. The remaining crowd freezes in terror at the sight. He sits at the center and calmly asks who the real leader is now. His eyes lock onto someone nearby as he points and commands them over. With a savage bite and a harsh tone, he demands to know who the true king is. The others tremble and stay silent, too afraid to respond. He draws his knife and slowly advances. He repeatedly stabs the corpse while shouting violently. The surrounding group looks at each other in confusion. He suddenly roars, announcing the previous ruler is dead. He declares a new leader has risen and orders everyone to kneel. Though hesitant, fear forces him to obey. One by one they kneel and shout, "Long live the great king." He laughs in satisfaction, clearly pleased with the result. He praises one quick-witted follower, who immediately flatters him in return. Suddenly, a messenger rushes in reporting intruders outside. The man flies into a rage, demanding who dares seek death. Outside, a mocking voice shouts for the brainless gang inside to come out or face consequences. Zhao Meliung advances aggressively with a heavy gun while his companion nervously questions whether two of them can really take over the place. He confidently replies that it's a test, not a suicide mission. He explains it's a chance to show ability, reassuring the other by saying he and T-Then were classmates and even got backup gear. At that moment, the settlement gate slowly opens. His partner excitedly points it out while Jagmean steadies himself, claiming firepower decides everything. Bazookas rule the world. Suddenly, an unexpected change startles him and his finger tightens on the trigger. A shot is fired straight toward the open gate. Just as the new leader steps out mid-shout, he is instantly hit by the incoming blast. The explosion erupts, filling the area with smoke and debris. His companion panics, realizing they've likely triggered real Thao tribe enemies, and Zhao Gaming realizes things have gone badly wrong. Inside, the Thao tribe members panic and shout for their leader. The injured leader, enraged rather than defeated, orders an immediate hunt for the attackers. From a distance, T-Then calmly observes, amused that the two idiots attracted monsters better than planned. Vin asks if he intends to wipe out the Thao tribe completely. He calmly says not yet, they're still useful, then reveals something that shocks her. It is the severed head of the former city lord, prompting Vin to ask how he is still alive. The head weakly begs for death, unable to endure the torment of its strange existence. T-Then exerts overwhelming pressure and agrees to kill him, but only after he helps first. The dying man asks what he wants. T-Then says he only needs temporary access to the worms he controls. The man agrees, surrendering control, and swarms of monstrous centipedes surge up from below. T-Then tells Dodenlei to try controlling them. She succeeds, calming and transforming the swarm into a controlled flow. In the distance, Jagme's cannon fire continues to explode repeatedly. The Thao leader suddenly freezes as if triggered by a buried memory. He recalls being wounded before by a woman and her companion creature, a memory that shakes him deeply. To gain power, he once brutally harmed his own kind, growing increasingly savage. Now, just one step away from dominance, he believes he can crush anyone like insects, yet a certain figure still haunts him. Especially the former top figure with a blade-like gaze. But what stands before him now are just those two clumsy attackers, and his rage begins to surge again. He roars with killing intent and orders total annihilation, demanding the enemy be crushed without mercy. The Thao tribe immediately surges out like a breaking flood, charging at their targets. The two brothers, Jamin and his partner, panic and flee, shouting that this is not a safe zone, but a Thao nest and that T-Then set them up. Under intense pursuit, Joameni urgently tells his companion to hide in the scrap pile ahead. But before they can escape, two massive figures block their path. The enemies sneer, mocking their courage for attacking their king, and asking if they really think they can run. The two freeze in terror, trembling uncontrollably, convinced they are finished this time. Hearing talk of turning them into ingredients, their faces turn deathly pale. A sharp weapon suddenly slashes toward them as screams erupt. Help! But just before impact, the attack abruptly stops midair. The confusion spreads as one attacker questions why it halted. The group then notices something strange happening to each other's bodies. Suddenly, two of them turn on their own allies, throwing the formation into chaos. The others sense an unnatural force spreading but cannot comprehend it. In an instant, a tide of insects floods through like a tsunami, erasing everything in its path. Someone in the distance yells in shock, asking what the hell that is. Another asks the leader if he recognizes it. Seeing the strange pink wave, Senmo realizes something but cannot react in time. Suddenly, a hand grabs a nearby subordinate by the throat. Before he can finish calling out, the man is thrown straight into the insect swarm. Witnessing his men vanish instantly, Senmo turns and runs. He still cannot understand what is hunting them. A deep sense of unease grows in his chest. He leaps onto a rooftop, hiding in the shadows. Below, the two youths keep their eyes shut until Dunhuai calls out to them. Zhang Ming cautiously opens his eyes, shocked to still be alive. Dodenlei asks how long they plan to keep pretending to be dead. Zhang Mining stammers, confused to see her and asking about the Thao tribe. She casually clarifies he means the enemies over there. They then see the entire Thao tribe kneeling toward T-Then's group on higher ground. Then praises Dunhuai, saying she did well. Embarrassed, she explains that without the Insect King interfering, controlling them became much easier. T-Then asks about her control limits. She says a few hundred is fine, but larger numbers drain her energy quickly. He calmly says precision isn't needed, only that the enemies feel no fear, and she agrees after thinking it over. Instantly, the entire Thao tribe kneels in obedience under her control. Above them, a familiar figure still remains watching. Senmo grits his teeth, realizing the ones who once tormented him are now standing right in front of him again. He sneers arrogantly, mocking that mere humans dare dream of controlling the Thao tribe. Just wait and see. Time passes and the situation shifts to another Thao tribe settlement. Captive girls sit in iron cages while guards chat about harsh weather making prey harder to find. One guard is oddly pleased they still manage to keep a few captives. The girls panic as the guards approach, screaming what they want from them. They struggle desperately but remain utterly trapped in despair. The guards act viciously, ordering silence and preparing to bring them to the great king. Soon in a dark hall full of watching eyes, the leader indulges his cruelty as the captives arrive. The sight freezes the girl in terror. In another corner, a woman is brutally tortured and quickly broken. When she stops reacting, he loses interest and mutters that she's already fainted. Bored, he tosses her to his subordinates who fight over her like animals. He sits high in satisfaction, eyes shifting to the next victim. Now it's your turn. The girl struggles in panic, screaming she doesn't want this and begging to be let go. A cold command crushes her resistance as he sneers that this is their purpose anyway. Crying weakly, she says she hasn't eaten for many days. He laughs and points out the food right in front of her. A blade presses close, making her tremble in confusion and fear. Suddenly a voice rings in his ear saying he has had enough fun. He snaps back asking who it is. Before he can react, his head spins and drops instantly. The speed of the kill leaves everyone around frozen in horror. Another man steps out with overwhelming aura, declaring he is now boss and ordering the hunt. His eyes burn with vengeance and slaughterlust. Outside the cave, Dronzer looks at Su Chen asking if this is really the place. Su Chen leads the Thao tribe forces forward, confirming this is the right target zone. He signals her to begin the operation. She immediately, her ability activates, unleashing a swarm of insects like a storm. The gate is quickly shattered. They rush in everywhere but find no one inside. Dronzer is surprised, wondering if they hit the wrong place. Su Chen is also startled, but his memory tells him otherwise. Suddenly familiar laughter echoes from above. "You finally came, I've been waiting," the voice taunts. "Today is your end," declare. The Thao tribe has already taken high positions, fully surrounding them. Su Chen stays calm, noting the ambush but saying they've never met before. Dronzer recognizes the enemy. Su Chen reacts in surprise while she just snorts. Sanmao growls, recalling how Su Chen's beast once humiliated him, fueling his revenge. Dronzer glances at him blankly and says she has no impression at all. That indifferent response ignites Sanmao's rage as he erupts into furious curses. He immediately orders the attack, sending the entire Thao tribe surging down like a tidal wave. Su Chen watches calmly and smirks, thinking everything is gathered here convenient. Dronzer recalls her insect swarm and steps forward to fight, saying she'll handle it. But Tam Mao suddenly appears behind her, blade flashing as he roars he won't let her control the insects anymore. The strike comes instantly, but Dronzer's enhanced reflexes let her raise a shield just in time. Seeing this, he laughs with interest, realizing the insects are their trump card. He sees through her control ability and warns it could threaten the world, while her defenses grow increasingly strained. He coldly decides she cannot be allowed to live any longer. In that dangerous moment, shock flickers in her eyes. The blade drops, seemingly unavoidable, but a hand appears and casually stops the attack. Su Chen stands there coldly, saying he's not qualified to touch her. Tam Mao responds provocatively, "Oh really?" He vanishes instantly. Su Chen frowns, realizing it's a teleportation move. He reappears beside the uncontrolled fighters. Pointing at Su Chen, he orders the attack. The Thao tribe swarms in, roaring, while Yun also gets surrounded elsewhere. Surrounding men speak crudely, fighting over her like prey. Disgusted, Yun erupts in anger and warns them. The sudden change frightens them, and they scramble away. A violent force erupts, wiping them out as she stands disdainfully unimpressed. Elsewhere, chaos continues while two opportunists slip away in the confusion. Dronzer commands the controlled fighters to charge immediately. Both Thao factions collide in brutal chaos, giving humans a brief opening as screams echo endlessly. Su Chen is heavily surrounded but remains completely calm. He charges forward, each strike instantly shattering enemies. Yet his main concern remains Dronzer's situation. He calls out loudly, "Where is Huang Jin?" Meanwhile, the little creature is still half asleep. It wakes, chirps a few times, and tries to slip away. Before it can escape, it's grabbed and left confused. Su Chen throws it toward Dronzer, ordering it to work and warning it not to slack off. Meanwhile, Tam Mao closes in, eyes burning with greed for her ability. Dronzer jolts and turns around. She realizes he had already appeared behind her unnoticed. A lightning-fast slash tears through her protective outfit. Just as he was about to gloat, his expression suddenly freezes in shock. Huang Jin has blocked the entire attack, even he is stunned by its appearance. Dronzer narrowly escapes and quickly checks on it. Though hit, Huang Jin only grumbles in annoyance. A counterattack sends Tam Mao flying into a barrier behind him. Furious at being overpowered by a beast, he roars that the trick won't work twice. Huang Jin instantly releases its full power, transforming into a massive form. It charges forward and slams the enemy down with overwhelming force. Tam Mao is completely restrained with no ability to fight back. Huang Jin moves in to finish him off on the spot, but Dronzer quickly stops it. She argues he's more useful alive and should be wasted. She then sends insect swarms to infiltrate his body. Under the infestation, Tam Mao gradually loses consciousness. In his fading awareness, chaotic memories surge through his mind. Images of devouring everything replay vividly. To him, the more he absorbs, the stronger he becomes. Instinct takes over and he wildly opens his mouth to consume everything. His devouring ability spirals out of control, growing increasingly violent. Su Chen immediately notices something wrong. He realizes the enemy is not resisting but evolving through absorption and warns them. However, Dronzer and Huang Jin are stunned and fail to react in time. A massive explosion erupts, unleashing a violent shockwave in all directions. When the dust clears, Tam Mao reappears in a transformed state, overflowing with killing intent. Dronzer is shocked and Su Chen deduces he has likely reached Thao human level 3 by absorbing others. Tam Mao emits low guttural sounds, like a predator locked on a prey near the corpse vehicle. Suddenly, Xiao Minor appears in panic, shouting that she senses the corpse queen. Su Chen asks where. She points behind the buildings where a growing energy source is emerging. Tam Mao laughs in satisfaction, claiming he has now mastered the insect swarm. He boasts that the group has given him a great gift and everything will become his tools. He unleashes countless insects towards Su Chen's group. Su Chen immediately calls out for Dronzer. She responds calmly, already understanding what to do. Their thoughts align, and in an instant the insect tide engulfs the entire area. As it settles, Tam Mao smirks and taunts them about being puppets. But he suddenly freezes, realizing Su Chen's group has vanished. Su Chen bursts forth like a storm, charging straight at him. Tam Mao panics in shock. A fist is already upon. He sneers, dismissing Su Chen as merely a level 2 human, and stands his ground. Before he finishes speaking, the punch lands and distorts his face with blood splattering. The blow sends the once arrogant enemy flying kilometers away into a wasteland. Su Chen still bears traces of the earlier attack, but the insects are insignificant to him. He raises his head confidently, saying level 2 is still enough to send him flying. Dronzer stands nearby and asks softly if he is alright. Duji rushes in, using toxic power to clean the residue off the protagonist, insisting on helping. Xiao Mini scolds him, saying she can keep him safe, but this is way too reckless. She looks toward the back buildings, worried that Tao Renwang was flung toward New Shiwang. If they team up, things get ugly. but that's unlikely. Two apex monsters rarely coexist, so this is a chance to test Niu Shiwang's strength. Meanwhile, San Mao is still reeling from the impact, flying nearly 10 kilometers before landing near the coast. It takes him a while just to steady himself again. He snorts coldly, realizing he underestimated how strong it was. Suddenly, he senses an eerie presence behind him. The sea surface freezes over, spreading thick layers of ice. Cracks spread, then a loud explosion as something rises from beneath the frozen ocean. He stammers in shock, asking what on earth is happening. Sharp ice spikes erupt everywhere, stirred by unseen force, filling him with dread of something ancient rising. A crystal coffin slowly emerges from the icy depth. Amid swirling snow, a slender figure walks out step by step in the freezing storm. She carries an overwhelming, arrogant aura like she rules everything. It is the Niu Shiwang Xiao Mini mentioned, the ruler of the undead. Countless ferocious undead soldiers rise from the sea, shocking San Mao with their sheer numbers. All the corpse spirits suddenly lock onto him. Like a breaking tide, they all charge at once. He roars angrily, refusing to be hunted down. His body twists like a lethal scythe as he cuts through the horde. In madness, he challenges Niu Shiwang, only to be met with her disdainful smile. She raises a finger, sending out a razor-cold force. In an instant, San Mao is sliced cleanly in two. To her, he was just an ant foolishly shouting her name, erased without effort. She suddenly speaks coldly, calling out the hidden observer to reveal himself. She flicks her hand, launching an attack toward a distant rooftop. A sharp ice beam streaks through the air and explodes violently. Yet the attack is shattered into glittering fragments. So Chen is startled, wondering if he's already been exposed. He's also shocked she pinpointed him so easily from that distance. Duanya shivers, worried it might be a level 4 corpse king they're facing. So Chen calmly decides there's no choice, this is its weakest moment, and if the undead army spreads, no one survives. Duanya trembles slightly but nods after his words, accepting the plan. Two young men protest angrily, saying they're not stupid enough to jump into a suicide fight while everything below is still chaotic. Before they finish, their faces turn pale as they panic and scream for help. Duanya secretly controls them with centipede worms, sternly declaring that anyone who joins cannot escape. On the opposite side, the female corpse king notices the snowfall has stopped and reacts with mild surprise. Duanya then summons the full Tao clan force, warriors lining the rooftops in formation. The corpse king mocks them, amused but contemptuous, treating them all as insignificant. Suddenly, massive tentacles erupt from the sea, shaking the battlefield. A giant mutated lobster and a monstrous octopus rise as she calmly orders their annihilation. Yunyun excitedly blurts out that the lobster is enormous. She eagerly asks Su Chen how to cook it, treating the apocalypse like a seafood menu. Her body rapidly transforms, growing massively in size. She charges forward like a steel fortress, attacking the sea beast's head. Duanya urgently warns that more creatures are coming and must be stopped immediately. In an instant, both sides collide as 500 Tao warriors charge without hesitation. The battlefield erupts into a brutal, chaotic melee. So Chen takes Sung Jin's borrowed sword and declares he will handle the corpse king, while Duanya warns him to be careful. He replies confidently with a simple "don't worry." An explosion sounds as he vanishes and reappears instantly at high speed. He rushes straight into the undead formation. A single sword strike opens a massive path toward the target. Xiao Mini appears beside him, noting the corpse king's weak mental strength and suggesting she can create an opening. So Chen jokes that it sounds easy for a level 4 corpse king. The corpse king is surprised he dares to charge alone. She immediately unleashes an ice attack. So Chen narrowly dodges it by stepping back. He asks if she truly understands the enemy's strength. Xiao Mini insists they still have a chance if he weakens it, reminding him of what he carries. So Chen stands firm before the corpse king, unshaken. He quickly assesses the huge gap in power but knows avoiding battle is no longer possible. The idea of controlling a high-level corpse king is too tempting to ignore. In the end, this battle cannot be avoided. He steadies himself, radiating determination. The corpse king's eyes flicker with interest, a faint smile forming. So Chen steps forward, deciding to go all out without hesitation. His gaze turns icy, calm on the surface but hiding an imminent storm. The female corpse king coldly asks if the forces behind him were his doing. She says his biggest mistake is not understanding himself. She adds with contempt that no matter how many he gathers, the outcome will not change. Through a controlled body, a chilling voice declares that the weak will only become part of her army. She smiles slightly, amused, saying he's brave to stand alone, and even offers him a frontline position after death. Su Chen snaps back coldly, saying anyone who speaks like that never ends well. He immediately charges forward, unleashing full power to close in. The corpse king sneers, calling his confidence naive. She warns that even her aura alone is unbearable for him. She casually unleashes shimmering energy that explodes outward in a wide area. So Chen dodges skillfully but is still affected by the spreading cold. She does not stop attacking. She continues firing varied, relentless strikes. She mocks him for only knowing how to dodge while talking big. He keeps shifting positions to evade her continuous assault. Despite his full effort, he is still suppressed as ice begins to form on his body. Breaking the ice, he realizes she hasn't even used full strength yet. Suddenly, a shout cuts through the battlefield. So Chen reacts instantly and avoids a wide area strike, but his expression changes sharply afterward. San Mao's controlled body appears behind him, trapping him in a pincer attack. The corpse king calmly points at him, saying his dual abilities and physique are still insufficient. Held down, Su Chen is nearly immobilized in a dangerous situation. A massive tentacle suddenly pierces upwards, smashing the ice surface. It drags San Mao back into the sea and disappears. The corpse king remains unmoved, mocking that escaping into water changes nothing and even considers making him a subordinate. She dismisses him as food for the sea monsters as more aquatic creatures emerge. She scans the battlefield, evaluating potential candidates. The poison user is dismissed as too weak. Others with unique traits still fail to interest her. Suddenly, she locks on Duanye's mental abilities. She says she quite likes it. Then her attention shifts again. She notices Yunyun rampaging through sea beasts. Yunyun's attacks send monsters flying everywhere. But tentacles quickly wrap around her. A giant maw opens, ready to swallow her whole. Yun erupts with power, releasing a violent storm that clears the area. Observing from afar, the Corpse King decides to choose her. But then she notices something strange: water element ability. A loud explosion shakes the ocean surface. A figure bursts out from below, dragging the corpses of sea monsters behind them. So Chen reappears, landing with overwhelming presence that draws everyone's attention. He no longer looks fully intact, exhaustion clearly visible on his face. The Corpse King becomes more interested, asking if he has actually grown stronger. Seeing him survive and even improve, she studies him more carefully. She wonders if his power has really increased or if she is mistaken. So Chen responds coldly, telling her to try and see for herself. She laughs mockingly, saying even if he improved, he's just a slightly bigger ant. He remains firm, unshaken in his stance. Without hesitation, he charges forward with a direct strike. The Corpse King smiles lightly and agrees to indulge him. Countless sharp ice spikes suddenly appear. They seal off all his escape. A massive explosion. The sea surface shakes as giant ice mountains rise, forming her sealing technique. So Chen is trapped, completely unable to move. She approaches and asks if he now understands the gap between them. She decides to keep him as a display piece. The ice structures glow coldly, freezing the entire battlefield atmosphere. Duanya feels heavy pressure and rising worry. She quickly regains focus, reminding herself she must collect enough cores to turn the tide. Facing the corpse army, she strengthens her resolve. Their forces are weakening, prolonging the fight will end badly. With no time left, she begins executing her plan. A corpse spirit notices her and attacks. Duanya counters immediately, shouting for Su Chen to hold on. The enemy falls, leaving behind a glowing core. She quickly collects it, finally obtaining her first one. Suddenly, a massive mutated Tao Clan creature restrains her. The tighter she struggles, the more painful the restraint becomes. Elsewhere, Yun realizes this is the Corpse King's ability. She refuses to accept it and calls out loudly. She grabs a sea monster and violently swings it. It collapses instantly. Yun notices the core drop rate here is unusually high. She quickly informs. At that moment, a tentacle bursts through the ice. It strikes Yun with electricity, paralyzing her. Duanya calls out in panic but cannot help as she is restrained. The tentacle drags Yun across the freezing ice. The electric current keeps her completely immobilized. A strange creature appears, a mutated two-headed fish. A strange fluctuation occurs and the core in Duanya's hand suddenly disappears. She freezes, briefly suspecting it was Su Chen. But the Corpse King arrives and coldly comments that this is the source of his strength. She then declares that Su Chen is already dead. The words press heavily on Duanya, revealing her helplessness. In a desperate situation, Yun still gathers every bit of energy from the cores and sends it towards Su Chen. She knows that as long as he holds on, there is hope. Duanya seems ready for the worst as the Corpse King raises her hand, preparing a finishing blow. Inside the seal, Su Chen remains trapped, but uses spatial abilities to absorb all the cores sent by the others. Energy surges wildly as he explodes in power, his roar tearing through space itself. The Corpse King immediately senses a terrifying change and turns around. So Chen reappears with a completely different aura, using instant spatial jumps that defy distance. He unleashes a full-force frontal strike the Corpse King blocks with ice, but is clearly shaken. Before she can react, she realizes her arm has been severed, followed by a crushing kick. The impact sends her flying with a massive explosion of debris. Without stopping, Su Chen throws a flying blade toward Duanya. It pierces the controlling creature, freeing her instantly. He retracts his weapon and sweeps through the surrounding corpse army, crushing them effortlessly. His strength has clearly reached a new level. So Chen radiates overwhelming pressure and tells Duanya to go rescue Yun while he holds the line. Duanya immediately moves out. The rest of the team quickly follows to support. They all rush toward Yun, still restrained. In the distance, the Corpse King screams in rage. Her severed arm regenerates as killing intent erupts. She unleashes continuous attacks at Su Chen, but he stands unmoved with cold eyes. A spatial gate opens in front of him, absorbing all incoming attacks. Every strike vanishes without a trace. The Corpse King's expression turns pale with shock. Seeing her attacks swallowed by space, Su Chen realizes his ability has reached a higher tier capable of neutralizing larger-scale assaults. The Corpse King nearly loses control, demanding answers about what he has done. She stares in confusion and disbelief. A chilling pressure spreads as invisible spatial gates surround her, and her instincts scream danger with no escape. Su Chen analyzes the situation, realizing she cannot see the gates, and is only relying on instinct, regretting that his trap didn't lure her in. For the first time, true caution appears in the Corpse King's eyes as she suspects he is hiding even more abilities. Su Chen confirms her suspicion and calmly tells her to look closely. Instantly, her own attacks reappear and are reflected back at her from all directions. He explains calmly that anything absorbed into the spatial dimension retains its original power, becoming the perfect weapon. Within the thick ice field, cracks begin to spread. The female Corpse King breaks the seal and escapes. She forces calm, saying this is the first time anyone has dared do this to her. Footsteps are heard behind her. She recognizes San Mao under her control and orders him to kill Su Chen. But the attack suddenly turns and the blade pierces her chest instead. Shocked, she asks what he is doing. It is Duanya set up the parasites she planted earlier now take effect, seizing control. The Corpse King enrages and counterattacks with dense ice projectiles. San Mao is blasted away, heavily injured, while the Corpse King also suffers a fatal hit and collapses. A voice asks from ahead if everything is ready. She looks up to see Su Chen's hand already pressed against her forehead. Overwhelming pressure immobilizes her as he signals the timing. Xiao Mini instantly strikes into her consciousness. A red light invades her body before she can react. The energy begins to merge inside her and Su Chen questions the result. But she suddenly erupts in rage, claiming she is the immortal queen and cannot be taken down so easily. So Chen frowns, uncertain if the plan worked. Inside her, power surges violently as she forces herself to stand again. So Chen is shocked as all previously destroyed corpses begin regenerating. Broken bodies reattach and heal as sea monsters surge forward with renewed strength. Faced with overwhelming numbers, even Su Chen shows surprise. On the other side, Yun struggles to hold them back while Duanya tries to coordinate with Huang Jin. A mutated electric sea beast locks onto them and unleashes a powerful shock. Yunyun convulses while Duanya and Huangjin are also paralyzed. Du Si recognizes it as a mutated electric. The ice below shatters and Yunyun falls into the freezing water. Duanya can only call out helplessly. The sea beast is suddenly struck by a powerful external attack. Freed from control, Duanya realizes it is reinforcements from the Dawn base tank unit. Bai Kang and the Shenguang base forces arrive with warships, and reinforcements charge in to support. Additional fighters argue and joke while rushing into battle, ignoring danger. LT Bufong leads the charge with fierce offensive power. The Corpse King is shocked by the arrival of reinforcements, then suddenly screams in pain as her mind is torn apart. Her face turns pale as she notices her hair has turned pink, unable to understand what is happening. Amid the crowded sea monsters, Su Chen breaks through the encirclement and escapes. Killing them endlessly is too troublesome. He decides to focus on taking down the Corpse King first. He suddenly pauses, sensing her aura has completely changed as she declares herself the new immortal queen. Xiao Mini, still controlling the Corpse King's body, reacts in shock upon hearing Su Chen's killing intent, while Su Chen refuses to believe in immortality and prepares to test it. Mini is confused by his reaction. Seeing him about to strike, she quickly stops him, saying it's her inside and she has succeeded. Su Chen halts, confirming the takeover worked. Suddenly, Su Chen coughs blood as exhaustion overwhelms him. The backlash from absorbing 2 cores finally erupts. He collapses onto her, leaving Mini startled and complaining about the situation. She loses balance and falls to, realizing he has actually fainted. A thought crosses her mind: this might be a chance to reclaim her own core. She searches his body but cannot find it, growing confused and suspiciously checking further. Determined, she reaches toward him again to locate it. At that moment, Bai Kang rushes in, shouting Su Chen's name. Su Chen jolts awake in shock, barely processing what is happening. Minnie freezes as Bai Kang confronts her. An awkward misunderstanding unfolds as Bai Kang demands she release Su Chen, but Minnie abruptly changes her action. She grabs Bai Kang and lifts her effortlessly, calling her troublesome. Bai Kang's eyes flash as she counters instantly with a clone technique, and the two separate. Minnie is stunned to see 2 identical Bai Kangs. She wonders if it is cloning ability, similar to a ninja-style technique. So Chen suddenly speaks, holding up Minnie's core and tightening his grip, asking if she was looking for this. Realizing he is awake, she panics and tells him to stop. Her body suddenly begins shrinking uncontrollably. She transforms into a tiny version of herself, furious and shocked, while Su Chen calmly calls it her punishment and renames her Little Immortal. Bai Kang checks on Su Chen, confirming reinforcements from the Shenguang base have arrived, while Su Chen acknowledges her presence. The battlefield has mostly calmed as the undead scatter, but Yunyun is still missing. The emotion surged so hard that Su Chen coughs blood again, clutching his chest in pain. Bai Kang grows worried as Xiao Minor explains the core absorption side effects are flaring up again. Xiao Minor blushes and blurts out in shock, "What? That kind of side effect?" She admits she can't handle him in this state and tells Bai Kang to take over while she checks Yunyun. So Chen warns Bu Sai coldly that betraying him would have serious consequences. Bu Sai snaps back irritably, insisting she has zero intention of betraying him, jokingly calling him Grandpa Ancestor. She raises 4 ice walls, sealing off the space from the outside world. Then she lowers her voice shyly and says she will help him next. So Chen refuses, saying she can't handle it alone. But Bai Kang replies things are different now. She insists it's not just her and tells him to leave it to her. With that, she creates 4 clones rushing toward him, leaving Su Chen stunned at her ability. Bai Kang awkwardly explains each clone is independent, while one clone casually tells him to relax and start. Her main body turns bright red in embarrassment, and Su Chen finally agrees to let her help. One clone pulls at his clothes and sits on him, teasing that he has no idea how much she missed him. The main body suddenly feels shared sensations feeding back, scrambling her thoughts and emotions. Xiao Minor grows furious, annoyed that after finally taking control of this body, things have turned chaotic. Meanwhile, Donya desperately tries to rescue Yunyun, still trapped at the bottom of the sea. A sea monster blocks the way, making the underwater situation even more complicated. Suddenly, the water surface trembles violently. Something is happening. Xiao Minor panics as the ice platform beneath her is suddenly lifted into the air. A terrifying aura erupts from below the water. Yunyun is awakening. Duanya freezes in shock and calls out Yunyun. Xiaofeng and Wang Zong panic as control is lost again and the massive ice slab becomes unstable. Yunyun rises with overwhelming pressure, locking onto 2 electric-type sea beasts. Without hesitation, she hurls the giant ice block with Su Chen and Xiao Minor on it straight at the enemies. The collision triggers a massive shockwave that shakes the entire lake violently. A powerful gust sweeps across, sending Duanya and Huang Jin flying back. Xiaofeng struggles to resist the wind while dodging flying ice shards. Even Su Chen and Bai Kang's area is affected. Bai Kang pauses in shock at an incoming object. Su Chen manages to block it in time, but Bai Kang's clones are completely wiped out. He quickly fixes his clothes and orders a retreat, while she tells him to be careful too. Everyone from the Shenguang base and others scramble to escape, shouting that the ice is breaking and they must run. Yunyun's massive body sinks again, dragging up a huge wave, triggering yet another approaching tsunami. Yunyun sinks into darkness, exhausted, while a mysterious figure dives after her into the deep water. On shore, Duanya tries to rush back and stop others from holding her back. She is told diving now is suicide, but she refuses to listen. She freezes when she sees Su Chen already diving in to save Yunyun. She urgently asks about Yunyun's condition. Su Chen says Yunyun is critically injured and must level up quickly to recover. Elsewhere, ruins are still overrun by surviving corpse demons attacking anything nearby. Sanmao survives and orders them to gather for the Undying Queen, but one doubts the queen still exists. He questions Sanmao's identity, prompting Sanmao to beat him and declare himself the queen's messenger. The corpse demons rally again, chanting that the queen will return and reign supreme. Human forces rush to build defenses and block key intersections with vehicles. Though the corpse tide isn't over, Cao General trusts Su Chen's plan and orders compliance. In Su Chen's vehicle, Yunyun's previous berserk state is gone, and she now needs forced evolution to survive. Bai Kang worries there aren't enough core crystals in such a short time. Su Chen calmly says he will handle the cores while others take care of Yunyun. Duju throws down a cage reporting she found Xiao Minor on the shore. Xiao Minor screams curses inside the cage, furious and defiant. Duju coldly threatens she should have been drowned earlier. So Chen orders her immediate release without hesitation. Later in ruins, Su Chen brings her to a deserted area where she questions his intent. Without explanation, he strikes her into a wall. He demands she call out the real entity behind her, not pretending anymore. He mocks the so-called undying queen for being easily suppressed. Her eyes turn blue as the undead queen awakens, admitting she only survived by possessing a weak host. She attacks instantly, but Su Chen opens a spatial gate calmly. Instinct warns her to retreat or face irreversible defeat. Ice power erupts, shaking the building as Duju confirms Su Chen is above them. A soldier reports urgently that the corpse tide is approaching. San Mao leads the zombie army, laughing as he declares they serve the queen ahead. The undead queen is forced into defense, overwhelmed on all sides. As she attacks desperately, Su Chen remains calm and says she seems scared, shocking her. A brief opening is exploited and she is instantly trapped in a spatial prison, unable to move at all. Su Chen steps out and thanks her for luring the corpse tide here, leaving her confused at his intent. He calmly explains this was his plan all along, since the Horde delivers free core crystals straight to him. Using spatial power, he manipulates massive ice formations and calls down an ice storm as the Horde arrives. The undead are crushed instantly, shocking Lu Xiaofeng's group at how effortlessly it ends. The undead queen is stunned, realizing he used her own power against her and orchestrated everything. So Chen confirms it and demands she hand over her core crystals. As he approaches, she stiffens, sensing imminent defeat while he coldly insists she surrender the core. She refuses to submit, still unwilling to give her life force away so easily. He warns her she could be thrown into the abyss prison if she resists. She mocks his threat at first, but fear rises as traumatic memories of darkness and isolation resurface. So Chen's presence turns ominous as he declares the abyss prison is far worse than anything she knows. His gaze alone pressures her into hesitation, convincing her he is capable of following through. Overwhelmed, she finally gives in and agrees to hand over the core, terrified of being sent there. A glowing core crystal slowly separates from her body. So Chen is satisfied, remarking that cooperation would have saved everyone time. After losing the core, she weakens and collapses, though she still claims he cannot truly destroy her. He replies he never intended to kill her, only to keep her under control, confusing her further. He names her BMI Undying, saying it suits both her and Bess. She burns with humiliation and silently swears to remember this disgrace. Suddenly, her body shrinks again, cursing that the regression is happening once more. Her consciousness becomes chaotic, like waking from a long nightmare filled with exhaustion. Su Chen distributes the core crystals from the corpse tide to others according to base rules. He tells Bai Kang to prioritize Yunyun's evolution and not worry about resources. Cao General invites him back to the base, but Su Chen refuses, saying it doesn't suit him. Bai Kang senses a massive energy fluctuation coming from Su Chen's vehicle and warns something is wrong. Su Chen immediately rushes back inside to check what is happening. Yunyun's body burns red with runaway energy as she rushes into Su Chen, saying she's overheating and can't control it. Su Chen realizes the chaotic energy is transferring to him, while Duanya explains she swallowed all the core crystals to break through, causing the instability. Everyone understands the accumulated power is too much for Su Chen to fully control, and continuing could be dangerous. Yunyun insists she can help him release the excess energy. Cao General awkwardly steps out, leaving them to handle it inside as Su Chen struggles to endure the pressure. Bai Kang, flushed with embarrassment, also offers to help. Duanya agrees more help is better, but warns them not to overdo it. Outside, the vehicle shakes violently, showing how intense the situation inside is. Cao General orders a strict perimeter lockdown, and soldiers comply immediately. So Chen realizes even with assistance, some energy still cannot be fully absorbed. He casually drags Huang Jin over and tells it to shut up when it squeals. After a chaotic struggle, the three women collapse from exhaustion as a beam of light shoots into the sky. Fususu is stunned by the phenomenon while Cao General simply tells her to wait. Once everything calms, the three girls rest to recover their strength. Su Chen analyzes the results. Yunyun reaches level 2 stability, Duanya peaks at level 2. Bai Kang also reaches level 2, Huang Jin reaches level 3. While he shows no clear change, suspecting cores beyond level 3 are insufficient for his breakthrough. He steps out and calmly addresses the group waiting outside. Cao General explains they were guarding the area and are now ready to withdraw. Fususu refuses to leave and questions what Su Chen was doing inside. So Chen dismisses her question as irrelevant and changes the subject. She reminds him of a promise to take her to the free city. She recalls the city base is deep in the mountains. She warns they should leave soon because something stronger than core crystals has appeared there. Su Chen asks what could be stronger, and she says it is a fruit filled with powerful energy. So Chen decides to depart immediately, refusing farewell escort, and Cao General tells him to be careful as the base gate remains open to him. Suddenly, a loud explosion shakes the ground and debris flies everywhere. Nearby people are thrown back, screaming in panic. Yunyun rushes out, shouting for everyone to escape quickly as more explosions may follow. She jumps into the vehicle, leaving others confused, and Su Chen asks what she did. She admits she accidentally mixed enhancement and recovery drugs, causing an explosion that ignited nearby fuel storage. Cao General is stunned while Su Chen immediately drives off, apologizing as they leave, telling Wang Zong to find them in the free city after finishing weapon forging. Cao General immediately shouts for a full retreat, while Duju arrives reporting Su Chen will follow them later, but he angrily orders everyone to withdraw first. She casually asks if she can take San Mao's clone along, and despite the chaos exploding behind them, Cao General reluctantly allows it. The convoy speeds away as the girls excitedly celebrate their destination, the Free City. In Su Chen's past memories, the Free City is a legendary place few ever reached, hidden within Mount Mangsing, and Duanya questions the source of this information. Fususu explains her grandfather helped build part of it under strict secrecy, while Su Chen recalls the area was once a monster domain in his previous life. Yun yawns and asks if they've arrived, but Su Chen says vehicles can't go further, so they must continue on foot. Fususu reveals the Free City's rise was tied to a mysterious energy fruit which even enabled a level 4 awakener, shocking Su Chen since level 3 was once the limit. She adds entry requires heavy tribute or exceptional strength, prompting Su Chen to quietly consider alternative resources. Yun suddenly realizes they may have been walking in circles and questions if they are lost. So Chen confirms they are already inside Mount Mangsing and close to the Free City's location. Duanya explains the terrain is treacherous and easy to get lost in without familiarity. She then notices a group tailing them, and Su Chen clearly already knows they are being watched. Hidden in the forest, a rough band of armed men prepares to ambush Su Chen and his group. The leader's men grow excited, planning to capture the women and deal with Su Chen first. They notice the group carries supplies and even women's tents, increasing their greed. They smell roasting meat and assume the group is cooking, getting even more tempted. Su Chen deliberately speaks about overcooking the lamb, luring the bandits out as they demand a share. Su Chen and Yun ignore them. Yun dismisses their arrogance while Su Chen calmly agrees. Enraged by being ignored, the bandits curse and demand the meat be handed over. Their leader charges forward with a weapon, but Su Chen simply glances at them. A terrifying pressure bursts from his gaze, instantly freezing the group in place. The leader stiffens in shock as his subordinates ask what's wrong, realizing something is terribly off. He trembles violently, saying the gaze was so cold it didn't feel human at all. Su Chen complains that they are too noisy and annoying. The leader stammers nervously, asking what Su Chen intends to do. Su Chen questions their identity, noting they don't look like members of the Tao tribe. The man claims they are mountain hunters who only want to trade for supplies. Su Chen points out they have nothing to trade. The leader realizes he is empty-handed and panics at his mistake. He quickly claims their nearby tribe has resources and offers to lead the way, while Su Chen already sees through his scheme. In his mind, the leader plans to lure them back and ambush them in their lair. Su Chen instead decides to seize their resources and agrees to go, seeing it as worthwhile. Yun complains they are leaving before their lamb is even cooked. A bandit offers mutant wild boar meat, but Yun rejects it with disgust. They arrive at the hunter's lair, a dark place with unsettling hanging bodies that chills the atmosphere. The leader proudly introduces the tribe and offers a tour. Su Chen cuts the nonsense and demands to be taken to the food storage. He is led to a decaying, poorly maintained storage area. Su Chen insists on checking inside alone while others wait outside. The leader signals his men and agrees, letting him enter alone. Inside, Su Chen finds a filthy, dim space filled with stacked meat covered in dust and webs of unknown origin. He decides to take everything back to the Free City anyway. Outside, Yun reacts in disgust at the horrible smell. A bandit proudly shows a mutant boar head, but Yun yells at him to stay away. Duanya and Fususu are also visibly disturbed by the grotesque food. The bandits claim it is a rare forest delicacy. Su Chen exits after finishing his inspection, still cold and indifferent. He declares none of the items meet his standards and calls the trip useless. The leader is shocked, questioning how none of it is useful. Angered, they decide no one is leaving and begin surrounding Su Chen's group. The bandit taunts Yun crudely, provoking her further. Her irritation explodes as she calls them annoying. She activates her ability, her arm swelling massively before striking down. The impact shakes the entire area, destroying the storage and throwing everything into chaos. Seeing this, the hunters turn pale, realizing she is an awakened ability user. Duanya and Bai Kang are also shocked by how far Yun's arm can transform, while she calmly asks if anyone wants more. Su Chen stops her, telling her to calm down as they just arrived and shouldn't draw attention. The leader forces a smile, insisting they only wanted a trade, and awkwardly asks them to reconsider. Su Chen gives a short laugh and refuses outright. The leader watches them leave bitterly, realizing he lost a big catch. After they are gone, he wonders what they really are, while Yun casually tests her new ability and boasts about her enlarged arm. She asks if she can expand other parts too, suggesting they try later tonight. Her suggestive tone makes Yun blush and demand what Su Chen is implying. Back at the hunter's side, the leader explains they let them go because fighting awakened users is too risky and other threats still exist in the forest. Suddenly, a subordinate reports all their supplies have vanished, and the leader suspects Su Chen in spatial ability. He immediately orders pursuit, but is struck and silenced, as the leader realizes spatial ability users are far more important than they thought. He warns them not to act recklessly and notes that such people are rare and extremely valuable targets. His eyes sharpen with greed as he views them as high-value prey. He decides they must act before other factions discover them and take everything from Su Chen's spatial storage. Meanwhile, Su Chen's group continues toward the Free City, unaware of the new ambush forming. Suddenly, Huang Jin the cat runs back and settles comfortably near them. Duanya calls out to it, noticing its return. Su Chen teases that the cat is wandering off again. Duanya defends it, saying it is simply exploring like claiming territory. Su Chen jokes that it looks like it is in heat, teasing it further. Huang Jin reacts angrily, glaring at him. Yun curiously asks if the cat is male or female, and Duanya casually confirms it is female. Huang Jin suddenly behaves strangely, slips free, and darts away, alarming Duanya. She quickly realizes too late that a trap has been set. All four are suddenly caught in a massive net and lifted into the air, helplessly suspended. In the cramped net, Su Chen is squeezed tightly between the girls, making movement impossible as they all shout for release. The hunters show up, smugly insisting traps are always their most efficient way to catch prey. Su Chen looks down with irritation. So it was you all along. The leader laughs, saying they originally didn't plan to kill them, but the stolen supplies expose their secret, so now no one can leave alive. He even offers a merciful quick death like it's a favor. A faint voice suddenly calls from behind Big Brother. He turns in shock and sees his subordinates mostly swallowed by a mutated beast, the attacker seemingly from the Yusho Geo. The monster immediately lunges at the leader. Caught off guard, his torn apart in an instant with zero chance to react. Su Chen's group stares in disbelief at the giant creature, unsure what it is, only that it looks like an enormous lizard. What shocks them even more is that there's actually someone riding on its back. The rider casually waves at the girls in a flirtatious tone, gives Su Chen a hostile glance, then orders the beast to strike before more trouble arrives. The monster opens its mouth wide, aiming straight at the group trapped in the net. Yun panics, realizing she's about to be bitten, and urgently urges Su Chen to do something. Su Chen can barely move, pinned down, and can only helplessly tell everyone not to jostle further. At the critical moment, another creature suddenly appears and restrains the lizard, saving them by inches. The rider immediately shouts in anger, "What the hell are you doing?" A calm, familiar voice answers from the opposite side, "That's what I should be asking you." The Yusho Geo doesn't allow harm to innocents. The rider clicks his tongue in displeasure, mocking him. "Don't think being a team leader means you can interfere anywhere." Yun lets out a relieved breath, finally feeling the pressure lift. The newcomer calls out Su Chen, "Long time no see." Su Chen freezes, surprised Tianyu. Tianyu can't hide his excitement at unexpectedly meeting an old friend again. Su Chen is equally shaken, asking emotionally, "You're still alive?" Tianyu nods, saying he only survived by luck, then suggests freeing everyone before continuing the conversation. After being released, Su Chen playfully pats his shoulder and jokes around. Tianyu admits he once thought they'd never meet again. Su Chen then asks about what happened earlier. Tianyu begins explaining how they were once pushed to a dead end by the Tao clan. Xiaobao died in that battle, while he barely escaped with severe injuries by plunging into a raging river, later rescued by the Yusho Jiao. He then asks about their purpose, especially why Su Chen is traveling with 3 girls in such a desolate place. Su Chen says they are heading to the Free City. Tianyu understands but warns things aren't simple and suggests returning to the Yusho Jiao first. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, a mini version of the immortal queen mutters angrily about Su Chen leaving her behind. She struggles through the deep forest with her short legs, when she suddenly realizes someone is standing right behind her. She whips around in alarm, warningly asking when he showed up. The attacker turns dangerous and strikes the shrunken immortal queen, panics and flees, screaming for help. Elsewhere, after saving Su Chen's group, Tianyu warns that the earlier hunters specialize in trapping spirit lynx and litter the forest with snares. He tells them to stay alert. Surprised Su Chen also got caught. Su Chen brushes it off as a rare slip. In truth, Su Chen already sensed hidden factions around and deliberately played along to avoid attention. Yun admires Tianyu's new level of strength. He modestly says it came from stumbling upon an exotic fruit in the forest. She is shocked that a single fruit caused a breakthrough. Another companion adds he even survived a beast's jaws before. This shows the exotic fruit's power far exceeds ordinary energy cores. Tianyu explains the fruit is rare, singlies per tree, often eaten by beasts or vanishing if not picked in time. He nearly died from its energy surge, and only survived by luck. Though almost impossible to find in the wild, rumors say the Free City has a tree that continuously bears such fruit. Duanya gets excited, saying that sounds perfect since they already prepared supplies for the city. Tianyu shakes his head, saying supplies no longer matter. Entry now requires completing city missions. Soon, they arrive at a well-organized encampment. They realize it is the beast-taming sect base. Tianyu says the sect leader wants to meet Su Chen and may help them. Su Chen casually inspects the mount and asks what it eats, noting Tianyu's impressive backing and getting curious about the sect leader. A woman invites him to try local mutated rat meat. The girls instantly refuse in disgust. Suddenly, a rough hand touches Susu from behind. She spins around angrily, demanding who did it. A lewd-smiling young man mocks her, suggesting beauties shouldn't eat such food. He shamelessly moves closer, trying to flirt with the other girls and making insulting remarks. Su Chen steps forward, eyes sharp and voice cold. Which hand did it? The man arrogantly points at him, admitting it without fear. In a blink, a fast strike flashes by and the man's arm is cleanly severed. His confidence vanishes. He clutches the stump, screaming in agony as panic erupts. Tianyu immediately follows up with another strike, knocking the opponent down and warning him about his behavior. At that moment, howls echo in the distance. 3 giant mutated wolves charge in with razor claws. Tianyu reacts instantly, fighting back while loudly calling out for the leader to show himself. An elder steps out of the shadows, coldly accusing Tianyu's group of injuring sect members and ordering their arrest. Tianyu confronts the baseless accusation. The elder laughs, revealing his scheme without the sect leader present. Authority is his, and has long been jealous of Tianyu's rising status, now seizing the chance to eliminate him. A subordinate immediately backs him up, urging the deputy leader to finish things without hesitation. In his mind, eliminating them will boost his boss status and benefit them all. Tianyu's anger erupts. He declares that if they want war, he won't hold back. He stops talking and charges straight into battle, attacking both men and beasts. Anyone who approaches is instantly taken down without time to react. Yun watches from afar, stunned by his overwhelming strength. Tianyu fights harder and harder, his killing intent fully unleashed as he leaves no retreat. The deputy leader sneers maliciously, looking down on their resistance. To him, this is outright rebellion and unforgivable crime. He then activates his ability plant-type powers. The ground shakes as massive vines and thorns erupt, sealing off the area like a death cage, as he claims this is his domain where no one escapes. In an instant, the group is completely surrounded by dense vegetation and Tianyu is briefly surprised. His mutated lizard beast quickly appears to assist. He jumps onto its back, apologizes to Su Chen for dragging them into sect conflict, and asks him to retreat while he handles the rest. Su Chen refuses, saying he won't let him face it alone. Tianyu laughs loudly, energized, ready to fight side by side. The deputy leader merely scoffs at their resolve. Tianyu boldly declares he can handle it alone, and will answer to the sect leader later. The opponent laughs it off and decides to leave no survivors. At his command, the surrounding beasts rush forward. Tianyu charges ahead, entrusting defense of the rear to Su Chen while aiming straight for the main enemy. Seeing his subordinates fall easily, the deputy leader finally joins the fight himself. Tianyu blocks the attack, but it turns out to be a feint. Giant mutated flowers suddenly erupt from underground, opening like mouths to swallow their prey. He did expect such an unexpected tactic. In an instant, he nearly gets trapped and swallowed by the encirclement. The deputy leader smirks in triumph, mocking their overconfidence until his expression suddenly changes in shock before he can finish speaking. Duanya steps forward with rising pressure, unleashing a mental attack that turns the enemy beasts against each other. On another side, Yunyun joins the fight, leaping up and mocking the attackers before striking. Her ability erupts, a massive force crushing enemies with ease. Even TT joins in, her slender body empowered into combat mode, though she dislikes violence. Despite her reluctance, anyone who charges at her is instantly countered without mercy. The deputy leader's face twists in rage as he demands to know their identities after seeing his subordinates overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Su Chen casually eliminates more enemies, coldly telling him to worry about himself instead of talking nonsense. The taunt enrages the elder, but even his summoned plant weapons are effortlessly destroyed by Su Chen. Tianyu seizes the opening and rushes in at high speed, unleashing a decisive full-force attack. The opponent narrowly dodges, only losing part of his tendrils. He steadies himself, eyes turning vicious, admitting he underestimated them, and preparing his final method. His subordinates suddenly drink strange potions, catching Su Chen and Tianyu's attention. Their bodies instantly change, eyes bloodshot, aura turning feral and unstable. They surge forward at greatly enhanced speed, forcing Tianyu into a difficult defense. Su Chen explains it's devouring mind fluid, boosting power and speed at the cost of pain perception and sanity. The deputy leader is shocked, unable to understand how Su Chen knows this. Su Chen calmly adds that his identity is linked to the creation sect. Tianyu is surprised, having never heard of it. During the fight, Su Chen briefly explains it is a faction skilled in infiltration, control, and manipulation. The elder loses control, screaming wildly and ordering everyone to be eliminated to silence them. Su Chen draws his weapon and coldly declares the conspiracy ends here, swiftly cutting down the mutated enemies. The deputy leader's arrogance collapses into panic and he begins begging and shifting blame. Su Chen's eyes turn icy, showing clear disgust and intent not to let him escape easily. At that moment, a deep voice echoes from above as a giant mutated crane appears. On its back stands a mysterious figure who asks about the situation below. Tianyu recognizes him immediately and feels relieved that the sect leader has returned. He quickly reports the incident and exposes Ron Mingai's identity and conspiracy, while the accused tries to crawl forward and defend himself. The sect leader raises a hand to stop the chaos, asking for explanations. The deputy leader seizes the chance to plead innocence and shift blame onto Tianyu. In his mind, he still believes his status as deputy leader gives him an advantage in the sect leader's judgment. The sect leader coldly states that he knows exactly what kind of person Ron Minghai is and tells him to stop pretending to be wronged. Ron Minghai panics completely, but before he can beg, a streak of light flashes and he is instantly killed, shocking everyone present, including Duanya and Yunyun. The beast-taming sect leader acts without hesitation, showing ruthless decisiveness that makes everyone wary. He casually dismisses the corpse, saying Ron Minghai rose to deputy leader through a special ability while coveting his position, so this ending is deserved. Tianyu speaks up, telling the sect leader that Su Chen was the one who exposed the spy. Su Chen then asks directly if they can help them enter the free city. The sect leader responds easily that they are now allies, and she will support them since they uncovered the traitor. Her tone turns serious, explaining that entering the city requires dangerous missions, and she will still need to assess them first. She suddenly removes her outer robe, clearly implying the condition defeat her. Everyone is stunned to discover the sect leader is actually a woman with a strong, striking physique. Tianyu sighs helplessly, saying she is doing this again at the wrong time. Su Chen is also surprised, and she quickly gestures for Tianyu to keep quiet. Realizing the misunderstanding, Su Chen asks about her address. She explains how she founded the sect and found Tianyu, while Tianyu whispers that she told him to hide his identity and monitor internal affairs. Yunyun is surprised they are siblings, and Duanya now understands why Tianyu never obeyed the deputy leader. So Chen brings the topic back to the free city, but she interrupts, repeating that he must first defeat her. She immediately attacks without hesitation. So Chen calmly responds, saying he will not use abilities against her. Watching them fight hand-to-hand, everyone is confused. Tianyu sighs, saying his sister is obsessed with martial combat and once even forced Su Chen and his roommates to flee in college. In moments, she locks Su Chen's arm behind his back and warns him to surrender before it breaks, but he remains calm and asks if she is serious. She coldly advises him to abandon the idea of entering the free city, claiming it is not a good place. Suddenly, her expression changes as she feels Su Chen's grip harden like steel. Duanya and Yunyun watch calmly, already familiar with his overwhelming physical strength. Under her shocked gaze, Su Chen lifts her off the ground with one hand. He then swings her forcefully upward, sending her flying into the air. The height is dizzying. Tianyu can only stare up in disbelief, speechless. Her body rises above the dense forest canopy below. Terrified of heights, she turns pale and stiff, screaming in panic nonstop. As she falls back down, Su Chen catches her steadily and calmly asks if she is okay. Still shaken, she just wants to disappear from the scene and quietly admits she's fine enough. After steadying herself, she reluctantly agrees he passed, warning that the free city is not a safe place and may even be better outside. Su Chen simply agrees and asks to leave Su behind temporarily since her identity may cause attention. She agrees, instructing Su to assist her and Tianyu with internal matters. She then tells the group she will help disguise the two girls since the cave of the giant python is too dangerous for them. Soon the two girls appear in strange catgirl outfits with fake ears and tails, leaving Duanya confused and speechless. So Chen cuts in, telling them to stop talking and move out, easing the mood with a light remark. Not long after, they arrive at the target location, the hiding place of the bone ice giant python. The mission is to obtain the beast's core as a city entry token and locate missing scientists. Both are required for passage. Su Chen is surprised and asks what kind of research the scientists were conducting. As they go deeper, cold air spreads and the branching tunnels confuse the group. Su Chen decides to scout ahead alone while the others wait at the entrance. Yun worries, saying going alone is dangerous. Duanya calmly agrees with letting him go, noting splitting up further would be worse. She suggests staying behind as backup and tells him to be careful. Su Chen nods. He proceeds alone, carefully checking each passage, but the maze is more complex than expected. After nearly an hour, fatigue sets in and he still cannot locate the beast, wondering where it is. Then he notices something on the cave ceiling resembling a crystallized core. Suddenly, a massive explosion shakes the entire mountain. The noise startles those outside, who don't know what happened inside the forest. Inside the cave, crystalline fragments begin falling directly towards Su Chen. At the same time, another loud disturbance echoes from a different passage, drawing his attention. Panicked voices erupt. Doctor, the bone ice giant python is too strong. We've suffered heavy losses. Retreat now. A furious voice roars back. Damn it. This is a spatial ability, bone ice giant python. Do you understand what that means? Hiding in observation, Su Chen hears everything and is shocked by the mention of spatial ability, then senses a massive pressure as the bone ice python emerges from the shadows. A white-haired girl appears holding a golden cat, scolding it affectionately for touching her exotic fruit, nearly dying, while worrying its unstable energy. She notes only the deep cold of the python's lair can suppress the energy, so she continues deeper despite the risk. Outside, Duanya and Yun still in disguise see her and question her identity. The white-haired girl casually asks if they are rabbit and panda turning into humans, confusing them further. Duanya realizes something is wrong and recognizes the cat as Huang Jin, demanding to know what she did to it. Yun becomes hostile, insisting the cat never lets strangers touch it and orders her to release it immediately. Yun attacks without hesitation, but the white-haired girl easily evades with a slight movement. Duanya joins in, demanding the cat back and launching a mental strike with determination. Despite the combined attacks, the white-haired girl remains completely unmoved, unaffected by their assaults.